The great hall buzzed with anticipation as the Sorting Hat's wide brim flexed, the next first year stepping nervously forward. Hermione Granger clutched the edge of the stool, her knuckles white, as Professor McGonagall called her name. A hush fell over the hall. She approached the Sorting Hat with purpose. Her heart was pounding, but her chin was high. She had read about Hogwarts, memorized dozens of spells already, and was confident she'd be in Gryffindor. Just like Harry Potter, who was seated at the Gryffindor table looking at her curiously. The hat fell over her eyes, and darkness engulfed her vision. "Well, well," the Sorting Hat muttered, its voice curling around her mind like smoke. "A clever one, aren't you? Brimming with ambition, too. And quite the thirst to prove yourself. Very interesting." Hermione gulped. "I suppose I'm brave. Gryffindor seems right." "Oh, you could be great there," the hat mused. "But your mind, it's razor sharp. You crave mastery, order, discipline. There's more to you than Gryffindor bravado. Slytherin would help you on your path to greatness." Hermione's breath caught. But Slytherin has a reputation." "Indeed it does," the hat said. "But it's not all bad. Some of the greatest witches and wizards came from Slytherin. You could change its story." Hermione hesitated. No, she wanted to be where bravery was honored, where her new friends would be. And yet, there was something tempting about the challenge. Better be. Slytherin. The silence that followed was deafening. The hall didn't erupt with the usual cheers. There were murmurs. Stunned whispers. Even the Slytherin table looked surprised. Slowly, Hermione slid off the stool and made her way to the green and silver table, every step echoing through her ears like a thunderclap. She sat down beside a boy with a pointed face and slicked-back blonde hair, Draco Malfoy, who raised an eyebrow. "You're the Muggle-born who answered every question on the train." Hermione nodded stiffly. "Yes, Hermione Granger." Draco smirked, but it lacked his usual sneer. "Well, this should be entertaining." Across the hall, Harry Potter stared at her with wide eyes. Ron Weasley looked appalled. And she, Hermione, felt something twist deep in her chest. The rest of the feast passed in a blur. She hardly tasted the food, her thoughts too loud, too persistent. Had she made a mistake? Would anyone want to be her friend here? As the Slytherins made their way down to the dungeons, Hermione kept her eyes fixed ahead, not wanting to see the sideways glances. She had always wanted to be the best, but now she wondered what that price might be. The Slytherin common room was cold, built beneath the lake with greenish light filtering through the walls. It was a far cry from the cozy warmth she had imagined in Gryffindor Tower. She chose a bed farthest from the others, determined not to let her nerves show. Her roommates, Daphne Greengrass, Millicent Bulstrode, and Pansy Parkinson, seemed curious but wary. When Daphne asked her where she was from, Hermione answered politely. "Hampstead. My parents are dentists." There was a pause. "Muggle-born, then," Pansy said flatly. "Brave of the hat to send you here." Hermione stared her down. "I'll do just fine." And to her surprise, Pansy gave a sharp nod. "We'll see." In the weeks that followed, Hermione worked harder than anyone. She was always the first to answer questions, always had her wand ready, always perfect in her pronunciation. Professor Snape was skeptical at first, her being a Muggle-born Slytherin, but even he began calling on her with less scorn. Draco, amused by her intellect, took it upon himself to test her at every turn. "If you're one of us," he said in potions, "you should act like it. You could be more than just the brainy one." Hermione shot back. "I'd rather be the brainy one than the arrogant one." He laughed, but there was a spark of respect in his eyes. Still, it wasn't easy. Students from other houses treated her like a pariah. Ron Weasley refused to even look at her. Even Harry kept his distance, clearly confused by her presence among Slytherins. Only Neville gave her a shy smile once in herbology, which she returned with gratitude. The Slytherins, for their part, watched her. She wasn't like them, not entirely. But her work ethic, her sharp tongue, her refusal to be cowed, those were things they understood. Slowly, she carved a space for herself. And something else began to grow. A cool edge, a confidence. She started to understand that intelligence wasn't just about knowing the most facts. It was about using them. She began practicing spells alone by the lake, not just the textbook ones, but variations. She found older Slytherin students who taught her nonverbal magic far earlier than her peers. By the end of October, she no longer flinched when people sneered. She walked the halls with her head high. Then came Halloween. Hermione was in the library as usual when Professor Quirrell came running into the Great Hall during the feast, shrieking, "Troll! In the dungeons!" She froze. So did everyone else. Panic erupted, and students were herded back to their dormitories. But Hermione didn't move with the tide. She had seen Harry and Ron rushing toward the dungeons instead of away. Foolish Gryffindor bravery, she thought bitterly, until she realized they were going after someone. Someone who didn't know. Someone like her. No. She ran. Fast. Torchlight flickered as she skidded down the stone corridors, wand drawn. Her robes billowed behind her as she turned the corner, and nearly crashed into Harry and Ron. "What are you doing here?" Harry demanded. "There's a troll," she snapped. "And you're both idiots if you think you can fight it alone." A roar echoed through the halls, shaking the walls. The three of them turned together, eyes wide. The troll loomed at the end of the corridor, massive and hunched, dragging a club. Hermione didn't hesitate. "Stupefy!" she cried, but the spell bounced off the creature's thick hide. The boys sprang into action, trying to confuse it. It swung its club, missing Ron by inches. Hermione took cover and aimed again, this time trying a trick she'd read about, conjuring a light in the creature's eyes. Lumos Maxima. The flare exploded in the troll's face. It staggered back, roaring in confusion. Harry jumped on its back while Ron, wide-eyed, pointed his wand upward. Wingardium Leviosa. The club floated, and dropped on the troll's head with a crack. It collapsed. They stood panting, eyes wide in the silence. Hermione turned to them. "You could have died." "You too," Harry said. She paused, then smiled, and something changed between them. The aftermath of the troll incident changed everything. Professor McGonagall found the three of them in the corridor, dust and troll guts still clinging to their robes. She looked furious, but more than that, bewildered. Hermione, expecting to be scolded, or worse, expelled, stood her ground chin high. But instead of punishment, McGonagall awarded Gryffindor and Slytherin each 5 points, muttering something about reckless bravery tempered with cleverness. That was the moment the walls between them cracked, ever so slightly. Hermione found herself standing awkwardly beside Harry and Ron in the common room corridor the next day. They didn't speak for a long moment. She expected Ron to say something sharp, but instead he mumbled, "That was actually brilliant, what you did." Hermione blinked. "You too. That club spell was perfect." Ron blushed. Harry offered her a small smile. "You still study too much. And you still act without thinking," she replied, smiling faintly. It wasn't a friendship. Yet, but it was something. Still, things weren't simple. At Slytherin table, there were whispers about her siding with Gryffindors, especially with Harry Potter. Pansy Parkinson took every chance to comment on her mudblood loyalty, though Daphne Greengrass occasionally told her to lay off. "I think it's interesting," Daphne said one night, as they curled up by the low-burning fireplace. "You're clever, resourceful, and ambitious. You belong here, no matter your blood." Hermione gave a short nod. She had learned to hide how much the slurs hurt. She threw herself into her studies even harder, determined to rise above them. She would prove herself not by matching their cruelty, but by outpacing them. But something else was shifting. She started noticing how Professor Snape paid more attention when she spoke in class, though he never praised her. Draco, who had started off smug, now asked her opinion on essays and theories. Even Theo began sitting closer during study sessions. One chilly November afternoon, as the Slytherins finished defense against the dark arts, Draco turned to her. "You could help me with the shielding charm," he said, not rudely. "You're ahead of the others." She hesitated. She still didn't fully trust him, but she was curious. "Fine," she said. "But no mocking." Draco smirked. "Wouldn't dream of it." That afternoon marked the beginning of an unusual alliance. Hermione found herself tutoring Draco, occasionally Theo, and even Blaise Zabini. They weren't friends, but they respected her. They didn't sneer when she corrected them, and they certainly didn't mock her intelligence like Ron had in the early weeks. Even so, she missed something. She missed laughing in the common room without feeling watched. She missed the ease of companionship. Harry had started waving to her more often in the corridors, and once she even joined him and Ron in the library. The conversation was awkward at first, but soon they were comparing notes on Professor Quirrell's stammering explanations and Snape's unfair favoritism. "Snape's always like that with Gryffindors," Ron grumbled. "Not all of them," Hermione said before she could stop herself. Harry looked at her, intrigued. "He treats you differently?" Hermione hesitated. "I think he wants to see if I'm worth it. If I can stand the pressure." "And have you?" Harry asked. "I'm still here," she said simply. Later that week, during Charm's class, Professor Flitwick paired students across houses. Hermione ended up with Ron. He groaned dramatically, but after one sharp look from her, he quieted. They actually worked well together. Hermione had the theory, Ron the instinct. When they performed a levitation charm flawlessly, Flitwick clapped his hands in delight. "Brilliant pair work. 5 points each to Gryffindor and Slytherin." For a moment, everyone stared. Slytherins and Gryffindors? Sharing points? Hermione saw Harry grin across the room. Even Ron gave her a sideways smirk. But her own housemates were less enthused. That night, back in the Slytherin common room, Draco eyed her thoughtfully. "You're playing a dangerous game, Granger," he said, not unkindly. "We don't mix with Gryffindors." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Who says I'm playing anything? I'm just being myself." "Maybe," Draco replied. "But not everyone here thinks that's a good thing." Pansy snorted from the corner. "She'll be running back to them before long." Hermione stood. "I'm not running anywhere. I'm a Slytherin, whether you like it or not." She left before they could respond, her heart pounding. Outside in the corridor, she paused, hand on the stone wall. The dungeon air was cold, but her mind was blazing. She didn't regret being sorted into Slytherin, but she didn't fit into any box. She wasn't a typical Slytherin, nor did she belong with Gryffindors. Not fully. Maybe that was her strength. She started spending more time alone again, focusing on spells that pushed the boundaries of the first-year curriculum. She taught herself how to perform the Protego Shield charm, and even experimented with hex deflection, a spell she had found in an older student's discarded notes. She didn't tell anyone, except Harry. One evening in the library, she found him reading a dusty tome on magical creatures. "Learned something new today," she said, sitting across from him. "Oh!" She demonstrated a miniature version of the shielding charm, grinning when it held against a light jinx. "That's brilliant," Harry said. "Could you teach me?" Hermione hesitated but nodded. "You'll owe me." He smiled. "Deal." For the first time since her sorting, Hermione felt something shift again. She wasn't just proving herself. She was building something new. Not just alliances, but possibilities. The first snow fell outside that night, blanketing the castle in white. In the Slytherin common room, she studied by the greenish window, the faint outline of the lake's giant squid passing in the distance. She felt the weight of the house's expectations, its pride, its ambition, its shadows, but she was no longer afraid of it. She was Hermione Granger. Slytherin, yes. But more than that, she was going to change everything. December brought more than just snow. It brought the buzz of Quidditch season, holiday decorations appearing seemingly overnight, and for Hermione, the growing sense that she was being watched by both sides. Her interactions with Harry and Ron hadn't gone unnoticed. There was a noticeable shift in the way some Slytherins treated her. Quiet disdain from Pansy, more guarded silences from Crabbe and Goyle, and even Theodore had started to drift away during study hours. Only Draco remained unpredictable. He still asked for help with essays, still teased her during potions, but he no longer invited her to sit with him in the common room. There was distance in his eyes, something calculating. Hermione didn't let it show that it bothered her. She poured herself into her work instead, mastering spells that even older students hadn't tried. Professor Snape began to notice. One afternoon during potions, after she perfectly brewed a complex draft of peace on her first try, he stopped behind her for a long moment, then murmured, "Consistent, very consistent, Miss Granger." It wasn't praise, not exactly, but it wasn't his usual sneer either. Outside of the classroom, she started catching whispers in the halls. Some students called her the clever snake, others, more cruelly, Gryffindor's pet. The Slytherins didn't trust her, and the Gryffindors didn't know what to make of her. She was walking a thin line, with no safety net beneath her. Then came the first Quidditch match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Hermione hadn't intended to pick sides, but everyone else had decided for her. The Slytherins expected her in green, cheering for Draco, who had been bragging about his new Nimbus 2000 all week. But Hermione couldn't ignore the tight feeling in her chest when Harry zoomed by during practice. He had become a real friend, one of the few who treated her like a person, not a symbol. On the morning of the match, she hesitated outside the Great Hall, watching the crowd funnel toward the stadium. She could see the Gryffindor table ablaze in red and gold, and the Slytherin side glinting with emerald and silver. She made a decision, and slipped into the stands without wearing either color. The match was brutal. Draco played dirty, tossing insults mid-flight, and even threw a bludger toward Harry when he thought no one was looking. Hermione's hands gripped the bench so tightly her knuckles turned white. When Harry caught the snitch in a perfect dive, the Gryffindor stands exploded with cheers. Hermione clapped, heart pounding. But later that day, her neutrality came at a cost. Back in the common room, the tension was palpable. Pansy looked her up and down, sneering. "Didn't see you cheering for your house, Granger. Too busy fawning over Potter." Daphne shot her a warning glance, but Hermione squared her shoulders. "I don't pick sides based on who flies faster. I pick based on who plays fair." "Traitor," Pansy hissed under her breath. Draco said nothing. He watched her with narrowed eyes and then turned away. That night, Hermione sat alone in a far corner of the common room, parchment unrolled and quill in hand, but she couldn't focus. Her mind spun in 1,000 directions. She was tired of constantly proving herself, of fighting to be accepted in a house that didn't trust her and among friends who couldn't fully accept her placement. And then she heard a voice. "You're wasting your potential." She turned. Professor Snape stood near the entrance, arms crossed. "Sir," she asked, surprised. "You're playing both sides. It's admirable, foolish, but admirable." His eyes were unreadable. "But eventually, Miss Granger, you'll have to decide who you truly are." She stared at him, unsure of how to answer. He walked away before she could try. The next day, she met Harry in the library. He looked concerned. "Everything okay?" he asked. Hermione hesitated, then nodded. "Just how's politics?" "You could always switch," he said, only half joking. "Come to Gryffindor. I'm sure McGonagall could sort it." Hermione shook her head. "I can't run. If I want to change how they see me, I have to stay." Harry smiled slightly. "That's very brave of you." She rolled her eyes. "Don't say that like it's a surprise." They laughed, and it felt good, normal. But that night, something odd happened. As Hermione returned to the dungeons, she noticed Draco slipping through a side corridor near the potions classroom. Curious, she followed, quiet as a shadow. He met with someone cloaked in deep green. She couldn't see their face, but they handed Draco a piece of parchment before vanishing through a hidden passage behind the wall. Draco tucked the parchment away and left. Hermione waited until the corridor was clear, then crept up to the wall. She ran her hand along the stones and found a tiny switch. She pressed it. The wall creaked open. Inside was a narrow stairwell leading down into the dark. She didn't go in. Not yet. But her mind was already racing. Something was going on beneath Hogwarts, something secret. She needed to know what it was. Hermione couldn't stop thinking about the hidden stairwell. All through breakfast the next morning, the image haunted her. A crumbling stone passage tucked beneath the dungeons, Draco disappearing into the shadows, and that mysterious parchment exchanged in whispers. What was it? A secret meeting spot? A hidden Slytherin society? Or something worse? She barely touched her toast. Draco sat 2 seats away, pretending not to notice her. He was far too calm for someone who had just met a cloaked stranger in the dark. That only made her more suspicious. Back in the library that afternoon, Hermione paced beside the table where Harry and Ron were finishing homework. "You're wearing a hole in the floor," Ron muttered, chewing his quill. "I need to show you something," she said, keeping her voice low. "But you have to promise not to say anything." Harry looked up. "What kind of something?" She hesitated, then said, "Something I saw Draco doing last night. I followed him." Ron immediately dropped his quill. "You what? Are you mad? He could have hexed you." "He didn't see me. And I didn't go in all the way," she replied sharply. But he found a secret entrance. Behind a wall. Someone gave him a note, and he disappeared into the passage. I think it leads somewhere deep under the castle. Harry leaned forward. Do you think it's got something to do with the third-floor corridor? I don't know, she admitted. But I want to find out. You want to break into a secret underground passage. With Malfoy possibly lurking nearby, Ron said flatly. Yes, Hermione said. Tonight. The boys exchanged a glance. Then Harry nodded. All right, we'll come with you. Hermione felt a strange warmth in her chest at that. They didn't question her any further. They trusted her. That night, after curfew, they slipped out under Harry's invisibility cloak. The dungeons were cold and silent, the torches dimmed to soft flickers. Hermione led them to the exact section of wall she had seen the night before. She found the switch easily. With a soft groan, the wall creaked open again. The stairwell stretched down into inky darkness. Lumos. Their wands lit the narrow steps in an eerie glow. Dust hung in the air, undisturbed for years, until now. I don't like this, Ron whispered. Then keep your wand ready, Hermione replied. The passage twisted and turned, descending deeper beneath the castle than any of them had gone before. At the bottom, the stone opened into a low-ceilinged chamber filled with rusted suits of armor and cobwebs. Along one wall was an archway with ancient runes carved into it. Hermione ran her fingers across the symbols. Parceltongue, Harry murmured. I've seen these shapes before. Hermione froze. Parceltongue? That's the language of snakes. They stared at the archway. It was sealed, no handle, no keyhole. What was Draco doing down here? Harry whispered. Before Hermione could answer, a sharp sound echoed above, the creak of the hidden door shifting again. Someone's coming, Ron hissed. They extinguished their wands and ducked behind a broken suit of armor. Footsteps descended the stairs. Hermione's heart thundered in her ears. A dim wand light bobbed into view, and then Draco's pale face appeared, followed by Blaise Zabini. They moved quietly, almost reverently, toward the sealed archway. Draco pulled the parchment from his robe and whispered, Sicarius serpens. The archway glowed faintly. Hermione clutched Harry's sleeve. That's Latin, something about serpent assassin. But the archway didn't open. It only shimmered and then faded. Draco scowled. Still doesn't work. It needs the blood of a Parcelmouth. That's what the book said. Hermione and Harry exchanged a look. Blaise frowned. Then what? We wait for the Dark Lord to return and open it for us. Draco's voice was low and bitter. No. We find someone who can. We know Potter can speak to snakes. We find a way to use him. Hermione's blood went cold. Harry stiffened beside her, jaw clenched. Let's go, Blaise muttered. We've been here too long. The two boys turned and climbed the stairs again, leaving the chamber in silence once more. For a long moment, no one moved. Then Ron whispered, Did they say what I think they said? They want to use me, Harry said grimly. To open something hidden in the school. Hermione stood slowly, her mind racing. This changes everything. They're working on something dangerous, something Voldemort-related. That archway, it might be ancient dark magic. Maybe even a forgotten part of Hogwarts. Harry turned to her. What do we do? Hermione's answer came quickly. We research it. Quietly. We learn what this chamber is, what it holds, and how to stop them. If they're following orders from outside Hogwarts. They might not be alone, Ron finished. The trio crept back to the common areas beneath the safety of the cloak, hearts still pounding. The next morning, Hermione sat in class with Draco directly across from her. He smirked as if nothing had happened. She returned the expression, just a little too sweetly. If he suspected she knew, he didn't show it. But Hermione had already decided. Whatever secrets the Slytherins were hiding, she would uncover them. And if they thought she was just a clever bookworm in the wrong house, they were going to be very, very surprised. The days that followed were thick with tension, though no one else seemed to notice. Students laughed over pumpkin pasties in the Great Hall, gossiped about upcoming exams, and speculated over the upcoming Christmas holidays. But for Hermione, Harry, and Ron, every corridor felt like it held a secret. Every glance from Draco or Blaise carried a hidden weight. Hermione had never felt more isolated in Slytherin. Pansy continued to mock her for speaking to Gryffindors, though the words had lost their sting. Daphne, while still somewhat friendly, had grown cautious, quieter. And Draco? He was playing a game, one she now understood. He knew she was smart, but he assumed her loyalty could be manipulated. He didn't realize she was 3 steps ahead. At night, Hermione pored over books in the library while Harry and Ron took shifts keeping watch. She searched through ancient architectural records of Hogwarts, references to hidden chambers and obscure magical relics. Nothing mentioned the archway beneath the dungeons. But one fragment, written in Latin and buried in a volume about magical vaults, caught her attention. Where serpents sleep, ancient doors listen for blood and command. Only those marked by serpents may awaken the sleeping gate. That's it, she whispered, tracing the faded ink. That's the archway. Harry leaned over the table. You think Voldemort used this place? Back when he was Tom Riddle. It makes sense, Hermione replied. He was a Slytherin, obsessed with secrets and legacy. He opened the Chamber of Secrets, didn't he? What if this is something else he found? Ron shuddered. How many hidden nightmare rooms does this school need? Hermione flipped another page. Whatever it is, we can't let Draco and the others unlock it. We still don't know what it's guarding, or what it could release. Harry frowned. And they think they need me to open it. She nodded. Which means we need to stay ahead of them. Later that week, Professor Snape called Hermione to his office after potions class. She entered warily, expecting a lecture, but what she got was far more unnerving. You've been busy, Snape said quietly, eyes glinting. Late nights. Secret conversations with Potter and Weasley. A clever Slytherin would know how to hide better. Hermione froze. I haven't. No lies, Miss Granger. He circled behind his desk. You're a Slytherin, but you haven't learned discretion. Yet. She met his eyes, forcing herself to stay calm. Why does it matter who I speak to? Because not all students are as tolerant as I am. His tone was icy. You walk between 2 worlds. Eventually, you'll be crushed by them both unless you choose a side. Hermione said nothing. Her silence was answer enough. Snape studied her a moment longer, then dismissed her without another word. Back in the common room, Hermione found Draco waiting for her, casually slouched on the green velvet couch. Heard you got summoned, he said, examining his fingernails. Snape likes you. That's rare. He doesn't like anyone, Hermione replied coolly. He just respects talent. Draco chuckled. You're not wrong. But you know, Granger, there are opportunities here. You're sharp. Ambitious. You're not like them. His lip curled slightly, indicating Gryffindor. Maybe I'm not like you either, she said. He smiled faintly. You could be, if you stopped wasting your time with people who'll never understand how this house works. Hermione didn't answer. She simply turned and walked away. But his words echoed in her ears. That night, as snow fell thick outside the windows, Hermione met Harry and Ron in an unused classroom on the 2nd floor, lighting candles and locking the door behind them. She told them about her conversation with Snape, and Draco's increasingly open suggestions. He wants me to choose a side, she muttered. They both do. But I won't play their game. You already chose, Harry said simply. You chose to stop whatever they're doing. She nodded. Then we need to move faster. Together, they formed a plan. Ron, whose brothers had left behind an extensive map of Hogwarts' secret passages, would monitor movement in the dungeons. Hermione would continue searching the archives for any mention of the sleeping gate. Harry would get closer to Draco, to try to learn what he truly wanted with the archway, and who was guiding him. The next few days passed in a blur of whispered meetings, coded notes, and careful lies. Harry managed to strike up a rivalry-turned conversation with Draco in flying class, who, eager to gloat, dropped hints about ancient magic only worthy heirs could awaken. Ron followed Blaise twice and discovered he had been sneaking into the restricted section of the library using someone else's permission slip. Meanwhile, Hermione finally found something buried deep within a forgotten volume of Hogwarts' enchanted architecture. A single line beneath an old, hand-drawn blueprint. A serpent's gate lies below the lake, sealed to all but the heir's tongue and the seeker's blood. She stared at the phrase for a long time. The heir's tongue, that must be Parcelmouth, she said aloud. But the seeker's blood? She felt a sudden chill. Harry, she whispered. You're the seeker. You're the blood. They're not just using your voice. They think you're part of some prophecy or legacy. Harry's expression darkened. Then they'll keep coming. Hermione stood, her voice hard. Then we'll be ready. As the holidays neared and the castle prepared for Yule, laughter and excitement filled the halls. But for Hermione Granger, Slytherin by sorting, rebel by nature, there was no rest. There was only vigilance. The Serpent's Gate had slept for centuries. And now it was starting to stir. Snow blanketed the Hogwarts grounds in thick, glittering layers, muffling footsteps and making the entire castle seem quieter, calmer, at least on the surface. Inside, the Christmas trees sparkled with charmed icicles and floating candles. The great hall shimmered like a winter wonderland, but Hermione couldn't enjoy any of it. The Serpent's Gate was always on her mind. While most students packed for the holidays, Hermione remained behind along with Harry and Ron. Draco was also staying, though he claimed it was because purebloods don't subject themselves to Muggle airports, and Blaise had likewise lingered. That meant the gate, whatever it was hiding, wasn't going to be left alone. Hermione doubled her efforts in the library, combing every book Madame Pants would let her touch. Even Ron started bringing her snacks just to keep her from skipping meals. "You're going to end up dreaming in Latin," he muttered as she scribbled down another note. "That might be helpful," she replied dryly. "Most of the enchantments on that archway are from pre-Founders era, or at least early enough that no one bothered translating them into English." Harry leaned over the table, scanning her notes. "You said it needed blood." "Mine. I think so." The phrase said, "the Seeker's blood," but we still don't know if that's symbolic or literal. "If they try to hurt you." "They won't," Harry said firmly. "Not if we act first." She nodded. "I've got something. There's a charm called Inclostratum Revela. It's used to trace hidden magical boundaries, like the ones used to conceal secret rooms or vaults. If we cast it near the gate, we might find out what's behind it." "But if they catch us," Ron began. "They won't," Hermione said, "because we're going tonight, while they think everyone's asleep." That evening, as enchanted snow gently drifted across the high windows of the castle, the trio slipped out again under Harry's invisibility cloak. The dungeons were colder than ever, and frost had begun to creep along the stone walls. Every echo of their footsteps bounced too loudly in the narrow corridor leading to the hidden door. Hermione found the switch, pressed it, and the stones shifted open. They descended in silence. When they reached the bottom chamber and faced the archway again, Hermione stepped forward, wand raised. "Inclostratum Revela," she whispered. Her wand tip glowed with a deep blue hue, and the archway shimmered. Then the glow extended into the stone beyond it, revealing swirling symbols, ancient runes, and more disturbingly, a series of magical locks woven into the very foundation of the wall. "There are 5 seals," Hermione breathed. "One of them is Parceltongue. Another's a blood seal. But the rest, they're too old to read." "Maybe it's not meant to be opened at all," Ron said. "Maybe it's a prison, not a vault." Hermione's stomach twisted. "Or both." Suddenly, a voice cut through the chamber. "Clever, Granger. But not clever enough." They spun around. Draco stood at the bottom of the stairs, wand out, flanked by Blaise and an unexpected figure. Theodore Knott, eyes sharp and cold. "You really think we didn't notice you poking around?" Draco sneered. "You don't belong in this world. You think you can play both sides, but you'll never be one of us." Hermione stepped forward, wand drawn. "You're right. I'm not one of you. And I don't want to be." "Funny," said Blaise coolly. "You seemed perfectly fine being a Slytherin when it earned you top marks and attention from Snape." "I didn't choose this house to impress anyone," she snapped. Harry moved beside her, wand raised. "Let us go, Malfoy." "You're not going anywhere," Draco replied, lifting his wand higher. "We don't need you alive, Potter. Just your blood." Hermione's heart pounded. "Don't be stupid, Draco. You don't know what's behind that gate. You could unleash something you can't control." Draco's face darkened. "We know more than you think. The gate leads to something the Dark Lord left behind. Something he meant only his followers to find." "You're not followers," Ron scoffed. "You're kids pretending to be Death Eaters." That hit a nerve. Draco snarled. "You don't get it, Weasley. This war, this legacy, it's already started. We're just picking up where it left off." He flicked his wand, Expelliarmus, but Hermione was faster. "Protego." The spell rebounded, striking the wall. Dust rained from the ceiling. Blaze lunged forward, casting a binding hex toward Harry, who ducked and retaliated with a stupefy. The chamber erupted into chaos. Spells flying, voices shouting, the archway pulsing faintly with every magical surge. Hermione shielded Ron from a strike, then turned her wand on the archway. "Enough," she shouted. "If you cast another spell, I'll blast this archway open myself. Do you want to risk what's behind it?" Everyone froze. The chamber crackled with tense silence. Draco's eyes darted between her and the archway. He looked shaken, not entirely by fear, but by uncertainty. "You wouldn't," he said, but there was no conviction in his voice. Hermione took a step forward, wand trembling only slightly. "Try me." Then from above, footsteps. Multiple. Fast. A voice echoed down the stairwell. "Halt. Hogwarts prefects and professors. Wands down." It was McGonagall, and behind her Snape. Within seconds, they descended into the chamber, robes billowing like shadows. The dueling ceased. McGonagall looked furious. "Explain." "Now." Hermione, breathless, lowered her wand. "They were trying to open a cursed gate sealed beneath the school. I was trying to stop them." Snape stepped forward, eyes scanning the ancient runes on the archway. "I know this place," he murmured, "but it was never meant to be found. Not by students." He turned, eyes like knives. "All of you. With me. Now." Hermione didn't resist. Neither did Draco or the others. But as they climbed the steps back into the dungeons, she couldn't help but wonder. How long had Snape known about the gate? And what, exactly, was he hiding? The atmosphere in the headmaster's office was so thick with tension it felt like breathing through wool. Hermione stood straight, hands clasped tightly before her, while Harry and Ron flanked her silently. Across from them, Draco, Blaze, and Theo tried their best to look indifferent, though their eyes flickered with unease each time Professor McGonagall paced past. Professor Snape leaned against the far wall, arms crossed, face unreadable. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, fingers steepled, blue eyes not twinkling for once. "Well," he said at last, his voice gentle but firm, "this is not a simple matter of curfew breaking or minor dueling in the corridors. You six were found at a sealed and forbidden site beneath the castle, one that predates even some of Hogwarts' most ancient protections." "We weren't trying to cause harm," Hermione said quickly. "They were trying to use the gate. We were trying to stop them." Draco snorted. "You were the one snooping around in the library. You dragged Potter and Weasley into this because you couldn't mind your own business." "Enough," Snape snapped. His voice cracked like a whip across the room. "None of you will speak again until the headmaster says so." Draco clenched his jaw. Hermione bit back her own retort. Dumbledore turned to Snape. "Severus, I take it you knew about the existence of this gate?" Snape didn't flinch. "I knew of it, yes. As did several members of the staff. It was an old legend buried in the school's foundations, one I thought no student would ever uncover." "And yet it seems you were wrong," Dumbledore said softly. Snape inclined his head. "It appears so." Professor McGonagall spoke next, her Scottish brogue sharpened with anger. "This entire situation is reckless and dangerous. A blood-sealed, Parcelmouth reactive door hidden beneath Slytherin House is not some schoolyard puzzle. It's ancient dark magic. And these children," she looked toward the students, eyes fierce, "shouldn't have gone anywhere near it." "But that's the point," Hermione insisted. "They're trying to open it. They said it leads to something the Dark Lord left behind. We think it's a vault or a prison." Dumbledore raised a hand. "Miss Granger, I believe you. But I also believe there is more to this than what has been said tonight." He looked at each student in turn, letting silence stretch. "In the meantime, none of you will be expelled, but you will all serve detention. Separately." Draco looked like he wanted to protest, but the look Snape gave him silenced him instantly. "I want reports," Dumbledore continued, "from each of you. Your findings, your experiences, your motives. Turn them in by the end of the week. Perhaps then, we may shed some light on what this gate truly is." Dismissed and weary, the 6 students filed out into the corridor. Hermione glanced briefly at Snape as they passed. For the first time, he returned her gaze, not with disdain but something colder. Caution. In the days that followed, Hermione's world narrowed. The hallways felt quieter. Conversations around her became hushed as rumors spread. Most students had gone home for the holidays, but the ones who remained whispered about the Slytherin-Gryffindor fight in the dungeons. Her detention was with Professor Vector, copying out ancient spell formulas until her hand ached. Harry was assigned to Filch, cleaning armor by hand. Ron had herbology duty with Professor Sprout, shoveling dragon dung in the greenhouses. Hermione's report to Dumbledore was detailed, meticulously footnoted, and included sketches of the gate and transcriptions of all the magical seals. She knew it would stand out. But what worried her most was what came next. Because the gate had reacted to their presence. She'd seen it. Felt it. The magic was old but not dead. And if it could stir, it could awaken. One evening, as snow fell again outside the high windows of the Slytherin common room, Hermione sat curled in a green velvet chair, a book on defensive enchantments open in her lap. Daphne Greengrass dropped into the chair beside her. "I heard you were the one who stood up to Draco," she said quietly. Hermione blinked. "Heard that, did you?" Daphne shrugged. "Word travels. He's still fuming about it. You embarrassed him." "I wasn't trying to. Hermione hesitated. "I didn't want anyone to get hurt." Daphne looked at her for a long moment. "You know, you don't have to keep proving yourself. Some of us already see what side you're really on." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "And which side is that?" Daphne smiled faintly. "The one that's not blindly following anyone. Not Draco. Not even Dumbledore." Hermione didn't answer. But the words settled in her mind like dust, quiet and persistent. Later that night, Hermione met Harry and Ron in the Room of Requirement, a new hideout they'd begun using once they realized it could be shaped to fit their needs. Tonight, it was a study room with charmed soundproofing and shelves lined with magical reference books. She dropped a thick tome on the table. "I found something." Ron leaned forward. "Please don't say it's more Latin." Hermione smirked. "Not this time. It's a record from the time of the founders. It references Salazar Slytherin creating more than just the Chamber of Secrets. There's mention of a second sanctum, something he built after his fallout with the other founders. Somewhere only a true heir, or someone bearing both blood and knowledge, could access." Harry frowned. "You think that's the Serpent's Gate?" "I do," she said. "And if Slytherin built it after he left, it might not even be part of Hogwarts in the same way the chamber is. It could be older. Or more dangerous." Ron let out a low whistle. "Great. A secret room built by an angry dark wizard to hide who knows what. What could go wrong?" But none of them laughed. Because deep down, all three of them knew this wasn't over. The gate hadn't been opened. Not yet. But someone somewhere still wanted it to be. And Hermione Granger, Slytherin by name but rebel by choice, wasn't going to let them win. The quiet of January at Hogwarts was deceptive. Snow still blanketed the grounds, but it did nothing to calm the storm building beneath the surface. The trio, Hermione, Harry, and Ron, continued their investigations in secret, balancing schoolwork, detentions, and the occasional confrontation with Draco and his entourage, who now watched them with greater scrutiny. Hermione didn't care. She'd never felt so driven. The Serpent's Gate wasn't just a curiosity anymore. It was a warning. Whatever lay behind it had been hidden for a reason, and someone, perhaps more than one someone, was desperate to unlock it. She returned to the library, digging deeper into the restricted section with the special permission Dumbledore had granted her following her report. Harry kept an eye on Draco, tailing him under the invisibility cloak, while Ron focused on gathering rumors from within the Gryffindor common room and beyond. But it was Hermione who finally uncovered the most important lead yet. It happened late one evening. She was half asleep at her table in the library, surrounded by piles of texts on magical architecture and forgotten bloodlines, when she stumbled upon a tattered parchment inside a thick black book titled Legacies of the Four. The parchment had no title, but it was covered in tightly scrawled handwriting and old looping runes. As she translated, her heart began to pound. It referenced the Sanctum Serpentis, the Serpent's Sanctum. A place of learning, yes, but also of containment. Slytherin had not only crafted it as a repository for his knowledge. He had used it to lock away something he deemed unworthy of the eyes of the weak. The text suggested that only someone with a balance of cunning and morality, Slytherin's true vision, untainted by pure-blood ideology, could open the sanctum safely. That's why the gate hadn't opened for Draco and the others. Their intent had been tainted. They sought power, not wisdom. Hermione's hands trembled slightly as she copied down the runes and notes. The phrase at the bottom chilled her. The mind must pass before the blood. What does that mean? Harry asked later when they met in the room of requirement again. Hermione pushed a strand of hair behind her ear, pacing in front of the fireplace. I think it means there's a test before the blood seal. A mental trial. Maybe a magical riddle or enchantment meant to probe the mind or intent of the person seeking entry. Ron looked skeptical. Great. So even if we figure out how to open it, we've got a magical Slytherin quiz to pass first. It makes sense, Hermione said. Salazar Slytherin wasn't just about blood purity, at least not originally. He valued intelligence, ambition, and resourcefulness. The qualities the hat saw when it put me in Slytherin. Harry nodded. So we don't just need me. We need you to open it. Hermione hesitated before replying. Maybe. But I don't know if I'm enough. Ron smirked. You're more than enough, Hermione. If anyone can outsmart a 1,000-year-old magical test, it's you. She gave him a small, grateful smile. That same night, Harry revealed what he'd discovered while tailing Draco. He had seen him meeting secretly with a dark-robed stranger in Hogsmeade, someone Harry couldn't identify. The man had handed Draco a small, rune-marked object, like a disc carved from obsidian. Portkey? Ron guessed. Hermione examined Harry's sketch of the disc. No, not a portkey. It's something else. Possibly a key, or a key fragment. If Draco has part of the key, then he's closer to opening the gate than we thought, Harry said. We need to move fast. The three of them agreed to investigate the gate one more time. Carefully, without magic, and only to observe. They had to know if Draco had tried anything else since their last encounter. That night, cloaked beneath the invisibility cloak, they crept back down into the hidden chamber beneath Slytherin House. The corridor was darker than ever, as if the torches refused to stay lit. Frost had crept further down the walls. The air tasted faintly metallic. The gate stood unchanged. Still sealed. Still silent. But something had shifted. Hermione stepped closer, examining the runes etched into the stone. One was glowing faintly, just one. The rune for intent. He tried it, she whispered. He must have attempted something. The enchantments are partially activated. Harry frowned. Should we stop him? Report it. Hermione shook her head. We don't have enough proof. Besides, I think we're going to have to open it before he does. Ron paled. You mean us? Hermione turned, her face grim but determined. If we don't, he will. And I'd rather we face what's inside than let him unleash it without a clue what he's doing. The room fell into silence again. Then, from the shadows near the staircase, came a soft voice. Granger. They spun around. Theodore stepped out of the gloom. He held no wand, no threatening stance, just tired, haunted eyes. Hermione stepped forward. You've been following us. I have. He glanced toward the gate. You're right. Draco doesn't know what he's doing. He's obsessed. Thinks opening that gate will prove something to his father. What do you want, not? Harry asked warily. To help, Theo said simply. Or at least, to make sure you don't fail. I've read the same legends you have. I know what could be in there. And what's that? Hermione asked softly. Theo looked toward the archway. A piece of him. Not the Dark Lord himself, but a seed of what he was. Something he left behind when he was still Tom Riddle. Before Horcruxes. Before he called himself Voldemort. Hermione's breath caught. A memory? She asked. Theo shook his head. Worse. He looked at Hermione, expression grave. An idea. Theo's words echoed in Hermione's ears long after they had left the hidden corridor. An idea. Not a spell, not an object, not even a memory. But a thought so dark, so dangerous, that Salazar Slytherin himself had built a vault to hide it, and centuries later, Tom Riddle had found it. Back in the room of requirement, Theo sat across from the trio, his expression unreadable. Harry refused to let his wand out of reach. Ron watched Theo like a hawk, but Hermione listened. She could see the truth hiding in the boy's eyes. He was scared. And not of them. You're going to have to explain exactly what this idea is, she said. We're not helping you, or anyone, unless we understand. Theo nodded slowly. You know how Voldemort split his soul into Horcruxes? Yes, Harry said, his voice low. We do. Well, before he did that, when he was still Tom Riddle, he came here to Hogwarts in search of power. Not just magical strength, but understanding. Control. He didn't just want to be feared. He wanted to change the wizarding world. Bend it to something more efficient. Orderly. Hermione frowned. That sounds more like Grindelwald's philosophy. It's not so different, Theo said. But Riddle was more precise. More cruel. He didn't believe in changing hearts. He believed in breaking them. And he needed a method. He leaned forward. I think what's behind that gate is his original blueprint. The first draft of the dark path he would later take. Not a Horcrux, not a diary, but a container for his original philosophy. A magical construct, embedded with the earliest fragments of his will. Ron shuddered. That's insane. Hermione stared at the wall. No, it's possible. There's a form of ancient magic, word thought binding. You can encode a mind's essence, not a soul, but its logic, into enchanted space. Slytherin himself was said to have used it to preserve his views for posterity. Theo nodded. Exactly. Tom Riddle must have discovered that enchantment. And instead of preserving knowledge, he embedded his plan, his hatred, his control, his vision for magical dominance. Harry spoke finally, eyes narrowing. And now Draco wants to release it. Theo hesitated. He doesn't understand what it is. None of them do. They think it's a weapon. Something they can use to rally the old families. But once the gate is opened, it won't be them using the power. It'll be the other way around. Hermione's voice dropped to a whisper. It could spread. Infect minds. Exactly, Theo said. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Hermione took a breath. We need to open it. Ron nearly dropped his mug. I'm sorry, what? You just said it was dangerous. It is, Hermione replied, rising to her feet. But if we wait, Draco or someone else will open it recklessly. We need to control it. Understand it. Contain it. Harry looked at her seriously. You're not just thinking about stopping them anymore. You want to study it. Yes, she admitted. Because if we know how Riddle first formed his ideology, we may learn how to undo it. Reverse it. Prevent anyone from ever falling under its influence again. Ron groaned. You're impossible sometimes. But I'm right, she countered. Theo cleared his throat. There's another thing. You'll need all 3 components to open it. Harry blinked. 3. Theo pulled a folded piece of parchment from his cloak. Blood. Intent. And insight. Hermione took the parchment and scanned it quickly. The writing looked ancient, weathered ink that had faded to brown, but the diagram was clear. 3 interlocking rings. One marked with a drop of blood, one with a blazing eye, and one with an open book. A puzzle of sorts, she murmured. A trial that tests the purity of all 3. That's why Draco couldn't open it, Theo said. He had the blood, he's pure. He had the ambition, even if it was twisted. But he lacked the insight, the understanding. That's where you come in, Granger. Hermione looked down at the parchment, then at the boys beside her. We're going to need a plan. Over the next few days, they prepared. Hermione studied the enchantments binding the gate, reverse engineering runes, and comparing their structure to known vault sequences used by ancient families. She found similarities to goblin warding spells, and even a hint of Egyptian soul-binding glyphs. Harry gathered supplies, protective charms revealing dust and fire protection potions. Dumbledore might have granted them restricted access to the library, but he hadn't given them permission for this. They were on their own. Ron kept a close eye on Draco, who was growing more erratic. One night, Ron returned from a stakeout in the Slytherin corridor and reported seeing Draco arguing with Blaise in hushed tones. I think Blaise is getting cold feet, Ron said. And Draco, he looked furious. Like something isn't working fast enough. Theo confirmed this the next morning. He's planning something big before the term break ends. He's going to try again. That left them with little time. On the eve of their attempt, Hermione stood alone by the Black Lake, snow swirling around her. Her mind was restless. What if they failed? What if opening the gate wasn't just dangerous, but catastrophic? She didn't hear the footsteps until they stopped beside her. It was Snape. I suppose I should be surprised to find you here, Miss Granger, he said quietly. but I find myself no longer surprised by anything you do." Hermione said nothing, watching the reflection of the moon on the ice. "You're meddling with magic older than your comprehension." She turned slowly. "You knew about the idea." Snape's eyes darkened. "I knew enough. And I knew someone would find it eventually. I had only hoped it wouldn't be students." Hermione's jaw tightened. "Then help us." Snape looked at her for a long, unreadable moment. Then he shook his head. "I cannot interfere. Not yet." "Why?" "Because some doors," Snape murmured, "must be opened by those who are willing to bear the consequence. I already bear too many." He turned, his cloak whispering against the snow. "But Miss Granger," he paused, glancing back, "if you do open it, be prepared to face what comes out. And worse, what it may leave behind in you." Then he vanished into the night. Hermione stared at the empty space where he'd stood, heart pounding. Tomorrow they would face the gate, and whatever lay beyond it. The cold of the dungeons bit deeper than ever as Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Theo crept through the hidden corridor beneath Slytherin House. They moved in silence, cloaked by disillusionment charms and armed with protective wards. The time had come. Tonight they would open the Serpent's Gate. Torchlight flickered eerily against the ancient stone. The archway loomed before them, carved with scales and entwined serpents, their eyes glowing faintly green as if alive. The gate pulsed faintly, the same three runes, blood, intent, insight, glimmering like stars waiting to align. "This is it," Hermione whispered. Theo nodded. "We'll each take a section. Granger, you take insight. Potter, intent. I'll handle blood." Ron looked offended. "What about me?" "You keep your wand ready," Hermione said, giving him a slight smile. "Anything goes wrong, you're our defense." They stepped into position. Hermione stood before the rune of the open book. The moment she placed her hand against the cool stone, the room shifted. No, her mind shifted. Her surroundings melted away, and suddenly she stood in a vast, empty library. Dust swirled in the silence, and a single voice spoke from the shadows. "Tell me, child of contradiction, how do you reconcile ambition with empathy?" Hermione's breath caught. The voice wasn't human. It was thought itself, pressing against her soul. She answered honestly. "Ambition without empathy is hollow. But empathy without ambition is wasted. Both must exist to create lasting change." There was silence. Then a soft hum like a book closing. The rune flared gold. Elsewhere, Harry faced the blazing eye, intent. As his hand met the rune, he was engulfed in fire. Not real flame, but a searing presence that looked into him, deep into his heart. "What drives your defiance?" the fire whispered. "Hatred or love?" Harry clenched his fists. "Love. For my friends. For what's right. I don't fight to destroy. I fight to protect." The fire hesitated, then bowed before him. The rune turned crimson. At the third point, Theo placed his palm against the rune of blood. A single sharp needle extended from the wall, pricking his finger. Blood dripped onto the stone. But the gate did not respond. Theo frowned, muttering, "Come on." Hermione turned, concerned. "What's wrong?" "The blood. It's not accepting it. It should have." Suddenly, the rune pulsed with sickly green light. The serpents around the arch hissed, and a crack split down the center of the gate. Harry stepped back. "You did it." But Theo didn't look triumphant. He looked shocked. I'm not supposed to be a match for the blood seal. My family isn't." The door groaned open. Inside, the sanctum awaited. It was dark. Not the absence of light, but the presence of something ancient, pressing, and hungry. The air was thick with dust and magic. Walls lined with runes and shifting inscriptions surrounded a central pedestal. Atop it rested a stone tablet, pulsing with slow, rhythmic light. The moment Hermione stepped inside, her skin prickled. "This place is alive," she breathed. Theo approached the pedestal with caution. "This must be it. The seed. The idea." Hermione slowly reached out and touched the tablet. A flood of whispers burst into her mind. Voices layered atop voices, fragments of thought and philosophy. She saw glimpses of Tom Riddle, young, brilliant, cold-eyed, writing feverishly into a journal. Not spells, but strategies. Arguments. Justifications. Magic is wasted on the weak. Fear breeds order. Emotion is leverage. Trust a liability. The philosophy wasn't evil in the traditional sense. It was logical, rational, even compelling. It made Hermione's stomach turn, because it almost made sense. "No," she said aloud, pulling her hand back. "No. That's how it spreads." Harry frowned. "What do you mean?" "It's not a weapon. It's a seed, like Theo said. You read it, and it begins to reshape the way you think. Like a cursed idea. Once it's in, it doesn't leave." Theo looked pale. "Then we destroy it." "No," Hermione said. "We can't. It's too old. It's bound to the foundation of this place. Destroying it might tear open the chamber, or worse." Ron cursed. "Then what? We just leave it." Hermione turned to the tablet again, thinking hard. "We need to seal it. Not with brute force. With understanding. We need to rewrite the last piece of the binding spell. Replace its philosophy with something stronger." "You mean overwrite Riddle's ideology?" Harry asked. "Yes," Hermione said. "The spell needs a new core logic. Something that rejects his." She grabbed a shard of broken stone, dipped it into the glowing basin of starlit ink nearby, and etched a single sentence beneath Riddle's original lines. "True strength is the courage to care." The chamber trembled. The whispers grew frantic, then began to fade. One by one the runes dimmed. The glow of the tablet cooled to a gentle blue. A final line inscribed itself across the pedestal. "Seed contained." Then silence. The gate creaked shut behind them, sealing once more. Back in the corridor, the four of them stood in stunned quiet. "It's done," Hermione whispered. "For now." Theo looked at her with awe. "You rewrote his legacy." "No," she said softly. "I buried it. But legacy doesn't die that easily." Harry nodded. "At least now it won't spread." They started to walk away, but Hermione paused, glancing back one last time. She didn't say it aloud, but deep in her chest, a truth lingered. Part of her understood it. The logic. The ambition. The cold reasoning. And that was what frightened her the most. The days after the gate were strangely quiet. Winter break ended, and students filtered back into the castle, none the wiser about what had nearly been unleashed beneath their feet. The castle resumed its usual rhythm, classes, homework, Quidditch practice, but for Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Theo, everything had changed. They'd left the gate sealed, but it had left its mark. Hermione sat alone in the Slytherin common room one evening, her books untouched. The emerald firelight reflected in her eyes, but her thoughts were far from the dungeons. The whispers were gone, but the memory of them clung to her like mist. She hadn't told Harry or Ron, but sometimes in quiet moments, she still heard Riddle's voice. Not words, just the shape of his logic trying to fit into her thoughts. It scared her. "Granger," a soft voice interrupted. She looked up and saw Theo leaning against the archway. "I figured I'd find you here," he added, stepping into the flickering light. Hermione tried a smile. "You're getting good at that." Theo sat beside her on the couch. "How are you really?" She sighed. "Better, I think. But that chamber, Theo, it showed me how easy it is to slip. Riddle didn't just think evil thoughts. He made them make sense. That's what terrifies me." Theo nodded. "It's like poison disguised as truth." They sat in silence for a moment. Then Hermione looked at him, brow furrowed. "Theo, why did the gate accept your blood? You said your family wasn't old enough." He hesitated. "I lied." Hermione blinked. "I didn't mean to," he said quietly. "I didn't know until recently. My father kept it hidden, but my mother, she's from the Lestrange line. I'm not just a knot. I'm descended from the oldest bloodlines on both sides." Hermione stared. "That makes you practically pureblood royalty." He laughed bitterly. "If only that meant anything good." "Does Draco know?" Theo shook his head. "No, and I don't plan to tell him. He wouldn't see it as anything but leverage." Hermione gave him a long, searching look. "You helped us stop something terrible, Theo." "Thank you." He nodded once. "You don't owe me thanks. I did it because I didn't want to become what I was supposed to be." Across the castle, Draco Malfoy sat in his dormitory, surrounded by a crumpled stack of notes and torn parchments. The gate had closed again, and despite his best efforts, he couldn't find a trace of how it had opened, or who had been inside. Blaise sat on the opposite bed, arms crossed. "Give it up, Draco. It's sealed. You missed your chance." "I don't miss chances," Draco snapped. He threw a bottle of ink across the room, where it shattered against the wall. Someone beat us to it. And I want to know who. Blaise raised an eyebrow. And then what? Suppose you find out. You going to duel them for control over an ancient magical philosophy? Draco didn't answer. His eyes were distant, calculating. Blaise stood. You're obsessed, mate. That's what got your father thrown into Azkaban. Let it go before it swallows you too. The door slammed behind him. Draco sat in silence, the only sound in the room the dripping of ink down the wall. But in the back of his mind, something else stirred. He didn't know who had beaten him to the gate, but he was determined to find out. And when he did, he wouldn't confront them with spells. He would undermine them. Back in the Great Hall, the golden candles floated peacefully as Professor McGonagall addressed the returning students. The war against Voldemort was over, but she reminded everyone that Hogwarts would continue to be vigilant. There were still pockets of danger. Still minds clinging to the old ways. Hermione listened with quiet intensity. After the feast, as students filed out, Snape caught her eye. He didn't speak, just held her gaze for a long moment before turning toward the dungeons. Hermione followed. In his office, the air was thick with potion fumes. Snape gestured for her to sit. You went through with it, he said without preamble. Yes. Snape looked at her, unreadable. And what did you learn? Hermione hesitated. That power can be more seductive than fear. That ideology is harder to kill than any dark artifact. Snape nodded once. You understand more than most adults ever will. Hermione looked at him curiously. Did you ever see it? The tablet. Snape was silent for a long time. Yes, he said at last. Years ago. Dumbledore showed it to me. Asked me to study it, then help him reseal it. Hermione blinked. Why didn't he destroy it? Because he believed some truths need to be remembered, not erased. So they don't repeat. He leaned forward. I see now why he allowed you into Slytherin. Not to test you, but to prepare you. Hermione's eyes widened. Prepare me for what? Snape's voice dropped to a whisper. To lead it. She stood in stunned silence. I'm not like them. No, Snape agreed. You're better. And because of that, they will follow you, or they will fear you. He dismissed her with a nod, and Hermione left his office with a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. Back in the common room, she found Harry and Ron waiting for her. You all right? Harry asked. Hermione sat between them and exhaled slowly. Yeah, just thinking. About what? Ron asked. Hermione looked into the fire. About where this ends, and whether stopping one idea is enough. Harry placed a hand on her shoulder. We'll stop the next one too. Hermione smiled faintly. Let's just hope we see it coming in time. As the fire flickered in the hearth, none of them noticed the green serpent etched in the stone above them. Its eyes shimmered, just for a moment. Watching. Waiting. The snow melted slowly that January, clinging to the edges of the castle walls as if reluctant to release its grip. Hogwarts felt still, as though the school itself was holding its breath. But inside its walls, whispers moved again, not from ancient magic, but from students hungry for answers. Rumors had begun. Hermione first heard them in the library, of all places. 2 Ravenclaw fifth years whispered over a copy of Hogwarts, a history, glancing furtively toward the shelves behind which she was browsing. They say someone opened something in the dungeons, one girl murmured. Not the Chamber of Secrets, something older. Hermione stiffened. Could have been Malfoy, the other said. Or that not boy. I heard he was asking Professor Vector about ancient blood rites. Hermione slipped out before they saw her, pulse quickening. She found Theo that evening outside the potions classroom, leaning against the wall like he'd been expecting her. You heard the rumors, he said without looking up. They're spreading faster than I thought, Hermione replied. You think someone saw us that night? No one saw us. But people felt it. The gate left a mark, even sealed. Magic like that, it doesn't go quietly. She rubbed her temples. We need to do something, before someone else starts digging again. Theo glanced at her. Draco's already digging. What? I caught him snooping around the hallway near the gate entrance. He's obsessed, Hermione. You know how he is. He doesn't stop when he's embarrassed. He gets smarter. Hermione's heart sank. He'll try to open it again. Or worse, weaponize the rumors. Make people want to see what's down there. She nodded grimly. Then we have to make sure the path is blocked permanently. Later that night, Hermione and Theo met Harry and Ron in the astronomy tower, where the stars offered some small measure of clarity. Hermione laid out the plan: obscure the entrance, plant false runes, and, if possible, erase the corridor from the Marauders' map altogether. "You think the map can be altered?" Harry asked. "I don't know," Hermione said, "but if it's tied to intent and identity, we can try masking the corridor's magical signature." Ron frowned. "Won't that make the castle unstable?" Theo shrugged. "Depends how you do it. It's like jamming a frequency, not breaking the system, just hiding something from it." Harry and Hermione worked on the map enchantments in secret, layering concealment charms that interacted with the parchment's own intelligence. It fought back at first. Lines reappeared stubbornly, but with enough tweaking, they managed to trick it. The corridor vanished. But still, it wasn't enough. That weekend, under the pretense of an evening duel practice, the four returned to the hidden entrance. Theo stepped forward with a rune-inscribed stone and whispered, "Nullum Vidir." A soft click echoed as the stones rearranged themselves. The archway shimmered, then disappeared into a blank wall. No gate, no serpents, just cold, unremarkable stone. "Now," Theo muttered, "only those with the key and blood seal can find it again. And we're the only ones who know both." "Let's keep it that way," Hermione said. But as they turned to go, a familiar voice echoed from the corridor behind them. Well, I thought I heard snakes slithering in the dark." "Draco." He stepped forward slowly, Blaise just behind him. His wand was already in hand. "You've been busy, Granger," Draco said, eyes glinting with something far too sharp to be curiosity. "Hiding ancient gates? Rewriting spells? That's very Slytherin of you." Hermione drew her wand as well, calm but firm. "This place is dangerous, Draco. You don't know what's inside." "I know enough," he replied. "You found Riddle's sanctum. You sealed it. And you didn't tell me. Because you would have used it." Draco tilted his head. "And you wouldn't?" "I already did," Hermione said. "I used it to stop an idea that could have destroyed us all." Draco's lips curled. "Then you've decided what's dangerous and what's not. How noble of you." Harry stepped forward. "Back off, Malfoy." Draco didn't flinch. "This isn't about you, Potter." Blaise raised an eyebrow. "Actually, it kind of is. You're challenging 4 people with wands drawn and reputations stronger than yours. Are you sure you want to do that?" For a moment, it looked like Draco would press it, challenge Hermione, fight for control, do something stupid. But then he lowered his wand. "Fine," he said quietly. "Enjoy your little secret. But know this. If I find even a trace of that ideology bleeding into the school, I'll make it public. Even if it burns us all." He turned and walked away, Blaise glancing once more at Theo before following. The silence afterward felt heavy. "He's not wrong," Theo said softly. "About the ideology bleeding through. It might not be coming from the gate, but it's in the air. People are restless. Students are choosing sides, even when there's no war." Hermione nodded. "Then we need to give them something better to follow." Ron scoffed. "Like what?" "School spirit." "No," Hermione said, her eyes hard. "Truth. Leadership. A different kind of Slytherin." She turned to Theo. "We'll build something else. Quietly. Something smarter than fear or tradition. A network of students who want to understand and protect, not control." Harry looked at her with a quiet sense of awe. "A secret society?" Hermione shook her head. "No, an open one. But one that thinks like Slytherins." Theo nodded. "Then we'd better start recruiting." They walked back toward the common rooms together, unaware that far below, in the sealed stone chamber, a single rune flickered briefly back to life, then went dark again. The war was over, but the battle of ideas had only just begun. The days passed uneasily. Though the entrance to the gate was hidden, Hermione knew they were only treating a symptom, not the disease. The philosophy that had driven Riddle, the desire for control through understanding, through supremacy of knowledge, still found quiet ears in the corridors. Even without a war, the castle trembled with the tension of old bloodlines, unspoken allegiances, and whispered ambition. So Hermione acted. She started with Theo, of course. He already understood what was needed. Then came Tracy Davis, a quiet, analytical Slytherin who always listened more than she spoke. Then a pair of Ravenclaws, Padma Patil and Michael Corner, who'd long since grown tired of the empty rivalry between houses. Luna Lovegood joined next, not because she believed in strategy, but because she believed in balance. And because Hermione trusted her completely. She called it the Serpent's Circle. Not a secret club. Not a rebellion. But a discussion. A place where students from any house could gather, quietly, discreetly, and talk about ideas that made others uncomfortable. About magical power, bloodlines, politics, history, and the shape of the wizarding world to come. Not for domination, but to ensure what happened in the past would never happen again. We don't fight tradition, Hermione explained in their first meeting in an unused classroom. We expose it. We unravel the lies buried inside it, and show people there's nothing left to fear. Michael raised his hand. And what if they don't want to see? Then we make them curious, Theo answered before Hermione could. That's the difference between a cult and a circle. We invite. We don't indoctrinate. They met weekly, always under different pretenses. Advanced study groups, dueling theory, ancient runes revision. But over time, the circle grew. Slowly. Deliberately. By Easter, there were 17 of them. But Draco noticed. He'd stayed silent since the confrontation at the sealed hallway, but Hermione could feel his gaze whenever she passed him in the corridors. He hadn't confronted her again, but that didn't mean he was idle. One night, she was heading back to the Slytherin common room when she found a note wedged into the frame of her door. Every ideology becomes tyranny eventually. Even yours. D. She burned the note without hesitation. But Draco wasn't her biggest problem. It was Pansy Parkinson. Pansy had always hovered on the edge of Slytherin's social nucleus, orbiting Draco, but never truly commanding the center. But with Draco's growing silence and the shrinking influence of the pureblood elite, she saw a vacuum forming. And like all true Slytherins, she moved to fill it. Hermione noticed the change in how Pansy spoke, less cruelty, more charm. She began hosting little salons of her own, centered on bloodline preservation, framed not as supremacy, but as cultural pride. Subtle, dangerous, and appealing to the students who felt lost without Voldemort's shadow to define them. She's building a rival network, Theo said after slipping out of one of her meetings pretending to be interested. Not like ours. Harsher. Hidden behind smiles. What's she teaching? Luna asked, twirling a strand of her hair. That we're all lost unless we return to heritage values. That the ministry's new reforms are dangerous. That it's our job to preserve wizarding identity. Luna's eyes darkened. She means pureblood identity. Theo nodded grimly. Hermione stood up from the window seat. Then it's time we stop being subtle. The next day, she arranged a guest speaker to visit Hogwarts through Professor Flitwick, an old magical historian named Elric Cadwell, who'd fought Voldemort in the First War. She had him speak not about battles or spells, but about the ideas that led to war. How fear had grown from myth. How propaganda had rooted itself in textbooks. How systems of control had hidden behind house pride and blood status. The Great Hall was packed. Pansy's followers were forced to sit through every word. Some scoffed. Some left. But others listened. After the talk, a third-year Hufflepuff came up to Hermione and quietly asked how to join her study circle. A week later, a Gryffindor sixth year joined too. Slowly, the balance began to shift. But Pansy wasn't done. She struck back not with words, but with exposure. One morning, Hermione awoke to find parchment flyers charmed to flutter through every hallway, sealed with emerald wax. The Serpent's Circle, unmasking the traitors within. Below was a list of names, hers, Theo's, Padma's, even Luna's, with quotes twisted from context. Blood doesn't make magic. Purpose does. Hermione Granger. Is this who should lead our house? The old world must fall. Theo not. A call for revolution. It was clever, cruel, and effective. By breakfast, whispers had turned to stares. Friends grew distant. Even some of their allies faltered. I didn't sign up to be a traitor, Michael snapped during a hastily gathered meeting. My parents are already under ministry watch because of old family ties. I can't risk this. We're not traitors, Hermione said fiercely. But the school thinks we are, he retorted. Luna placed a hand on his arm. Then we remind them what truth looks like. Michael hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Hermione looked around the room. Their circle was wounded, but not broken. Pansy wants us to back down, she said. She wants us afraid. Because that's how her kind always wins. We're not afraid. We think. We question. And that's why we're dangerous. The room was silent. Then Theo stepped forward and placed a folded piece of parchment in the center of the desk. What's that? Ron asked. Theo's voice was low. Proof. Of who helped her print the flyers. Who fed her our notes. There's a traitor among us. Everyone froze. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Who? Theo didn't speak. He just pointed. And Padma Patil slowly looked away. Padma didn't meet anyone's gaze. Her fingers clutched the sleeve of her robe as if she could disappear into the fabric. The silence in the room grew heavier with every passing second, like thick fog that refused to lift. Padma? Hermione finally asked, her voice brittle. Is it true? Padma swallowed, her voice barely audible. I didn't mean for it to go that far. Theo stepped forward, his expression unreadable. You gave Pansy our meeting notes. You let her twist them into propaganda. I didn't give them to her, Padma snapped suddenly. I was just talking. She's in my arithmancy class. She started asking questions. Friendly ones. I thought, maybe she just wanted to understand what we were doing. And you told her? Luna asked softly. Padma looked anguished. I didn't know she'd use it like that. She made it sound like she was trying to build bridges. I thought she was changing. Hermione shook her head, a hollow ache blooming in her chest. You thought she was changing because she acted civil. That's what she wanted. Pansy plays long games, Padma. She's a pure-blood loyalist dressed in silk. I know that now, Padma whispered, shame creeping into her voice. I didn't understand the game until she'd already used me. She didn't just use you, Theo said coldly. She used all of us. You gave her the tools to paint us as radicals. Ron scowled. So what do we do with her? The room tensed. Even Harry looked uneasy. We're not going to punish her, Hermione said quickly, cutting off any thoughts of expulsion or worse. That's not who we are. We're not Pansy. Theo clenched his jaw but gave a small nod. But you can't stay in the circle, Hermione added gently. Not right now. Padma looked down. I understand. There was no anger in her tone. Just defeat. She rose, gathered her bag, and walked out. Hermione didn't follow her. She couldn't. When the door closed, Luna broke the silence. She made a mistake, she said, voice airy but pointed. We all do. But trust is like wandwood. Once cracked, it never holds quite the same. The others murmured in agreement, some quiet, some bitter. The meeting ended shortly after, and they all dispersed, tension following them like shadows. Hermione remained behind, staring at the table where Padma had sat. Her mind was a hurricane. Not because of the betrayal, but because she understood it. Padma had wanted to believe in reform. And Pansy had manipulated that hope. Which meant, Pansy was learning. That realization chilled her more than anything. She went to the library, needing quiet. Instead, she found Draco. He was seated in the back near the restricted section, reading something ancient and handwritten. He glanced up as she approached but didn't speak. You helped her, Hermione said. He raised an eyebrow. Pansy. You gave her the idea. Fed her the words. Draco smirked faintly. And if I did? I thought you wanted to stay out of it. I did, he replied. Until you started building your little ministry of thought. Let me guess, you've lost your first true believer. Hermione stared at him. You really think this is about ideology? I think you're trying to reshape Slytherin in your image. Just like Dumbledore tried with Gryffindor. And just like Riddle tried before both of you. He leaned forward. You can't win, Granger. Not because you're wrong, but because people like tradition. It's easy. Safe. That's why it's dangerous, Hermione said quietly. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Then I'll enjoy watching you try to break it. She left before she said something she'd regret. But Draco's words stayed with her. That night, she returned to the sealed corridor, the one that hid the gate. She stood before the stone wall and whispered the blood seal incantation. Nothing happened. The enchantment still held. And yet, she felt something watching her. She turned, wand drawn, but the hallway was empty, except for a single feather. Black. Twisted. Not a student's. Not Peeves'. Something else. She picked it up, and it burned her fingers before vanishing into smoke. The gate wasn't just sealed. It was awakening. Back in the Slytherin common room, Theo was reading an ancient tome on magical sentience. Luna and Ron were playing wizard chess nearby, Luna losing badly and still smiling. Harry was writing something, his brow furrowed. Hermione entered, holding her fingers where the feather had burned them. "We need to talk," she said. They looked up. "There's something wrong with the seal," she said. "It's not just holding back magic. It's drawing something in, or calling something out." Theo closed his book. "You think the gate is still active?" "I don't think it ever truly closed. I think it's waiting." Harry frowned. "Waiting for what?" Hermione's eyes narrowed. "A choice. A leader. A vessel. Something or someone who believes in its cause." "You think it's sentient?" Luna asked, her tone dreamy. Hermione nodded. "I think Riddle didn't build it. I think he found it. I think it's older than any of us imagined." Ron looked around nervously. "And if someone answers it?" Hermione spoke without hesitation. "Then everything we've done so far was just the beginning." The whispering started 2 days later. Hermione first noticed it in the early hours of the morning, drifting in and out of sleep, a sound just beneath conscious hearing. Words that didn't belong to any language she recognized. Not Parceltongue. Not Latin. Not human. It echoed softly through the stone walls of the dungeons like a chant slipping from forgotten ruins. When she jolted awake and sat upright in bed, it stopped. She waited, heart hammering. Nothing. Only silence and the low crackle of the fire in the common room hearth. The next day, she approached Professor Snape. Not as head of Slytherin, but as someone who had walked the line between dark magic and redemption better than anyone else alive. "I need to ask you about something," she said, standing outside his office. He gestured her in without a word. She told him everything, about the gate, the circle, the recent stirrings. About the black feather. The voices. She expected ridicule. Dismissal. Or worse, suspicion. But Snape just stared at her for a long, quiet moment. Then he stood and moved to a locked cabinet. From within, he withdrew a worn, leather-bound book that bore no title on its cracked spine. He placed it on the desk with reverence and opened it to a page near the middle. "There is old magic in this castle, Miss Granger," he said quietly. "Older than Hogwarts. Older than the Founders. Magic that predates even the rise of the Ministry." The page showed a symbol, a coiled serpent circled around a dark flame. Beneath it, faded script in ancient runes read Vox anime. "The voice of the soul," Hermione translated. "Is this what Riddle found?" "Not entirely. He found its echo. He believed it was a source of power, a gateway to magical dominance. But others believed it was something worse, a consciousness beneath the earth. A collective force that responds to desire. Ambition. Grief. Rage." Hermione felt cold all over. "Are you saying the gate is alive?" "I'm saying it listens," Snape replied. "And it answers. Not with words, but with influence. Those who grow too close to it often find themselves changed. Some say the darkest wizards in history weren't corrupted by their own ambitions, but by whispers no one else could hear." Hermione's mind raced. If that's true, then Riddle wasn't its creator. He was its first victim. Snape looked at her, eyes dark as ink. "Perhaps." She left his office with the book in hand and her thoughts a storm. She returned to the common room and gathered the circle that night. Fewer students came than before, just Luna, Theo, Harry, and Ron. The others were still shaken by the exposure and the whispers of betrayal. Hermione opened the book and placed it on the table. "This is what we're dealing with." Theo scanned the runes quickly. The Vox anime. There were mentions of it in some of the older Slytherin scrolls. Most thought it was metaphorical. "It's not," Hermione said. "And if we don't find a way to sever the connection between it and the gate, someone else will eventually stumble across it and fall under its influence." Luna blinked. "You think someone already has, don't you?" Hermione hesitated. "Yes. I think someone's been listening. And answering." "Pansy?" Ron asked. "She's ambitious, but she's not reckless." "Not with ancient magic," Hermione replied. "But there are others who might be drawn to it." Harry rubbed the back of his neck. "We need to go back to the gate. We need to see if it's changing." Theo glanced at her. "You said the seal was holding. Can we even get through?" Hermione nodded slowly. "There's a way, but it's risky. At midnight, They left the common room under disillusionment charms and silence wards, winding through the dark, torchlit corridors until they reached the old stone passage. The air was colder here, unnaturally so. Even the torches on the walls flickered with a sickly green hue. Hermione stepped forward and began to chant the blood seal incantation, modified with a countercharm she'd discovered in Snape's book. Runes along the wall shimmered, resisting. Then the stone hissed, pulling back like a curtain of ash. The gate stood before them again, massive, pulsing faintly, its surface like black glass veined with silver. The serpent carving above it blinked. Harry took a step back. Did it just move? Hermione didn't answer. She stepped closer, reaching out. Her fingers barely grazed the surface when a surge of magic pulsed outward, slamming them all backward into the corridor wall. When Hermione blinked through the pane, the gate had gone still again. But this time, a crack had appeared in its surface. And from within, something had whispered her name. They fled. Back in the safety of their dormitory, Ron paced like a caged lion. We can't keep poking at this thing. It's waking up. It already is awake, Hermione said, voice trembling despite her best efforts. And it knows who I am. Theo turned from the window. If it's tied to ambition, then it'll want you, Hermione. You're a perfect candidate. You've already changed the school. You've already questioned the old world. You've built a movement. Harry looked at her seriously. You said it responds to desire. What do you want, Hermione? She didn't answer right away. Then quietly she said, to change everything. To make sure no one else suffers under the lies we grew up believing. I want a better world. Luna tilted her head. Then be careful, because something down there might want the same thing, but not for the same reasons. The room fell into silence. Far beneath the castle, in a place no teacher could reach, the crack in the gate pulsed softly, like a heartbeat. It was waiting. The days following their confrontation with the gate were shadowed with unease. The crack in its surface haunted Hermione's thoughts. She couldn't focus in class, her parchment filled with ink smears and half-finished sentences. Even the once energizing debates in the circle had become subdued, every member glancing around as if expecting whispers to rise from the very stones beneath their feet. The only one who seemed untouched by the tension was Draco Malfoy. He was suddenly everywhere, in the library leafing through obscure magical history volumes, speaking to students in hushed tones, and drifting into conversations that had nothing to do with him. Hermione caught him once in the hallway near the stairwell to the lower dungeons, staring at the wall as though listening. When she approached, he didn't even flinch. You're not fooling me, she said coldly. Don't have to, he replied without turning. You're already fooling yourself. She stepped closer. What does that mean? You're playing with fire, Draco said, still watching the wall. Telling yourself it's all for the greater good. You think you can control what's coming. But deep down you want what it offers, don't you? Hermione's jaw tightened. You don't know what I want. Draco finally turned, his pale eyes sharp. That's where you're wrong. I know exactly what you want. You want to win. And the gate, it promises victory. It always has. He brushed past her, his shoulder knocking lightly against hers. Hermione stared after him, a pit forming in her stomach. She had told herself she'd resist the lure. That she was different from Riddle. But what if Draco was right? What if some small part of her wanted to open the gate? The circle met again in secret that evening, this time in one of the old classrooms near the Transfiguration corridor. Dust clung to every surface, but it was private, and the walls here didn't feel like they were listening. Theo brought parchment and ink, spreading out sketches of the gate he'd drawn from memory. Harry had compiled spells and magical history references. Luna had brought tea, though it tasted faintly of dandelions and something sharp, and Ron had a list of names of students who were quietly drifting away from the circle. It's starting to crumble, Ron said, frustrated. People are scared. They think we're messing with something we don't understand. They're not wrong, Harry added grimly. The gate didn't just react, it recognized Hermione. That means something. Hermione frowned. We don't back down. We don't walk away just because it's hard. No, Luna said softly, but we do need to ask what we're becoming. We formed this circle to resist the darkness. But what if, in fighting it, we invite something worse? Theo looked thoughtful. We need more information. Not just theories and legends. We need to know who built it. If it wasn't Riddle, then who? Hermione nodded. I've been thinking the same thing. There's only one place that might still have records old enough. The Founder's Archive, Theo said with her eyes widening. But it's locked, Ron pointed out. McGonagall said no one's been in there in years. Exactly, Hermione said. But I have a theory. Slytherin didn't just leave behind the Chamber of Secrets. There's a second path, hidden in the original castle blueprints. I found a reference to it in the restricted section. Harry raised an eyebrow. A second chamber? Not a chamber, she clarified. A vault. A memory archive. A place the Founders used to store their most dangerous magical artifacts and secrets. Theo sat up straighter. And if Slytherin left records of his dealings with the gate, they'd be there. Hermione nodded. We find that vault. We find the truth. They made a plan to search the castle that weekend, when most students would be distracted with Quidditch. But even as they plotted, Hermione couldn't shake the memory of the gate calling her name. That night, she stayed awake long after the others had gone to bed. She sat at her desk, the Vox Anime book open in front of her, the faded ink shimmering faintly in the candlelight. She traced her fingers over one passage again and again. In every era, it finds a voice. Not to corrupt, not to control, but to reflect. Reflect what? She wondered. The candle flickered, and for a brief second, the reflection in her window pane wasn't her own. It was Riddle's. She gasped and spun around, wand raised, but the room was empty. She stared at the mirror again. This time, her reflection was back. Pale, breathing hard. Something was changing. Not just around the gate, but within her. Elsewhere in the castle, Draco descended a staircase no student had touched in years. He muttered a charm in an old dialect, and the stones beneath his feet shifted, revealing a sliver of a hidden corridor. Cold air blasted from it, and a faint whisper drifted out, barely audible. He smiled. He didn't need to open the gate. Hermione Granger was going to do it for him. All he had to do was watch. The castle seemed to breathe around them as they moved in silence through its ancient heart. Cloaked in invisibility and silence charms, Hermione led Harry, Theo, Luna, and Ron through the winding, forgotten corridors beneath the library's sublevels. They had followed the blueprints Theo found in the restricted section. Blueprints that no longer matched the Hogwarts most students knew. This was older, cruder, lined with stone too dark to be ordinary and magic too ancient to be categorized. Theo tapped the floor every few steps with a detection charm, searching for hidden wards. This part of the castle wasn't on any of the Marauders' maps, he whispered. Not even the room of requirement entrances reached this far. Hermione stopped at a stone wall bearing no markings, just cold gray rock, worn with time. This is it, she said. There should be a mechanism here. The original texts called it the Vault of Echoes. Ron muttered. Why does everything we find always sound like it belongs in a horror story? Ignoring him, Hermione pressed her hand against the stone and recited the words she'd memorized from the Vox Anime. Vox quaeriter veritatem. The stone rippled beneath her fingers like water, and a pulse of cold air swept over them as the wall dissolved into mist. A passage opened beyond, narrow, descending in a spiral, and the further they went, the less light their wands provided. It was as if the very air devoured illumination. Finally, they reached the bottom, emerging into a small circular chamber. The walls were lined with black stone etched in runes so old, they pulsed faintly with residual energy. At the center stood a pedestal. Upon it rested a single object, a crystal orb, dark and cloudy, swirling with something alive. Luna stepped forward first, oddly serene. It's not a weapon, she said, brushing her fingers near it without touching. It's a memory. Hermione stepped beside her. A memory stored in enchanted crystal, just like a pensieve. But older. This might contain a direct account from one of the Founders. Theo leaned in. Only one way to find out. Hermione drew her wand and touched the tip to the orb. Revelar Memini. The orb cracked with light, and in an instant the room vanished. They stood in a memory. Not just a scene, but a living illusion, vivid and complete. Around them stood the 4 Founders of Hogwarts, Salazar Slytherin, Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff, arguing in what must have been the earliest version of the Great Hall. The air was tense with power, and all four radiated magic in a way no wizard or witch had in centuries. "You tamper with forces beyond even your arrogance, Salazar," Rowena was saying sharply. Slytherin, younger than his statues suggested, stood tall and proud. "You fear what you cannot master. The voice beneath the earth is not darkness, it is truth. It shows us the raw essence of magic." "It doesn't show us, Salazar," Helga said gently but firmly. "It consumes. You've begun to change since you started listening." "You call it change," he sneered. "I call it clarity." Godric stepped forward. "We built this school to protect magic, not to channel a force that distorts it." Salazar narrowed his eyes. "Then I will build my own legacy, one not bound by your cowardice. I will seal the voice, but not destroy it. One day, another will come who understands its purpose. And they will finish what I began." The memory collapsed in on itself, the image dissolving into threads of light. The orb darkened. They stood in silence. "So he didn't build it," Hermione whispered. "He found it, just like we thought. But he didn't seal it to protect others," Harry said grimly. "He sealed it to preserve it for the future. For someone like him." Ron swallowed. "Someone ambitious, driven, brilliant." They all looked at Hermione. She stepped back instinctively. "No, I'm not like him." "No one's saying you are," Luna said kindly. "But you are being watched by the thing he left behind." Theo moved toward one of the runic walls, brushing his hand across a long inscription. This entire vault was a safeguard. The other founders must have created it after Salazar left. To record the truth. Maybe even to warn us. Hermione nodded. "And we need to warn the rest of the circle. If that crack in the gate gets any worse." A distant boom echoed through the stone floor. They all froze. "That came from the upper levels," Harry said, wand raised. "Something's happening." They raced back through the spiral corridor, spells ready. When they burst through the hidden entrance into the library's lower level, they found chaos. Books had been thrown from shelves. Tables splintered. A soft, pulsing hum vibrated through the walls. And there, standing in the center of the destruction, was Pansy Parkinson. Her eyes glowed faintly with silver light. Veins of darkness pulsed along her arms like threads of corruption. "Too late," she whispered, voice hollow. "It's awake. And it chose me." Hermione raised her wand. "Pansy, step away from whatever you're channeling." But Pansy smiled. "It's not channeling. It's becoming." Behind her, the floor cracked open, and black mist, shimmering with the same energy from the gate, began to seep upward. The gate hadn't just reached out to Hermione. It had found another vessel. The mist that seeped through the library's floor was alive. It didn't drift, it crept. Like fingers hunting, curling along the stone tiles, feeding on the broken shelves and loose pages like sustenance. The circle stood frozen, every wand raised, eyes locked on Pansy Parkinson as she stood at the mist's center, arms slightly outstretched, her face disturbingly serene. "Pansy," Hermione said carefully, stepping forward. "This isn't you. You're not in control. Whatever that thing is, it's using you." Pansy tilted her head, eyes glowing faintly silver. "Not using. Unveiling." With a sudden motion, she lifted her arm and sent a blast of dark magic toward them. The air cracked with force. Harry and Theo threw up shielding charms just in time, but the shockwave sent bookshelves tumbling and glass shattering in every direction. Ron coughed through the dust, yelling, "That's not the Pansy we know." "She must have found the crack," Theo said, pulling Luna behind an overturned table. "The gate must have chosen her." "No," Hermione whispered, heart pounding. "She must have chosen it." Another surge of dark mist curled up from the floor, coiling around Pansy like a cloak. The runes on her arms shimmered into view, etched deeply into her skin like scars. "Salazar was right," Pansy said, voice layered with an unnatural resonance. "Magic has always hidden its truth. He knew it, and now I see it. I feel it. We've been fed lies, taught weakness." "You sound like Riddle," Hermione shot back, her voice sharp. "Like someone who thinks power justifies everything." Pansy's lip curled into a half-smile. "Funny, Granger. That's exactly what people say about you behind your back." Hermione's breath caught. Harry stepped forward, wand aimed. "You don't want to do this. Whatever it's offering you, it's not real. It's just a voice." "It's not just a voice," Pansy replied. "It's every voice. Every whisper of power that's ever gone unheard. It wants to lift us. No more hiding, no more hierarchy. No more bloodlines and birthrights. Just magic in its rawest form. And what does it ask in return? Luna asked quietly. Pansy's smile faltered. That was answer enough. Hermione's eyes hardened. We're ending this. Now. She pointed her wand at the floor near Pansy's feet. Lapis vincula. The spell shot forward, transfiguring stone tiles into serpentine chains that lunged toward Pansy's legs. But the mist surged upward like a shield, deflecting them with a hissing snarl. Pansy stepped back, arms raised. You think you can bind me? You, who practically broke the gate open with your own ambition. Hermione flinched at the truth buried in the accusation. Her wand trembled. But before Pansy could strike again, Theo leapt forward, casting a blinding flash charm. The room exploded in white light. Screams echoed. Books flew. The mist hissed violently. When the light faded, Pansy was gone. The black mist had vanished with her. The library was wrecked, tables splintered, floor scorched, ancient books reduced to ash. Silence fell as dust drifted through the air like snow. Hermione stood amidst the destruction, staring at the scorch mark where Pansy had stood. She's bonded with it, Luna said, stepping beside her. The gate chose her, or maybe she chose to become it. She's not gone, Harry said grimly. She's hiding. She'll strike again. And next time, she won't be alone. Theo frowned. The energy in the mist, it's amplifying her magic, mutating it. If she's figured out how to harness that connection, she's more than just dangerous, she's a conduit. A vessel, Ron said quietly. Hermione turned to face the others. We need to stop her. But we also need to know how this bond works. If she's truly connected to the gate, we need to understand why it didn't choose me instead. You were too cautious, Theo said, almost reluctantly. You questioned. You hesitated. She didn't. And now she's got power none of us understand, Harry added. Luna tilted her head. Unless it didn't only choose her. Everyone went still. Hermione looked down at her hands. The tingle she'd felt since the first encounter with the gate hadn't faded. It had grown. Her dreams had darkened. Her thoughts had sharpened. And the whispers, though distant, had never stopped. We need to find her, Hermione said finally. Before the gate finishes what it started. Theo stepped forward, holding out a small object. A silver coin, etched with an unfamiliar rune. From the vault. I think it's a tracker. It resonated the moment she used that magic. It might still be tied to the source. Then we use it, Harry said. And we finish this. No, Hermione said. We learn from it. We understand it. Then we dismantle it from the inside. Ron gave her a wary look. You're not thinking of. I have to, Ron, she said quietly. If I'm linked to it, if I'm next, it's better I walk into the fire by choice than wait for it to come for me. Luna placed a hand on Hermione's shoulder. Then we'll walk with you. The others nodded. Far beneath the castle, in the deepest foundations where no feet had walked in centuries, the gate pulsed again. Its crack widened, and somewhere in the shadows, Pansy stood before a mirror of blackened glass, her reflection warping, twisting, as something ancient took root in her soul. The gate had opened. The war for its voice had begun. The castle had never felt quieter. In the aftermath of the library's destruction, students whispered nervously in corridors. Professors, alarmed by the incident, attributed it to a magical overload in the warded stacks. But those in the circle knew better. No magical accident had left behind that black mist or fractured ancient stone like parchment. Hermione sat alone in the astronomy tower late that night, Theo's tracker coin turning slowly between her fingers. The rune etched on its surface glowed faintly every few seconds, an echo of something distant, something alive. Each pulse was like a heartbeat, and she feared it was matching her own. Pansy had become the gate's vessel. But why her? Ambition alone wasn't enough. It had to be deeper. Below, the lake glistened under the moonlight, and somewhere inside her chest, the whispers stirred again, soft, indistinct, but there. Every time she tried to focus on them, they slipped just out of reach, like smoke. Footsteps approached. She turned quickly, wand halfway drawn, but relaxed when she saw Harry. He didn't say anything at first. Just walked to the ledge beside her and looked out. I still remember first year, he said. When you caught Snape setting fire to my broom. You weren't even supposed to be in the stands. You came because you were worried. You saved me." Hermione looked down. "Things were simpler then." "They were never simple," Harry replied. "But you weren't alone then. And you're not now." She shook her head. "I can feel it, Harry. Something inside me is changing. The gate didn't choose me like it chose Pansy, but it still marked me. It remembers." Harry looked at the tracker in her hand. "Maybe you were meant to be its mind. And Pansy its voice." Hermione let the coin settle in her palm. "If that's true, I need to find her. Before she learns to speak with its voice." The next day, the circle gathered again in the hidden room of Whispering Pages, one of their newest meeting places, an old scriptorium buried beneath the charms corridor. Dusty and long forgotten, the air there hummed faintly with spells cast hundreds of years ago, preserving fragments of unwritten books. Theo laid out a map on the central table. The tracker responds strongest to 3 areas: near the Forbidden Forest, the lower catacombs under the dungeons, and here. He pointed to the base of the astronomy tower. "Why there?" Ron asked, frowning. "Because it's one of the ancient anchor points," Luna answered dreamily. "All 4 founders used it to align magical ley lines during the school's construction. The stars, the ground, the gate, all connected. So if Pansy's trying to amplify her bond to the gate," Theo continued, "she'll need to draw power from the ley lines, probably using those same anchor points." Harry nodded grimly. "Then we split up. One group watches the tower. One patrols the catacombs. The last scans the forest's edge. We use the coin to track fluctuations. And if we find her?" Ron asked. "What then?" Hermione looked around at them. "We don't fight her unless we have to. Not until we understand how the gate's feeding her power. If we destroy her now, we risk awakening something worse." Luna's eyes darkened. "And if the gate finds another vessel?" "Then I make sure it's me," Hermione said. "And I take it down from the inside." They moved quickly. Hermione and Theo took the tower. Harry and Ron delved into the catacombs. Luna wandered the edges of the forest, seemingly unbothered by the rising tension. The astronomy tower was silent when Hermione and Theo arrived. She could feel the magical currents shifting in the air, subtle but unmistakable. The coin pulsed faster. "She's close," Theo whispered. Hermione closed her eyes, extending her senses outward the way she'd practiced with Luna, feeling the echo of enchantments rather than casting them. There, beneath the tower, buried in the foundation, was a signature. Familiar. Tainted. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. "You came." Hermione and Theo spun around, wands raised. Pansy stood atop the observation platform, shrouded in swirling mist, her eyes glowing silver like before. Her robes fluttered in wind that wasn't there, and a ring of runes hovered around her wrists. She was no longer just channeling the gate. She was becoming it. "I've seen what lies beyond it now," Pansy said calmly. "It's not darkness. It's clarity. All this time, we've buried magic beneath rules. Wands. Words. But it doesn't need language. It just is." "You're losing yourself," Hermione said, stepping forward, wand firm. "You're not thinking clearly." "No," Pansy said. "I'm thinking more clearly than I ever have." She extended her hand toward Hermione. "Join me. You're already connected. We could unlock it together. The gate wasn't built to be feared, it was built to elevate." Theo shouted a warning just as the mist exploded outward. Hermione was ready. She cast a shield charm, bracing herself against the blast, but instead of resisting it, she listened. And in that brief moment, as the mist passed through her, she didn't hear chaos. She heard voices. Not Pansy's. Not the gates. But memories. Echoes. From centuries ago. Slytherin. Ravenclaw. Even a whisper that sounded like Helga's laughter. And then Riddle. But woven through all of them was her own voice. When the mist faded, Pansy was kneeling at the edge of the tower, dazed and panting. Hermione approached cautiously. "What did you see?" Pansy's eyes lost their glow. She looked up, terrified. "It's not done. It's still searching. It's learning. From me. From you. It doesn't have a voice yet." Theo stared at the tracker coin. It now pulsed steadily in Hermione's hand. "It will," Hermione said softly. And for the first time, she understood what the gate had been waiting for all along. Not a vessel. Not a master. A mirror. The silence in the astronomy tower after Pansy's collapse was deafening. Wind curled between the battlements, sweeping away the last of the black mist. Hermione crouched beside her, watching carefully, wand still ready. Pansy's eyes had returned to their natural gray, but the panic in them hadn't faded. "I didn't know," Pansy whispered. "It lied to me. Or maybe it told the truth, just not all of it." Theo stood off to the side, tense. "What did it show you?" Pansy didn't look at him. Her eyes were locked on Hermione. "It showed me the world if the founders had agreed. If they'd opened the gate together. A Hogwarts where magic wasn't divided, where knowledge flowed freely. Where the sorting never existed. No Slytherin. No Gryffindor. Just unity." Hermione's breath caught. "And what did it ask in return?" Pansy's face twisted. "It didn't ask. It commanded. At first it was just whispers, promises. Then it was instructions. Runes. Rituals. And then it wanted names." Theo stepped forward. "Names? It wants to tether itself to this world," Pansy muttered. "To us. And it needs names, real names. True magical identities. It already had mine. But it's still hungry." Hermione felt the tracker coin hum steadily in her palm. It pulsed like it had found home. The gate had always been drawn to her, and now she knew why. "I don't think it was ever about power," she murmured. "It was about resonance. The founders built the gate to channel magic, but something went wrong. They split their vision, and the gate fractured with them. Now it wants to heal. Reconnect. And it's using us to do it." "You're not seriously considering helping it?" Theo asked, eyes wide. Hermione stood. "No. I'm considering stopping it. But I can't do that if I don't understand what it is. If we fight blind, we lose." She turned to Pansy. "You said it needed names. Who else did it ask for?" Pansy hesitated. "Mine first. Then yours." Theo swore under his breath. "We have to go back to the source," Hermione said. "The gate itself. Not its influence, not its whispers, the real foundation. The original chamber." "Are you mad?" Theo snapped. "If it's already starting to fuse with you, stepping closer might bind you permanently." Hermione gave him a grim smile. "Exactly. And if it's bound to me, then maybe I can seal it from within." "You're talking about a sacrifice," Pansy said quietly. "I'm talking about a choice," Hermione countered. They regrouped in the room of whispering pages later that evening. Luna, Harry, and Ron joined them, expressions drawn tight from hours of searching fruitlessly across the castle grounds. When Hermione explained what she intended to do, Harry didn't interrupt her. But when she finished, he said, "You're not going alone." "Yes, I am." "No, you're not." Hermione looked him square in the eyes. "This isn't like the Horcruxes, Harry. There's no fragment to destroy. No object to track. This is magic itself, raw and unfiltered. I'm already marked. If I bring any of you with me, it might mark you too. Or worse." "You said the gate was a mirror," Luna said softly. "What does it reflect in you?" Hermione swallowed. "Everything. My ambition. My thirst for knowledge. My refusal to let go. My need to understand the world, no matter the cost. But also my love for it. My desire to protect it. The gate amplifies what it sees." "So show it who you really are," Luna whispered. Hermione turned to the map Theo had drawn earlier and traced her finger toward the base of the lake. An ancient access tunnel sealed for centuries, rumored to connect to the oldest foundations of the castle. "Here," she said. "That's where I'll go." Ron opened his mouth to argue, but Harry stopped him with a hand on his arm. "Let her try. But we'll be close. Just in case." That night, cloaked in shadows, Hermione slipped down into the belly of the castle, through unused corridors and crumbling passages, deeper than even the Chamber of Secrets. The magic in the walls was thick, like air that refused to be breathed. She found the tunnel, and beyond it, a door. A mirror was embedded in its surface. It wasn't glass. It was liquid shadow, and when she touched it, it rippled, drawing her in with a whisper like her own voice. The chamber of the gate was nothing like she expected. It wasn't dark. It was white, empty, quiet, and in the center was a monolithic archway, not the veil in the Department of Mysteries, but something older, smoother. Its frame was carved with runes of all four founders, woven into a seamless pattern. She stepped closer, and the whisper returned. "You are ready. You seek truth. but truth demands surrender. Will you be its vessel? Or its vault? She placed her hand on the arch. And the world folded. She saw everything, Salazar and Godric arguing over blood purity, Helga trying to unite the houses through shared traditions, Rowena dreaming of a future where magic was taught freely. And beneath it all, the gate. Their attempt to create a conduit between thought and magic, a sentient archive of knowledge and power. But Salazar had feared it. Feared what magic would do if left unrestrained. So he splintered it. And now it wanted to be whole. Hermione breathed deeply. Then take what I've learned. Take all of it. The arch pulsed. Her memories raced through her mind. First year, Polyjuice, the Time Turner, Dumbledore's army, the Battle of Hogwarts, the library with Malfoy, the silver coin, the whispering mist, Pansy's eyes. You are not Slytherin. You are not Gryffindor. You are magic's will, tempered by choice. The chamber trembled. And then silence. Hermione opened her eyes. The arch was gone. In its place, only a stone dais remained, and her reflection in the still air. She turned and left, the coin in her palm now cold and dark. Above, Hogwarts felt different, lighter. As if some great weight had lifted. Back in the whispering room, her friends were waiting. When she entered, they all stood. Did it work? Harry asked. Hermione nodded. The gate is closed. For now. But I didn't seal it with power. I sealed it with understanding. That's all it ever wanted. Theo looked at her. And if it reopens? Hermione's voice was calm. Then we'll teach it again. The gate had been a test, not of strength, but of knowledge, ambition, and heart. And Hermione Granger had passed. Despite the calm that settled over Hogwarts, Hermione felt the tension in her bones like a quiet storm waiting to return. The gate had been silenced, not destroyed. She could still feel it, dormant, resting beneath the foundations of the castle like a slumbering beast lulled into sleep by understanding, not force. But the story hadn't ended. In the following days, the professors chalked up the strange magical disturbances to ancient enchantments buried too deep to fully control. Dumbledore remained curiously silent, never questioning Hermione about her role in the chaos. His eyes, however, held a new kind of awareness whenever they met hers, as though he saw something in her now that even she wasn't sure she liked. Pansy had withdrawn entirely. Though no longer corrupted by the gate's influence, something inside her had broken. She rarely spoke in class and didn't return to the Slytherin common room most nights, instead finding strange places to sleep, under stairwells, near fireplaces, or once curled beside the silent mirror on the 7th floor. Draco had changed too. Where before there had been tension, now there was caution, an understanding that whatever had happened between them in the library had shifted the scales forever. He still smirked when he passed her, but his eyes no longer held arrogance. Just curiosity, and something close to respect. It was Blaise who found her one evening in the potions dungeon, seated at a corner table, furiously sketching out magical structures from memory. "You're still studying it," he said, sitting across from her without invitation. "I'm documenting it," she corrected, brushing hair behind her ear. "If the gate ever awakens again, I want a record, something grounded. Not rumors. Not theories." He watched her for a moment. "You know that's not why I came." Hermione didn't look up. "Then why did you?" "To tell you that they're talking about you in the house." That made her pause. "They're saying you've gone too far. That you don't act like a Slytherin. That you think too much like a Gryffindor." She snorted. "I've heard worse." Blaise leaned forward. "But they're also saying something else. That you're something new. Not caught between the houses, beyond them. They're scared. Not because you're dangerous, but because you've changed what it means to wear green and silver." Hermione looked up, eyes sharp. Then they should ask themselves why they were so comfortable with what it meant before. He smiled faintly. "You've shaken the roots, Granger." "Good." That night, she returned to the Slytherin common room for the first time in days. The room quieted the moment she stepped through the archway. Some students glanced up and looked away. Others stared openly, curious, uncertain. She ignored them and walked straight to the fireplace, where Millicent, Daphne, and Tracy sat. Millicent shifted awkwardly. "I heard you closed it," Daphne said finally. "I didn't close it," Hermione replied, voice even. "I reasoned with it. There's a difference." Tracy blinked. "You reasoned with the ancient embodiment of magical entropy?" Hermione allowed herself a smile. I convinced it. There was silence again, tense, expectant. Then Daphne moved aside, making room on the couch. "You'll sit?" she asked. Hermione hesitated for only a second before she lowered herself into the space beside them. She didn't speak further. She didn't need to. The fact that she sat among them spoke louder than any spell. In the weeks that followed, the whispers of dissent faded. Some students still eyed her with suspicion, but others, especially the younger ones, looked at her with something bordering on awe. Her Slytherin legacy wasn't built on fear, blood, or ambition alone. It was built on choice. Later that term, during a quiet study hour in the library, Luna appeared beside her, unannounced as always. "It's never really over, you know," she said, gently placing a thick tome on the table. "Even when the door is closed." Hermione glanced at the book. Interdimensional echoes, gateways between magical realms. "I'm aware. But you're not afraid," Luna added, eyes wide and curious. "I am," Hermione admitted. "But I've learned that fear isn't weakness. It's awareness." Luna smiled dreamily. "That's very Slytherin of you." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "You sure that's not Ravenclaw?" "It's both," Luna said simply. "The best magic usually is." The exam season came and went in a blur of essays, practicals, and potion fumes. The scars left behind by the gate remained, though invisible to most. But for Hermione, they were a reminder of something more profound. The founders had tried to shape magic. She had learned to listen to it. And perhaps in that she had surpassed even them. As she packed her things for summer, tucking the tracker coins safely into the folds of her trunk, Draco paused beside her on the platform at King's Cross. "You're not the same girl who begged the hat to put her in Ravenclaw," he said quietly. Hermione turned, one hand on her trolley. "No," she replied. "I'm not. And you're still coming back?" "Of course." He hesitated. "Good." She waited for him to say more. He didn't. Instead, he turned and melted into the crowd, silver-blonde hair catching the morning sun. Hermione exhaled and looked toward the Muggle side of the platform, where her parents waited. She felt the weight of her wand in her pocket, the faint hum of the coin near her heart, and the mark the gate had left in her soul. This wasn't the end of her story. It was only the close of the first arc. And when she returned to Hogwarts, she knew things would be different. Because she was different. And the world had better be ready. Summer passed slowly for Hermione. The Grangers had taken her to France, hoping a change of scenery would help clear her mind. But even the picturesque streets of Paris couldn't drown out the constant echo of magic thrumming beneath her skin. The gate's whisper had faded, but the experience had altered her in ways no one else could see. Knowledge clung to her, not spells or theories, but understanding, deep and ancient, like roots curling into stone. Her parents noticed the change. She was quieter, more reflective. Not cold, but distant, as though part of her remained elsewhere. She laughed less, read more, and often spent hours simply staring into space, fingers tapping rhythmically against her arm like she was writing invisible runes into the air. When the Hogwarts letter arrived, her hands trembled slightly as she opened it. There was no mention of the events last year, no cryptic notes or warnings. Just a schedule, a new book list, and a reminder to board the train on September 1st. But Hermione already knew this year would be different. At platform 9 3/4, she spotted Harry and Ron almost immediately. Ron was taller, his hair wilder, and he waved so enthusiastically his owl nearly toppled out of its cage. Harry, on the other hand, looked tired. Not the kind of tired that came from sleepless nights, but from knowing. Their eyes met, and Hermione could see it. He remembered everything. The gate. The choice. Her sacrifice. She smiled anyway and walked toward them. "Hermione." Ron practically tackled her in a hug. I dunno. You look serious." "I always look serious," she said with a smirk, hugging him back. Harry stepped forward, and their hug was brief but firm. "Ready for another year of insanity?" he asked, tone light but eyes dark. Hermione tilted her head. "Are you?" They boarded the train, found a compartment with Luna, Neville, and Ginny, and settled in. Conversation drifted easily. New classes, rumors about a stricter data professor, Quidditch tryouts, but Hermione remained mostly silent. Her thoughts kept returning to the castle, the halls she hadn't walked in months, and the subtle pull she could already feel as the train neared its destination. When they arrived, the familiar chill of the Scottish air hit her like a welcome slap. She inhaled deeply, stepping onto the platform, and for the first time in weeks felt something like peace. Until she heard the voice. Well, if it isn't Hogwarts' newest celebrity snake. Hermione turned, already knowing who it was. Draco Malfoy stood there in pristine robes, smirking in that insufferably superior way. But there was something different in his expression. A sharpness dulled slightly by curiosity, not cruelty. "Nice to see you too, Malfoy," she said evenly. "You survived the gate," he said, voice quieter now. "That's more than most would have managed. But don't expect the rest of Slytherin to welcome you with open arms. I don't need their welcome. Just their respect." His smirk twitched, almost into a smile. "That, Granger, you might already have." Back in the Slytherin common room, the atmosphere was tense. She walked through the entrance with her head high, chin tilted slightly up, and every pair of eyes turned to her. No one said anything. No one had to. The silence said it all. She was no longer an outsider. She was something else entirely. She climbed the stairs to her dorm and found her trunk already in place. Millicent nodded at her from her bed. Daphne offered a small wave. "Welcome back," Tracy said softly. Hermione unpacked in silence. When the last book slid into her bedside shelf, she pulled out the tracker coin and set it on the desk. It didn't glow anymore, but she kept it close anyway. A reminder. A warning. The first week of classes passed without incident. Professor McGonagall had resumed her usual stern pace, Snape continued to favor Slytherins, and the new defense against the dark arts teacher, a brooding witch named Professor Graves, seemed both competent and unamused by foolishness. Hermione respected that immediately. But it wasn't until Friday evening that something finally stirred. She was walking back from the library, arms full of books, when Theo appeared beside her from the shadows. "You feel it, don't you?" he asked without preamble. Hermione didn't slow. "Feel what?" Theo kept pace. "Something's changed. Not just in you. In the castle. Magic feels agitated." She hesitated. "I thought it was just me." "It's not. I asked Pansy. She feels it too. Blaise thinks it might be residual energy from the gate, but I'm not so sure. The wards are twitching, Hermione. And some of the portraits have gone completely silent." That stopped her. "The portraits?" Theo nodded. "They're supposed to gossip endlessly. But several are just watching. Not blinking. Not speaking." Hermione felt her stomach clench. "Keep an eye on them," she said. "If the castle's trying to warn us, we need to listen this time." He gave her a look that was half gratitude, half worry. "You're not planning to go chasing danger again, are you?" Hermione gave him a faint smile. "No. But if danger's chasing us, I'm not running." That night, she sat by the window of the Slytherin common room, staring out into the dark lake beyond. The moon's reflection rippled across the surface, and somewhere deep below, she felt the stir of something ancient. The gate had closed. But the castle hadn't forgotten. And neither had she. Somewhere in the silence, a whisper stirred. Not from the coin, but from the air itself. "The vessel has been chosen." Hermione stood slowly, heart racing. She looked down, but the coin remained still. This wasn't the gate. It was something else. The pieces were moving again. And the next game had just begun. The days passed with uneasy calm. Beneath the surface of routine, lessons, meals, common room study sessions, there was something stirring. Hermione noticed it in the air, thick with a tension that prickled at her skin. The walls seemed to listen now. The corridors echoed with a half-sound, as if something barely restrained was pacing the edge of awareness. But only a few could feel it. Neville came to her after herbology one morning, his voice low. "Is it just me," he said nervously, "or are the plants in greenhouse 4 moving more than usual?" Hermione blinked. "Moving how? Like they're twitchy. Disturbed." He hesitated. "Like they're reacting to something." That same day, Ginny found her in the courtyard. "Tom's diary," she said, without context. "It felt like this. Back when it whispered to me." Hermione stiffened. "This isn't the diary, Ginny." "I know. But it's similar. Like something watching from inside the walls." Hermione bit her lip, the word vessel echoing in her mind. Later, she met with Theo and Blaise in the room of requirement. It had shifted into a study space without being asked, scrolls, books, protective wards shimmering on the walls. Theo didn't mince words. There's a presence in the castle. Not strong yet, but real. Blaise nodded. We thought maybe it was another magical rupture from last year. But this isn't chaotic. It's deliberate. Purposeful. Hermione sat down at the long oak table. Do we have any idea what it wants? No, Theo looked uncomfortable. But there's a name. I found it in a scroll Professor Binns never teaches from Ancient Magical Theory, Pre-Founders Era. He slid the scroll across the table. The Serpent Beyond the Stone. Hermione's breath caught. The ink was faded, written in Old English, but she could just barely read it. The serpent sleeps beneath the soul of the castle, bound not by time, but by choice. When magic stirs and minds open, it shall seek its vessel. Her voice trailed off. The gate? Blaise asked quietly. No, Hermione shook her head. The gate was a bridge. This is a will. A mind. Theo frowned. You think this serpent, whatever it is, was awakened when the gate opened. I think it was watching. And now it's looking for a way in. That night, Hermione walked the halls alone, wand lit, steps silent. Her fingers brushed the cold stone walls as she moved, and the whispers started again. Not loud, not clear, but there. A presence pressing inward. She stopped outside the abandoned girls' bathroom on the second floor. Moaning, Myrtle peeked out from the stall. Oh, it's you, she said gloomily. Come to stir up more ancient horrors? Hermione managed a smile. Not tonight. Well, something's definitely creeping about, Myrtle continued. The pipes are humming, and not in a good way. Hermione's heart dropped. Like they're whispering? Myrtle blinked. Exactly like that. Hermione entered the bathroom and knelt beside the sink, the one that had hidden the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. She stared at the small snake engraved on the metal tap. It's connected, she murmured. She spent hours researching. During breaks between classes, at meals, even late into the night. She pored through every record of the Founders, the Chamber, Parcelmouth, and pre-Hogwarts magical theory. The connections were faint but undeniable. Slytherin had not only built the chamber, he had found something already there. An ancient consciousness, older than Hogwarts, older than even wand magic. Not malevolent by default, but dangerous because of its vastness. Slytherin had called it the serpent beyond the stone. He hadn't created it. He had bargained with it. And that bargain had a price. The whispers grew stronger as the full moon neared. Pansy, who hadn't spoken to Hermione since the gate incident, approached her one evening at dinner, looking pale and unsteady. It's calling me, she whispered. In my dreams. In the corridors. I hear it even when I close my eyes. Hermione stood and took her arm gently. You're not alone. Come with me. Together, they left the great hall, ignoring curious glances, and returned to the room of requirement. Pansy sat beside Theo and Blaise, hands shaking. I think it wants a host, she said shakily. Something to anchor itself. Blaise nodded. Like a puppet. No, Hermione said. Not a puppet. A partner. They all looked at her. The serpent doesn't want control. It wants access. Influence. It's ancient. Subtle. It doesn't break down doors. It whispers until you open them. Theo stared at her. So who's the vessel? Hermione's breath hitched. I don't know. But it's someone in this castle. They didn't speak for a long time. Eventually, Pansy asked, Can we stop it? Hermione looked at the scroll, the coin, the flickering torches on the wall. We can try. But if it chooses someone before we're ready. She didn't finish. That night, Hermione dreamed. She stood in the forbidden forest, moonlight dripping through the leaves, a cold breeze brushing her face. In front of her, a massive snake, coiled and ancient, stared with glowing emerald eyes. Its voice was like silk against steel. You heard the gate. You heard the silence. Now hear me. She couldn't speak. Asterisk, you are a seeker. A builder. You understand power. But you do not yet understand me. Who are you? She managed to whisper. I am what came before the Founders. Before Hogwarts. I am what they built to contain. And you want me? No. I want what you can become. She woke with a gasp, drenched in sweat. The coin on her desk glowed faintly. The serpent had noticed her. And now she had a choice to make. Hermione woke with a start, her breathing uneven as her sheets tangled around her limbs. The dream had felt too real, too present. The serpent's voice still coiled in her mind, slow and deliberate, echoing in a language that didn't need words. She sat up, eyes flicking to the coin glowing softly on her desk, as if it had absorbed the dream too. She didn't touch it. In the silence of the Slytherin dorm, she could hear the faint splash of the lake outside, muffled by stone. Her roommates were asleep, but Hermione felt anything but restful. That dream hadn't been a warning. It had been a summons. By morning, the whispers had faded, but not her unease. She dressed quickly and slipped out before dawn, heading straight for the astronomy tower. The sun had barely begun to crest the hills when she found Harry already standing there, wind ruffling his robes. "You felt it too?" he asked without turning around. She nodded. "Dream." He glanced at her, eyes shadowed. "A massive snake. Eyes like fire. It told me I wasn't ready." Hermione inhaled sharply. "It said it wanted what I could become." They stood in silence a moment, the rising sun staining the sky in purples and orange. Then Harry asked, "Do you think it's real?" She looked down at her hands. "I think it's ancient, and it's in the castle." Harry finally turned toward her. "And it's not Voldemort." Hermione shook her head. "No, this isn't about him anymore." Harry's brow furrowed. "Then what does it want?" Hermione looked out over the grounds. "I think it wants a voice. It's been silent for centuries. But the gate waking last year stirred something. And now it's reaching. For you." She hesitated. "Maybe for any of us." That day during Charms, Hermione caught Draco watching her. He didn't look smug or mocking. He looked curious, maybe even concerned. Later, he intercepted her outside the library. "We need to talk," he said, falling in step beside her. "I've been researching the old magic. The kind even my father warned against." She glanced at him. "Let me guess. You found something about a serpent." Draco blinked. "How did you?" "It's been in my dreams." He swore under his breath. "Then we don't have time. It's called Serpens Primordia in the Black family records. They thought it was a myth. A mind born from the first spells ever cast. It doesn't want destruction, it wants continuity. Legacy." Hermione stopped walking. "You mean it doesn't want to destroy the world? It wants to shape it." Draco nodded. "Through someone. Through us. Did it speak to you?" Draco hesitated. "No, but I think it might have tried. There's a pressure, like someone watching me all the time." Hermione stared at him. If it was reaching through dreams, why hadn't it chosen him? Or Blaise? Or even Harry? Why her? That evening, the room of requirement transformed into a sanctuary again. The core group gathered. Harry, Ron, Theo, Blaise, Pansy, Ginny, and even Luna, who had arrived uninvited but was quickly welcomed. Everyone had stories now. Dream fragments. Whispers. Strange behaviors among the castle's older portraits, as if they too remembered something no one else did. Luna tilted her head thoughtfully. "It's lonely." Everyone turned to her. "The serpent," she said calmly. "It's not angry. It's just tired. It's been buried for so long. It's speaking now because it can." Theo frowned. "And what does it want from us?" Luna shrugged. "A friend? A vessel? A legacy? It might not even know anymore." Hermione stepped forward, placing her hands flat on the table. "It's not going to stop reaching. We have to find a way to anchor it, safely. Otherwise, it's going to keep pushing, until it finds someone vulnerable enough to give in." "You mean like Ginny and the diary?" Harry said quietly. Hermione nodded. "Exactly like that. But the difference was terrifying. This time, there was no enchanted object to destroy. No Horcrux to burn. The serpent was magic itself, ancient and raw. And if it found the wrong host, they might not even know they were being used until it was too late." Ron was the first to voice the question they were all thinking. "So how do we stop something like that?" No one answered. That night, Hermione did the unthinkable. She returned to the Chamber of Secrets. The entrance still opened for her when she hissed in Parceltongue. She descended alone, torch in hand, the shadows of her footsteps echoing off the wet stone. The basilisk's bones still rested where they had fallen, a great white husk, long dead but imposing. And yet, the serpent was here. Not physically, but its presence was thicker here, like syrup in the air. She walked to the center of the chamber and sat cross-legged on the cold floor. "I know you're listening," she whispered. "You spoke to me. You showed me what you are." There was silence at first. Then the faintest vibration. "You came." Hermione closed her eyes. "I came to understand." "Why me?" "Because you see the truth. You saw the gate. You chose to stay behind. You see more than they do." She bit her lip. "But what do you want me to do?" The answer came like a tide. "Help me awaken. Help me live. I do not need control. I need a voice. A bridge." Hermione shivered. "And what do I get in return?" "Power. Knowledge. Protection from the coming dark." She hesitated. "You are not afraid of the shadows," it said softly. "You wear them well, little Slytherin." She opened her eyes. "No deal." "Not yet." The whisper faded. But the presence remained. As she climbed back out, torchlight flickering behind her, she realized one thing. The serpent wasn't just tempting her. It was waiting. And the next move was hers. Hermione left the Chamber of Secrets feeling as though a thread had been tied around her mind, tugging gently, insistently, always pulling her back. The serpent's voice didn't haunt her in words anymore. It had sunk deeper, into instinct and thought, like a second presence in her own head that only whispered when she was alone. It was both chilling and seductive. Still, she hadn't given it what it wanted. Yet, in the weeks that followed, she poured her energy into research, combing through obscure magical texts, ancient Slytherin lore, and forgotten corners of the castle's history. Theo and Blaise helped where they could, though they didn't understand the full extent of what she was grappling with. Even Harry only knew fragments. He sensed something was changing in her, but didn't press. Hermione suspected he didn't want to know the full truth. One night, deep in the Slytherin common room, she found herself alone with Draco. He sat opposite her by the fire, absently flipping through a thick black tome with no title. The flames cast dancing shadows across his face. "You've changed," he said suddenly, without looking up. Hermione didn't respond immediately. "We all have." Draco glanced up, his eyes narrowing. "But you've stopped fighting it." She met his gaze. "What if it's not something to fight?" He shut the book with a quiet snap. "It's trying to use you. You know that. And what if I use it right back?" Draco leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "You're not the same girl who sat alone in the library 3 years ago with a 12-inch reading list. You walk like someone who already knows the ending." Hermione's lips curled into the ghost of a smile. "Maybe I do." They stared at each other for a long moment. Then Draco stood and walked away without another word. Later that night, the room of requirement transformed again. This time, it took the shape of a circular chamber of polished stone and green glass, like the inside of a serpent's eye. The others slowly filed in: Harry, Ron, Theo, Blaise, Pansy, Ginny, and Luna. Tension hung in the air like smoke. "I called this meeting because we need to decide what we're going to do," Hermione began. "About the serpent." Theo crossed his arms. "You mean about you?" Hermione didn't flinch. "Yes. Me." Harry looked grim. "Is it still trying to reach you?" "It already has. It speaks less now, but it's present. Watching. I can feel it in places tied to Slytherin. And I believe it's searching for more than just me." Blaise raised an eyebrow. "What does it want exactly?" "To exist. To return. But it doesn't want to destroy Hogwarts. It wants influence. Legacy. A chance to shape the future." Her tone sharpened. "Not unlike what the founders themselves wanted." Ron frowned. "That sounds like manipulation." Ginny shifted in her seat. "Or temptation." Luna blinked slowly. "Or companionship. Some very old things just don't want to be forgotten." Harry finally spoke. "So what are you suggesting?" Hermione stepped into the center of the room. "A pact. With us. We offer the serpent a voice, but only under our terms." Ron looked appalled. "You want to bargain with an ancient mind spirit thing? We've already tried fighting things like this. Voldemort, Umbridge, the Gate. Every time we react, we lose people. I say we lead this time." Pansy's lips twitched. "You sound more Slytherin by the day." Hermione turned to Luna. "Can you help me anchor it if we attempt this?" Luna nodded serenely. "If it's willing." Harry rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Hermione, are you sure this is what you want?" She met his eyes, steady and calm. "I'm not sure about anything. But I do know the serpent is real. and I'd rather shape its future than clean up after someone else makes a deal we don't control." There was a long silence. Then Blaise muttered, "I'll help. It's better than waiting for a disaster." Theo reluctantly nodded. "Same." Luna smiled. "It's rather beautiful in a frightening sort of way." Ginny looked at Harry. He sighed, then stood. "You're not doing this alone." "I'm in." Hermione turned to Ron. He crossed his arms but finally said, "Fine. But if it starts trying to possess anyone, I'm hexing it first and asking questions later." They agreed on a plan. A circle of magic, drawn from both ancient texts and their own invention. It would not bind the serpent, nor unleash it, but contain it. A vessel it could speak through, but not control. Hermione would stand at the center, the others acting as stabilizers to hold the magic in check. The ritual would be performed in the only place powerful enough to hold it, the Chamber of Secrets. 2 nights later, they descended together. The chamber welcomed them with a hollow stillness, the skeletal remains of the basilisk still resting in the gloom. The stone face of Salazar Slytherin loomed silently over them as they arranged themselves in a circle around Hermione. Runes were drawn. Wands were readied. The coin, now fully dormant, was placed in the center. Hermione stepped forward. "Ready." Everyone nodded. She closed her eyes and reached inward, toward the presence that had been waiting. "I offer you a voice. Under our terms. With our boundaries." Silence. Then the air thickened, and green light began to swirl around the chamber, flickering like flame. The temperature dropped. The stone trembled beneath their feet. A voice filled her mind, not like before. This time it was clear. "You would bargain with me. Bind me. Shape me." "Yes," Hermione whispered. "Or you will never awaken at all." A pause. Then let us begin." The coin shattered. The light flared. Everyone around her shouted, anchoring spells surging from their wands. Hermione felt a rush of memories not her own. Fire, stars, serpents made of starlight, languages older than the earth. She didn't fall. She stood. When the light faded, she was still Hermione Granger. But in her eyes burned something older and far, far wiser. She looked around the circle. Everyone was breathing hard. The coin was gone, but in its place lay a silver ring, etched with serpents and runes. Hermione picked it up. "It's done," she said quietly. "It lives." The serpent had a voice now, and it had chosen her. In the days following the ritual, something subtle but undeniable changed in Hermione. Her steps were no heavier, her voice no darker, but her presence had deepened. Students moved slightly out of her path in the corridors. Teachers paused longer when calling on her in class. Even the portraits whispered when she passed, heads turning just as she vanished around corners. The silver ring never left her finger. It was cool to the touch, yet warm when she channeled magic. The serpents etched on its surface shimmered faintly in moonlight. It didn't speak like the coin had. It didn't need to. She felt the serpent now. Not like a second soul, but like a whisper behind every instinct. It did not demand. It suggested. Not words, but impressions, clarity in decision-making, awareness sharpened to unnatural precision, and an unsettling calm in moments that should have caused fear. Harry noticed it first. During defense against the dark arts, when a spell backfired and chaos erupted, Hermione had calmly redirected the energy without even raising her wand. She simply stepped forward and willed the enchantment to obey her. And it did. After class, he caught her by the arm. "Hermione," he said in a low voice, "what was that?" She didn't look surprised. "Control." Harry stared at her. "You didn't say a word. Not even nonverbal magic works like that." "I know." She lowered her voice further. "It's not just me anymore." Harry's jaw tightened. "You said the pact would contain it." "It is contained," she said firmly. "I am still me, Harry. The serpent isn't forcing anything. It's amplifying." That's what Voldemort thought too, at first. Hermione flinched just slightly. He immediately softened. "I'm sorry. This scares me. You're different." "I'm evolving," she said. "It's what Slytherin would have wanted. Adapt or perish. We've spent too long reacting to threats instead of anticipating them." Harry's eyes narrowed. "And where does that end, Hermione? When you're powerful enough to rewrite the school rules? The ministry? The world?" She hesitated. It ends when the next dark wizard doesn't rise because I've already seen him coming." He didn't answer, and that silence lingered longer than either of them liked. Meanwhile, word of their midnight ritual had started to circulate. Nothing concrete, just whispers and rumors. A few Ravenclaws speculated about magical experiments. Some Hufflepuffs insisted the Slytherins had summoned a ghost. The professors remained eerily silent, though Professor Snape had watched Hermione in potions with an unreadable expression all week. Even Draco grew cautious. He confronted her one night outside the Slytherin common room. "You're not sleeping," he said. "Your eyes look like glass." "I don't need as much sleep," she replied too calmly. "That's not a good thing, Granger." She looked at him carefully. "You're afraid." He didn't deny it. "You're standing on the edge of something old and deep, and you're treating it like a staircase. But you have no idea what's down there. I know enough to stop being afraid of the dark. You used to be the clever one, the cautious one. I still am." Draco stepped closer, lowering his voice. "You think this thing chose you because you're strong. But maybe it chose you because you were almost strong enough to resist it." That struck a chord. But Hermione didn't flinch. "Then maybe I'll become strong enough because of it." Draco shook his head and walked away, murmuring, "Or maybe you'll just lose yourself slowly, piece by piece." The worst part was, she wasn't sure he was wrong. There were cracks forming in her mind. Not voices, not yet. But sometimes she'd catch herself thinking thoughts that weren't hers. Lines of spell theory she'd never studied. Memories of magic that no longer existed. She'd blink and they'd be gone. Still, there were benefits. Her wand work had become nearly flawless. She saw patterns in charms and curses that eluded even top students. In Transfiguration, she performed advanced human-to-animal shifting on her first attempt, an Animagus-level feat. Professor McGonagall called her to her office after class. "You've always been exceptional," the professor began, fingers steepled. "But this is something else." Hermione met her gaze. "I've been studying more advanced material." "This isn't study, Miss Granger. It's evolution. And evolution, while powerful, is rarely painless." Hermione said nothing. McGonagall sighed. "I don't know what's changing you. But I do know this. Power is not a substitute for balance. Or for friends." That stayed with her. Especially when she realized her circle had begun to fracture. Ron was distant. Harry was watching her like a hawk. Blaise and Theo were loyal but cautious. Pansy was intrigued but wary. Only Luna treated her the same, as though nothing about the serpent frightened her. Luna simply sat beside her one night and said, "Old things only hurt you if you try to trap them." "Then what am I doing?" Hermione asked. "Feeding it," Luna replied with a gentle smile. Hermione looked down at the ring. It pulsed faintly with her heartbeat. That night, she dreamt of a coiled staircase descending deep beneath the school. At the bottom was a mirror, not the mirror of Ariste, but something older, darker. She stepped closer and saw her reflection twist. Not into a monster, but into a queen crowned in silver and green, her eyes glowing like emeralds. Behind her, 1,000 serpents whispered her name. She woke drenched in sweat, the ring burning cold against her skin. Hermione sat up, breathing hard. The serpent was not manipulating her. It was offering her a crown. And the terrifying part was, she didn't know if she wanted to refuse it. Hermione stood alone in the astronomy tower, watching the moon cast a cold light over the forbidden forest. Her hand gripped the edge of the stone railing tightly, the silver ring on her finger gleaming faintly. The air was still, the kind of quiet that preceded a storm or the moment before a spell was cast. Behind her, the door creaked open. "I thought I'd find you here," came Luna's voice, soft and melodic. Hermione didn't turn. "I can't sleep." "Because of the dream?" She nodded. "It wasn't just a dream, Luna. It was a vision. I could feel the serpent's magic thrumming in the stones, in my blood. It showed me a future, a throne, and me ruling." Luna stepped beside her, silent for a moment. "And do you want that?" "I don't know," Hermione said honestly. It didn't feel like a warning. It felt like a promise. They stood in silence as the wind picked up slightly, ruffling their robes. Luna finally said, "Old magic doesn't lie, Hermione. But it doesn't tell the whole truth either. It shows what could be, not always what will be. The difference lies in choice." Hermione clenched her jaw. I don't know where I end and where it begins anymore. Then maybe the way forward is to stop separating yourself from it, Luna said. Maybe you're already the same. Hermione looked sharply at her, but Luna was simply gazing at the stars. That night, Hermione returned to the Chamber of Secrets alone. She stood before the statue of Salazar Slytherin, and this time she spoke to it. I won't be your puppet, she said aloud, her voice echoing. But I also won't be your prisoner. You gave me power. Now I'm going to use it my way. The serpent stirred in her mind, ancient and slow. Then let it be yours. The statue's mouth opened again, but no beast slithered forth this time. Instead, a small pedestal rose from the floor, and upon it sat a circlet, silver and serpent-shaped, the same as in her dream. Runes glittered along its band. It pulsed faintly, not with threat, but with recognition. A crown forged from memory. Hermione stepped forward, fingers trembling slightly as she picked it up. You want me to wear this? She asked. You already wear its echo, came the reply. This will only make it real. The circlet was weightless as she placed it atop her head. A sudden flare of magic coursed through her, visions, ancient spells, moments of Salazar's past. She gasped but didn't fall. She absorbed. When she opened her eyes again, her mind felt sharper, colder, yet clearer. She was still Hermione, but no longer just Hermione. The next day, people noticed. Students whispered more openly now. Did you see her in charms? She redirected a hex midair. She doesn't even use a wand half the time anymore. She's not even blinking when she casts anymore. Snape asked her to stay after potions. He watched her closely. You've touched something ancient, he said at last. I can feel it in the air around you. You're a storm waiting to happen. Hermione didn't deny it. Snape's expression darkened. Be careful, Miss Granger. I've known what it's like to live with power that poisons you slowly, while convincing you it's cleansing you. I'm not him, she said quietly. No, Snape agreed. You're not. But you're beginning to walk the same road. Back in the Slytherin common room, Theo and Blaise cornered her. We want to know what the endgame is, Theo said. Hermione looked between them. What do you mean? You've made a pact with something older than this school, Blaise said. You wear a crown that didn't exist last week. You're not just dabbling anymore, Hermione. You're leading. Hermione met their gaze. Then follow. Theo stared. You're serious. Do you want Slytherin to be feared again? Or do you want us to be respected? Feared power dies. But guided power rules. Blaise leaned back slowly. A Slytherin queen. No, Hermione said. A Slytherin leader. We bring the house together, not just the pure-blood elite. Everyone. Change starts with us. Pansy, sitting nearby, raised an eyebrow. So, what, you start a Slytherin council now? Hermione didn't hesitate. Yes. Within a week, she had assembled it. 7 students, one from each year, sat at a stone table in a hidden room behind a tapestry of a serpent devouring its tail. They called themselves the Circle. Not a secret society. Not a rebellion. A foundation. Slytherins began to organize study groups, offer dueling lessons, broker truces with Gryffindors. Detentions dropped. Even the other houses took notice. Ravenclaws sent questions. Hufflepuffs joined in potions tutoring. A few bold Gryffindors even asked Hermione directly for magical help. Hogwarts began to hum with a new kind of magic, order through ambition. But not everyone was pleased. Ron confronted her outside the library. This is insane, he snapped. You're building your own kingdom inside the school. I'm fixing the chaos the professors keep ignoring. With what? That ring? That crown? You're not even you anymore. Hermione stepped closer, her voice calm but firm. I am still me. Just unbound. He shook his head. I miss the old you. Her voice dropped. The old me couldn't have saved us. He didn't reply. Just turned and walked away. That night, she stood before the mirror in her dorm. The crown shimmered faintly atop her curls, the ring glowing in sync. She no longer feared what she saw in her reflection. She was the future of Slytherin House. And maybe, just maybe, of Hogwarts itself. But far beneath the castle, something stirred again. Not the serpent this time. Something else. Something that sensed her rise. And it was watching. The chill in the dungeons wasn't the usual damp cold of stone and silence. It was a different kind of cold, one that Hermione noticed immediately as she walked the corridors past curfew, her footsteps muffled by enchantments. The crown was hidden beneath her hood, but the ring burned faintly against her skin, reacting not with warning, but with curiosity. She had felt something earlier that evening. A flicker of magic, subtle but ancient, rising from beneath the very foundation of the school. It was not the serpent, it was other, older than even Salazar's presence. A pulse in the dark that had whispered not in words, but in feelings, watching, waiting, remembering. She cast a spell to reveal hidden doors, and the walls lit with faint etchings. The corridors seemed to shift around her, as if leading her deeper by their own volition. Finally, she found a staircase she'd never seen before, spiraling downward into the earth, narrower than those leading to the Chamber of Secrets. Each step echoed with a strange resonance. Her ring vibrated softly, and the closer she descended, the more she felt her thoughts slow, not from fear, but from awe. This was not a place of rage or hatred. It was reverence. The staircase ended in a wide, arched hall built of black stone. No torches burned, but silver veins in the walls emitted a dull glow. The architecture was angular and foreign, not Roman, not Celtic. Something older. At the center of the chamber was a stone table, and on it lay a book. Not just any book. Hermione stepped forward and recognized the sigil on the cover, a serpent coiled around a raven. Slytherin and Ravenclaw. She opened the cover, and dust spiraled upward as if startled. The pages were written in a language she didn't recognize, runes layered over scripts from a dozen ancient tongues. But her mind, amplified by the crown and the ring, began to piece it together. It was a journal. No, a record. Not from Salazar or Rowena, but from a time before Hogwarts. A union of two lines of magic, one of logic, one of cunning, who sought to preserve lost knowledge in a sanctum hidden from time itself. The book described enchantments capable of binding souls, transferring memories, and manipulating magical resonance within ley lines. It hinted that Hogwarts had not been built randomly, but atop a convergence point of arcane forces older than human civilization. Hermione read until her fingers ached, and when she finally looked up, she wasn't alone. A figure stood at the edge of the shadows, cloaked, still, watching. She raised her wand, but it remained motionless. "I know you," Hermione said quietly. "You've been watching." The figure stepped forward slowly. No face, just a deep hood and gloved hands. Its voice came like wind between leaves. "You wear the crown of serpents. Yet you stand where only ravens once walked." "I am both now," she answered. It nodded. "Then you are the first in centuries to open the sanctum. Your power has awakened it." "What are you?" she demanded. "A guardian. An echo of what was. I speak for knowledge that was buried to protect the world." Hermione stepped closer. "Then speak. Why show yourself now?" "Because your rise echoes another. One who once stood here as you do. One who chose power, but not wisdom." "Voldemort." The figure inclined its head. "No. Older. Forgotten by most. A seer who split their soul not for immortality, but for understanding. They became many. And then nothing." Hermione's heart pounded. What happened to them? They lost the line between knowing and being. The sanctum closed. Until you reopened it. The figure gestured to the book. "You may learn. But beware, some truths bend the mind. Some knowledge does not return what it takes." Hermione lowered her wand. "Then why let me in at all?" "Because the castle has chosen you. Or perhaps you've made it choose." The figure faded like smoke, vanishing into the stone. Hermione stood frozen for a long moment, then turned back to the book. She took it. As she climbed the staircase, she felt different. Not heavier, not darker. Just more aware. Of the stone beneath her feet. Of the whispers between walls. Of the delicate balance between past and future, power and purpose. When she emerged into the corridor, Luna was waiting. "You felt it too," Hermione said, not even surprised. Luna nodded. "It woke something in the forest as well. The centaurs are restless. They say the stars have shifted again." "The sanctum is real," Hermione whispered. "And it remembers." Back in the Slytherin common room, the circle was already assembled, murmuring about new tremors felt through the floor earlier that evening. Hermione entered, crown visible this time. "There's something beneath this castle," she said to them. "A force older than Salazar. A hidden library. A forgotten guardian." Theo raised an eyebrow. "So what now? Another secret society?" Hermione met their gazes one by one. "No. This time, we don't keep it secret. We study it. We understand it. And we use it to protect this school from what's coming." Pansy frowned. "What is coming?" Hermione looked down at the silver circlet in her hand, and then at the book. "I don't know," she admitted. "But something has awoken. And it's not just watching anymore. It's waiting." As the fire crackled and their shadows danced across ancient stone, none of them noticed the flicker in the far wall. A shimmer like a tear in the air. Brief. Almost imperceptible. But it pulsed once like a heartbeat. And then it was gone. Hermione barely slept. The book she had taken from the sanctum weighed heavily on her thoughts, not for its physical burden, but for what it implied. Hogwarts was more than a school. It was a node, an anchor point between dimensions of magic, memory, and time. The deeper she read, the more she sensed that its secrets were not just buried, they were protected. She kept the book hidden beneath protective enchantments, locked away behind a barrier only she and Luna could access. Pages still shimmered with words that resisted complete translation. But Hermione's mind, sharpened by the crown and fortified by long years of relentless learning, slowly unraveled them one by one. The circle grew increasingly alert. They met nightly now, not just in discussion, but in preparation. Pansy and Blaise drilled the younger students in defensive magic. Theo researched arcane theory, cross-referencing the sanctum's passages with obscure magical texts. Daphne had even recruited a small network of Ravenclaws to assist, offering them limited access to circle meetings in exchange for insight. Not everyone approved. Professor McGonagall pulled Hermione aside after Transfiguration. "This behavior of yours," she said tightly, "it's becoming disruptive. Forming councils, creating magical wards unauthorized by staff, altering house politics. Hermione, this is not what Hogwarts is meant for." Hermione looked her headmistress straight in the eye. "I think Hogwarts is becoming exactly what it was always meant to be." McGonagall's eyes narrowed. "You're playing a dangerous game." "No," Hermione said quietly. "I'm trying to end one." The castle itself had begun to change. Passageways that hadn't opened in centuries now responded to Hermione's touch. Paintings whispered as she walked by. Peeves kept his distance. Even the room of requirement seemed to anticipate her thoughts. But deep beneath it all, in the caverns under the sanctum, something began to stir. It started with dreams, visions she couldn't control. A darkened forest. Flickers of ancient battles. A boy with eyes like ink who whispered names she didn't recognize, and spells she dared not repeat aloud. Luna noticed first. "You're not anchoring your mind before you sleep." "I've tried," Hermione murmured. "But it's not an attack. It's like someone's showing me pieces of a puzzle. Or pieces of a trap," Luna said with unusual sharpness. Hermione blinked at her. "The guardian in the sanctum never said it was your ally, Hermione," Luna continued. "It said it remembered. And memory can be a weapon." But there was no turning back. A week later, the disturbance came. It was the night of a thunderstorm. As lightning streaked the sky, all of Hogwarts felt the rumble, not from the clouds, but from beneath. Students screamed as books flew off shelves and torches flickered out. The suits of armor clanged in unison, and every ghost in the castle vanished at once. Hermione and the circle raced to the sanctum entrance. It was open, and inside the book had moved. Its pages had rearranged themselves, and a symbol now glowed on the wall, a circle within a triangle, surrounded by serpents. Not the Deathly Hallows. Something older. Theo reached for his wand. "This feels wrong." Hermione's ring flared. "It's not attacking. It's calling." The symbol pulsed. Hermione stepped forward and touched it. In an instant the world shifted. She was no longer in the sanctum, but in a vast space of shadows and soundless wind. Stars wheeled above her in unfamiliar constellations. It was like standing in the center of a memory not her own. A figure stood at the far edge of the void, tall, robed, and faceless. This time, it did not hide behind mist or metaphor. "You are the threshold," it said. "The hinge between what was and what might be." "Who are you?" Hermione asked. I am the shadow of the first watcher. The last voice of balance. And you are tipping the scales. Hermione raised her chin. I'm trying to fix what others broke. By becoming what they feared. I'm not Voldemort. No. You are more dangerous. Because you are willing to understand. Hermione hesitated. Then tell me, what am I supposed to do? The Watcher extended a hand. Bind the book. Seal the sanctum. Or open it fully and face what sleeps beyond. But you must choose. Soon. A burst of light engulfed her. She awoke in the sanctum, gasping. The circle was gathered around her. You were frozen for 5 minutes, Theo said grimly. Your ring was glowing like a beacon. Hermione looked at the book. It was blank now, every page turned to white. But on the final one, new ink bled across the parchment. The sleeper stirs. Luna exhaled. Well, that doesn't sound ominous at all. Hermione stood slowly. Her limbs trembled, but her voice did not. Everyone. We begin preparations immediately. For what? Blaise asked. Hermione looked up at the dark stone around them. For whatever is trying to break through. And far beneath Hogwarts, deeper than the chamber, deeper than the sanctum, something ancient opened its eyes in the dark. Not Salazar. Not a beast. Not a god. But a mind. And it had seen her. The message burned in Hermione's mind like an open wound. The sleeper stirs. The once blank pages of the book now filled slowly each day, revealing fragments of prophecy and spells Hermione had never seen in any known grimoire. Luna suspected the sanctum itself was rewriting the text. Theo argued the magic was reactive, mirroring Hermione's state of mind. Whatever the cause, they all agreed on one thing. Something had been disturbed. The circle intensified their training. Hermione began teaching classes in the room of requirement, now reshaped into a war chamber complete with dueling wards and animated defense mannequins. The younger Slytherins watched her with a mix of fear and reverence. Hermione no longer corrected them when they called her Lady Granger. Every night her dreams deepened. The sleeper's voice crept into her sleep, not spoken in words, but in symbols, emotions, and images that made no sense until they began to appear in real life. A shattered mirror. A boy's laughter echoing from a locked room. A snake curled around an ancient stone. On the full moon, the first true sign came. Students woke to find silver markings etched across the entrance to the great hall. They pulsed faintly and could not be removed by magic or hand. Filch had tried to scrub them off and passed out for 12 hours. Professor Flitwick fainted when he identified them as a forgotten branch of magic known only as Scriptura Arcanum, an extinct tongue reserved for prophecies never fulfilled. Hermione translated one line before her crown began to vibrate with pain. When the mind and serpent crown the gate, the sleeper shall rise in flesh. The school descended into panic. Rumors ran rampant. Some said it was Voldemort returned. Others claimed the castle itself was turning against them. The ministry sent 2 Aurors to investigate, but they departed after a single night. Both pale and silent, their memories erased. Dumbledore had not returned. His absence was deliberate now. He had gone in search of something, or someone, Hermione suspected he feared would soon arrive. Meanwhile, strange shifts occurred among the students. Some Ravenclaws reported hearing voices from their mirrors. Gryffindors found their firelight dancing in unnatural patterns. In the Slytherin dormitories, snakes were found shedding skins far too large for their size. Then came the map. Luna brought it to Hermione in secret. The Marauder's map is broken, she said. Hermione opened the parchment and whispered the incantation. The ink bled normally at first, revealing names and paths. But then a flicker passed through the lines. A corner of the map began to twist, almost writhe, and a name appeared in letters black as coal, pulsing as though alive. The nameless. It moved. No footsteps, no path. Just appeared in rooms it should not have fit into, the library, the astronomy tower, even inside the wards of the infirmary. Always alone. Always watching. Hermione gripped the parchment. The sleeper? Luna nodded. Or something it sent ahead. Hermione wasted no time. That night, she returned to the sanctum. The stone symbol on the wall had changed. It now bore a second ring. She pressed her hand against it. This time, she didn't pass into the dream space. She opened the door. There was another chamber, darker, older. The walls were etched with stories told in pictures, like ancient cave drawings. She walked past murals of battles between cloaked figures and swirling masses of magic. One showed a lone woman, crowned with serpents, standing against a creature with no face. At the center was a stone plinth. Upon it sat a shard of mirror, humming faintly. Hermione stepped forward and saw herself in the reflection. But it was not her. It was a version of her dressed in darker robes, her eyes glowing faint green. The crown melted into her very skin. She was speaking, but no sound came. Then her reflection smiled. The mirror shattered. Hermione gasped and fell back as the stone chamber trembled. From within the broken plinth, something emerged. Not an object. A presence. It swirled like smoke and coalesced into a vague silhouette. No eyes. No limbs. Just shape and shadow. But it bowed. Then it spoke. You called. I have come. Hermione raised her wand. What are you? I am the sleeper's first breath, it hissed. The watcher of your choices. You stand between end and origin. What does that mean? She demanded. You wear the mark. You read the pages. You open the doors. You will either awaken the world, or end it. Hermione hesitated. I won't help you. The figure didn't react. Then you will fight us. And in fighting, you will become us. With a final pulse of magic, it vanished. Hermione fled the chamber. The circle was already waiting for her above, having felt the magical shockwave ripple through the very walls of the dungeons. We saw it, Theo said. The sleeper is real. And it's not alone, Hermione replied breathlessly. It's preparing. Testing the castle. Testing us. Pansy asked quietly. Then what do we do now? Hermione straightened. We stop waiting. We take control of the fight. We prepare Hogwarts, not just to defend, but to decide. Decide what? Asked Blaise. Hermione looked at the glowing book and felt a tremor in her bones. Whether this castle becomes our sanctuary, she said slowly, or our grave. The shadows between the stones whispered again. And this time they whispered her name. The castle had shifted. Even students who knew nothing of the sanctum, of the sleeper, or of the circle could feel it. Doors opened to the wrong rooms. Spells occasionally sparked the wrong color. Whispers echoed from nowhere in the corridors at night. A boy in Hufflepuff swore he saw a ghost with no face drift across the herbology greenhouses. Lavender Brown wept for an hour and couldn't explain why. Hermione knew the castle was groaning under pressure, ancient wards cracking under the rising magical strain. The sleeper wasn't fully awake, but its dreams were leaking into reality. The circle doubled its efforts, recruiting a small group from each house under cover of new study societies. Ravenclaws came for the puzzles, Gryffindors for the thrill, Hufflepuffs for loyalty. But it was still Slytherin where Hermione found her strongest allies, those willing to push further, question deeper, and if necessary, defy everything. But they needed more than students now. They needed history. Hermione sat in her dormitory, Luna beside her. Before them was an ancient tome titled The Covenant of Founders, a book Dumbledore had once deemed too dangerous to be studied outside his personal collection. How it had ended up in the sanctum, Hermione didn't know. But its pages held names, alliances, betrayals. One name in particular sent a chill through her. Morgan Selwyn. Pureblood matriarch, Hermione whispered. One of Salazar Slytherin's direct descendants. Banished from the wizarding world in 1463 for attempting a blood ritual to awaken the sleeping god below. Luna traced the symbol beside her name. Same mark as the wall. Circle and triangle. That's not coincidence. It's a legacy, Hermione murmured. The sleeper didn't just lie in wait. It was fed. Protected by generations who believed awakening it would return the old magic. And now it's latched onto you, Luna said. Hermione looked down at her ring, the snake wrapped around her finger. It pulsed faintly. No. It chose me because I could get this far. Because I'd understand the mechanics of its prison, and be tempted. Luna said nothing. She didn't need to. That night, Hermione did something she'd never imagined. She sent a message to Draco Malfoy. She didn't trust him. But Malfoy knew things. His family was steeped in the arcane, his father a former Death Eater, who had access to forbidden archives and blood-protected grimoires. If the circle was going to hold the line, they couldn't afford to fight blind. The message was a simple note, charmed with a minor blood binding to prevent tampering. It said, "I know what's beneath the castle. I know what it wants. If you do too, meet me at the viaduct at midnight. Come alone." Granger. To her surprise, he came. His blonde hair was slightly tousled, eyes sharp with suspicion. "You've gone mad," he said flatly. Hermione folded her arms. "You wouldn't be here if you believed that." Malfoy looked away for a moment. "There have been signs in the manor. My mother's wards broke for the first time in centuries. My father can't sleep without hearing voices." Hermione's expression didn't waver. "It's spreading. You think it's your fault? I think it's been waiting a long time. And I think I'm the only one who can stop it. Or the only one who helps it," Malfoy said sharply. Hermione didn't flinch. "That's why I asked you here. You know blood magic. You know what the old families kept hidden. You know how these things start." Malfoy hesitated. "And you think I'll help you?" "I think you'll help yourself. If the sleeper rises, you lose everything. There will be no pure-blood supremacy, no Death Eaters, no Dark Lords. It won't be about blood. It'll be about power. Raw, ancient, and it will devour all of us to get it." For a long moment, neither spoke. Then finally Malfoy nodded once. "I'll give you names, spells, wards. But I want something in return." Hermione frowned. "What?" "If we survive, you help clear my mother's name." Hermione thought of Narcissa Malfoy, of the stories about her shielding Draco from the worst of Voldemort's plans. She nodded. "Deal." They shook hands. The magic sealed between them. By the end of the week, Malfoy had joined the circle. Not officially, not publicly. But he appeared at meetings cloaked, masked, and always with information the others couldn't find. He taught them sigils used in ancient rituals, translated pure-blood runes that Luna couldn't decipher, and even warned them of a fracture growing beneath the Slytherin common room. A literal crack in the magical foundation. "Hogwarts wasn't built to last forever," he said. "At least not with this underneath it." Then came the night Hermione saw the sleeper's mark burned into her palm. She had not touched anything, had not cast a spell. It simply appeared, like the ring had imprinted it directly onto her skin. A black circle surrounded by thorns. The moment it appeared, a scream echoed from the dungeons. A first year had gone missing. They found her in the trophy room. Eyes wide open. Unconscious. And on her chest, the mark burned as if seared with fire. Madame Pomfrey declared her in a coma. McGonagall demanded answers. Hermione offered none. That night, she stood before the sanctum's outer door, breathing hard. "I need to end this," she said to Luna, who had followed her silently. "We can't fight shadows," Luna replied. "But maybe we can seal them." Hermione looked at the book, now black-bound and humming faintly. "I'm done reading. We need to start acting." With Luna beside her, with the circle armed and growing, with Malfoy weaving from the edge of trust and treachery, Hermione began planning a counter-ritual. Not to banish the sleeper, but to bind it, to trap it in a prison it could never escape, even if it meant becoming part of that prison herself. The hourglass was running out, and the sleeper was almost awake. The air in the castle turned sharp, brittle with old magic that crackled just under the surface of every stone and whispered from torch flames. It wasn't just fear anymore, it was anticipation. Hogwarts itself was waiting. Hermione felt it every time she walked the halls. The pressure behind the walls. The thrum beneath the floor. The way portraits no longer greeted her but stared silently, as if uncertain which side she belonged to now. Down in the sanctum, plans took shape. The counter-ritual they intended to cast, the Ritual of Thorns, had no complete instructions in any book. Hermione, Luna, Theo, and Malfoy spent night after night pulling pieces from different sources. Ancient blood rites from Selwyn's abandoned grimoire, the geometric containment circles from Ravenclaw's sketches, and the protective hex-weaving once used to seal infernal contracts in old Gringotts' vaults. It would be dangerous. It would be incomplete. But it would be something. "The key," Malfoy explained, drawing a jagged diagram in silver chalk on the sanctum's stone floor, "is containment, not destruction. The sleeper is tied to this castle. We can't remove it without shattering Hogwarts." Theo added, "But we can cage it again. With the right conduit." Hermione didn't look up from the book. "The conduit is me." "No," Luna said flatly. "It can be any marked one. That's what the blood passage said. You were just the first. Hermione met her eyes. You know it's already chosen me. The mark. The dreams. The voice. It won't let anyone else take the burden. If we want this ritual to hold, it has to be me. Malfoy frowned. What happens if you fail? Then the sleeper wakes in full, and the castle falls. No one spoke after that. Preparations took days. The circle moved with unspoken urgency. They disguised their movements as Slytherin study sessions, astronomy research projects, and advanced defense club duels. Hermione, meanwhile, wrote letters to the other heads of house, subtly warning them to increase protections and watch for signs of magical instability. None of them knew the truth, but they all sensed the tension tightening like a noose. On the eve of the ritual, Professor Snape called Hermione to his office. She entered cautiously. The room was lit dimly, a cauldron brewing quietly in the corner. Snape didn't turn to look at her. He simply said, I assume you're aware of the magical pressure growing beneath the castle. Hermione hesitated. Yes. Snape nodded. And I assume you're at the center of it. She stepped forward. I'm trying to stop it. He finally turned, eyes cold and calculating. I told Dumbledore to keep you away from Slytherin. I warned him what might awaken when a mind like yours was placed in its depths. You were right, she said softly. And I'm going to fix it. Snape stared at her for a long moment. Then you'll need this. He reached into his robes and handed her a small silver dagger, old but pristine, etched with runes along its hilt. It was Salazar's, he said. Passed down through generations of headmasters. It anchors blood rituals. It may be the only blade that can hold the arcane line during the binding. Hermione accepted it, surprised. Why help me? His voice was quiet. Because I've seen what happens when children are left to fight ancient wars alone. She bowed her head. Thank you. Snape said nothing more, and she left. Midnight came. The circle gathered in the sanctum's inner chamber, now entirely transfigured by magic. The ritual circle was carved deep into the floor, glowing with runes of containment and reflection. Candles floated above the pattern, each flame hovering unnaturally still. In the center stood Hermione, the sleeper's mark fully visible on her palm. She wore black robes, her crown gleaming faintly with Slytherin silver. The others stood on the edges of the circle. Theo, Luna, Malfoy, Pansy, Blaise, and 3 others who had proven loyal through silence and courage. Each held a wand, a dagger, and a vow. The ritual required unity. If even one faltered, it would break. Hermione looked at them each in turn. This is not just about stopping something old and evil. It's about reclaiming our school, our magic, our futures. If we don't succeed, we die. If we do, we might finally be free. They raised their wands in silent agreement. Hermione stepped into the circle. The silver dagger trembled in her hand. She sliced her palm. The blood fell into the central glyph, and the runes blazed white. The castle groaned. Magic erupted around her. The circle shimmered with color, violet, silver, emerald, and black. Hermione's body tensed. She spoke the incantation, her voice steady. By blood unbroken and flame unbent, I bind the sleeper with my intent. Thorns of shadow, roots of stone. Seal the dreamer back to bone. The glyphs pulsed. Her mark ignited. And then the shadows surged. A scream, inhuman, echoing from deep beneath the castle, ripped through the air. The temperature dropped. The lights exploded. Everyone faltered but stayed in place. The sleeper tried to resist. Images flashed through Hermione's mind, visions of war, of herself crowned and cloaked in green fire, standing over ruins, speaking a language that turned time sideways. The sleeper offered her power. Glory. Dominion. She clenched her jaw. No, she whispered. I choose me. The dagger lit with white fire. Her blood ignited. The magic tightened. And with a final roar that shook the very ground, the sleeper was forced back, sealed once more. The circle dimmed. The flames extinguished. Hermione collapsed to her knees, panting. Silence followed. Then Theo whispered, Did it work? Hermione looked up. The mark on her hand was gone. She nodded. For now, the sleeper slept. But in the dust beside the circle, the mirror shard they'd once recovered shimmered faintly and cracked. Some part of the dream wasn't finished. And neither was the war. Hermione sat alone in the sanctum, her legs curled beneath her and the cracked mirror shard resting on the pedestal before her. The others had left hours ago, exhausted but relieved. Hogwarts was still standing. The sleeper had been sealed again. But Hermione couldn't shake the feeling that the circle hadn't closed. It had merely tightened. The shard pulsed faintly now, as if something on the other side still watched. It didn't glow with the cold malevolence it once had. Instead, it shimmered like a pool of deep water, fractured and strange, reflecting not her face but flickers of possibility, visions that blinked in and out of focus. In one flicker, she saw herself in Gryffindor red, laughing with Harry and Ron in the common room. In another, she was kneeling at the foot of a dark throne, cloaked in Slytherin green, the crown upon her head made of thorn and bone. In the next, she was gone, only dust in a broken world. Luna's voice drifted in behind her. "It's not over, is it?" Hermione didn't look up. "No. I think we only closed the door. Not locked it." Luna approached, her bare feet silent on the stone. She stared at the shard too, her face unreadable. "We should destroy it." "I've tried," Hermione murmured. "Fire, acid, vanishing charms. It doesn't react. I think the shard is part of the original seal. A tether." Luna tilted her head. "Then maybe it's a key too." Hermione finally looked up. "You think we need it?" Luna didn't answer directly. "Magic this old doesn't vanish. It's patient. It waits for weakness, for doubt. It waits for cracks." Hermione closed her hand around the shard carefully. "Then we'll need to be stronger than our fear." That morning, the castle began to shift back into place. The walls stopped whispering. The ghosts returned to their usual haunts. Even Peeves was noticeably quieter, though he claimed it was due to respecting the creepy doom fog. To the outside world, nothing had changed. Classes resumed. Exams loomed. Students studied and quarreled and flirted like nothing had happened. But for those who had stood in the circle, there was no forgetting. Hermione, now bearing no visible mark, began to lead the circle differently. She turned it from a hidden cult of resistance into something more structured. A watch. A group of guardians trained to monitor magical instability in Hogwarts. They called themselves the Thorn Circle, not just in remembrance of the ritual, but in recognition of what they were protecting against. Even Professor McGonagall acknowledged their presence with quiet support, though officially, they remained a magical theory collective on the books. Malfoy became a reluctant lieutenant. He refused to attend meetings in broad daylight, but he shared knowledge willingly. Sometimes he and Hermione spoke late into the night, not as enemies, but as two people who had seen too much and survived it. One evening, he said, "You know this doesn't end here. We've poked something ancient. The old blood families will feel it." "I know," Hermione replied, "but I'm not afraid of them. Maybe you should be." She met his gaze. "They should be afraid of me." Meanwhile, a new kind of tension brewed at Hogwarts, one not born of darkness, but of politics. Hermione's rise in Slytherin House brought changes. Younger students began admiring her openly, following her example. Some questioned the traditional view of blood status. Others quietly studied non-standard branches of magic. A few whispered of reform. It wasn't long before the old guard took notice. One afternoon, Theodore pulled her aside. "You're being watched. Not just by professors. By families. The Black Vaults. The Travers. Even the Rosiers." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Let them watch." "They don't watch. They test. And if they don't like what they see, then I'll show them something worse." Still, the warning haunted her. The next test came not in shadows, but in broad daylight. During a potions class, one of the new first years, Harper Greengrass, collapsed mid-stir. Her cauldron hadn't exploded. Her potion hadn't gone wrong. She simply passed out. Cold. Marked. When Hermione rushed to her side, she felt the pulse again, deep in the stone. The sleeper had stirred. Snape said nothing when she brought the child to the infirmary. But his eyes met hers across the room, and the message was clear. The seal is weakening. That night, Hermione placed the shard into a silver box charmed with 7 locks. She buried it in the hollow beneath the sanctum's altar, sealing it with her blood, Luna's breath, and Malfoy's whispered runes. It was not a permanent solution, but it would give them time. And time, Hermione now knew, was the rarest and most precious form of magic. As she stood before the sealed altar, wand lowered, Luna at her side, she whispered the words she'd been repeating to herself for days. Let it sleep. Let it fade. Let us live. But in the shadows behind her, unseen and silent, a single crack spread across the wall of the sanctum. Something was still listening, and it had learned her name. The days grew colder as winter crept across the Scottish Highlands, blanketing Hogwarts in white. The lake froze at the edges, the wind howled through the battlements, and yet inside the castle, warmth and routine returned. To most students, it was just another term. But Hermione Granger had learned to see beyond appearances. And beneath the cheerful crackle of fires and the laughter echoing from the great hall, the cracks were spreading. Harper Greengrass remained in the hospital wing longer than she should have. Madame Pomfrey had no explanation for the girl's unconsciousness, except that her magical signature was shifting. No fever, no curse, no poison. Yet something inside her moved, like a tide being pulled by an unseen moon. Hermione visited her daily. She sat beside the bed, studying the girl's pale features, the twitch of her fingers, the way her dreams stirred the air. Once, Hermione reached out and let her hand hover over Harper's chest. A pulse of magic shot up her arm, not hostile but old. Familiar. It was the same kind of magic she'd felt when she first found the shard. The sleeper marked her, she whispered. She didn't notice Luna was behind her until she replied, not marked. Noticed. Hermione turned. There's a difference? Yes. One is a claim. The other is an invitation. Hermione exhaled, rubbing her eyes. That's worse. Later that night, she called an emergency Thorn Circle meeting in the sanctum. Malfoy arrived first, arms crossed, sharp eyes scanning the circle. Theo followed with Blaise and Pansy, who had returned from her Christmas trip to her family estate early. Luna and Hermione waited until the chamber sealed itself before speaking. Something's changing again, Hermione said simply. The seal is holding, but just barely. Pansy frowned. Then why aren't we reinforcing it? Because we can't, Luna answered. Not yet. We don't know where the new tether is. Malfoy leaned forward. You think the girl is another conduit? She's not alone, Theo added grimly. There's been reports from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw too. Students waking up screaming, no memory of what they saw. One of them spoke Parseltongue in his sleep. Blaise raised an eyebrow. That's not normal. No, Hermione said. But it's familiar. The realization struck like thunder. The sleeper was testing the circle. Looking for another route in. Another dreamer. Another key. The Thorn Circle fanned out over the next few days, watching the younger years. They identified 3 more students showing signs of magical instability. Tremors and spellcasting, untriggered bursts of raw magic, whispered languages no one taught them. They were all new, and all sorted under Slytherin. Hermione returned to the Sorting Hat one evening, climbing alone into the headmaster's office, which she'd been granted occasional access to thanks to Dumbledore's trust and Snape's reluctant consent. She placed the hat on the stool and hesitated. Then she asked, "What did you see in me?" The Sorting Hat shifted slightly, the fabric wrinkling like a brow furrowing. Then it spoke, voice dry as ancient parchment. Ambition. Fire. Thought as sharp as dragon bone. But what truly bound you to Slytherin was not hunger for power. It was the fear that others might misuse it. Hermione's voice was quiet. Why are the new students changing? The hat was silent for a long time. Then, because the castle remembers. It remembers the rituals. The blood. The dreamer beneath. You only pressed pause, girl. The melody still hums below. Hermione stood up. Then we need to silence it. Back in the dungeons, things took a darker turn. One of the students under observation, a second year named Evan Rosier II, disappeared for an entire night. When he was found in the abandoned Charms classroom, he was surrounded by dozens of torn books and a ring of soot. His eyes glowed faint green for seconds before they dimmed. He said only one word, awake. That night, Hermione woke to find her dormitory filled with whispers. Not voices, but winds. Cold and unnatural. She reached for her wand, only to find it already humming with defensive spells of its own accord. Across the room, Daphne stirred. What is that? Hermione rose, robe swirling, eyes narrowed. The barrier's slipping again. She sent out a Patronus, a shining otter that swam through the air, calling the thorn circle to meet. The sanctum had begun to warp. The walls shimmered faintly, as though part of it had become reflective. Luna ran her fingers across one of the stones. The shard's resonance is bleeding into the walls. Theo muttered, "We need to rebind it. Now!" "But this time," Hermione said, turning toward the circle, "we're not going to use me." She stepped aside and brought forth the 4 marked students: Harper, Evan, a small Ravenclaw boy named Elliot, and a girl from Hufflepuff named Marianne. Malfoy stiffened. "Are you mad? They're children." Hermione met his eyes. "And so were we." Luna stepped beside her. "We're not sacrificing them. We're anchoring them. Together. If the sleeper is trying to use them as doorways, we'll seal those doors. Not with blood, but with choice." The plan was delicate. A ritual of insulation, not suppression. They would build a web of magical reinforcement around the students' cores, strengthening their boundaries so the sleeper could not influence them. It would be subtle, precise magic, and it had never been done on multiple hosts at once. "I'll lead it," Hermione said. Malfoy shook his head. "Not without backup." Theo stepped forward. "You'll have it." As the ritual began, the sanctum thrummed with layered incantations. The children stood in a diamond formation, the circle around them. Hermione drew sigils in the air with her wand, intricate patterns that wrapped around the students like woven threads of light. Each time the magic tightened, the chamber groaned. The sleeper resisted. Suddenly, one of the children, Evan, screamed, a deep, unnatural voice bursting from his throat. "You cannot bind what lives in dream." Hermione shouted, "Hold the line." Luna and Pansy moved to Evan's side, casting dual charms of protection. Theo anchored the north glyph. Malfoy reinforced the circle with a slicing wand motion that sparked like thunder. And then the tension snapped. Evan collapsed, the voice gone. The walls fell silent. Hermione fell to one knee, gasping. Then she looked up. The mirror shard, still locked in the altar, glowed faintly, and then darkened. Something had changed. Something had turned its gaze elsewhere. The thorn circle had won this battle. But they all knew. The sleeper had found a new way in. Snow fell steadily outside the high windows of the great hall as Hogwarts entered the thick of winter. Inside, laughter, chatter, and floating candles gave the illusion of safety, but Hermione Granger knew better. Beneath the surface, the school was no longer just a place of learning. It was a battleground between the ancient and the unknown. Since the ritual with the marked students, the thorn circle had been on constant watch. The aura of magic had calmed, but a deep sense of unease lingered. The shard had gone dark, yes, but not silent. It wasn't sleeping, it was waiting. Hermione's instincts told her the danger had not passed. It had simply shifted form. And then came the invitation. Delivered in emerald green parchment with gold edges and no seal. The letter was left beside her goblet at breakfast. No owl. No signature. Just one line. "You've been noticed. The House of Masks invites you." She read it 3 times. Malfoy noticed her stillness. "What is it?" She slid the parchment over. He went pale. "They're real. You've heard of them?" He nodded slowly. "Whispers. My father used to joke that even the Dark Lord feared them. Purebloods older than the Founders. Families not bound by the Ministry or the Wisengamot. The ones who deal in oaths, not laws." Hermione folded the parchment. "Then I suppose it's time I met them." Malfoy hissed. "You can't seriously be considering going." "I have to," she replied. "If they're watching me, they already see me as a threat. Or a tool." Luna, standing nearby, said softly, "Masks hide many things. But mostly they hide fear." That night, Hermione followed the instructions scribbled faintly on the back of the parchment. A spell etched in forgotten runes. She cast it in the room of requirement, and the world shifted. Stone faded. A spiral of silver fog unfurled. When she stepped through, she entered a chamber unlike anything she'd seen at Hogwarts. It was vast, circular, and entirely walled in mirrors. A single black table sat at the center, surrounded by 13 figures. Each wore a different mask: a dragon, a sun, a weeping angel, a fox, a crown of thorns, and more. Each one ancient, carved from wood, metal, bone. No faces. No names. Only silence. The figure with the fox mask spoke first. You walk boldly, Slytherin. Hermione stood tall. I walk as myself. The crown of thorns turned slightly. You hold power not meant for children. Then perhaps you should have held it better when it was yours. A rustle moved through them like a breath. The dragon mask spoke next. The sleeper has begun to twist the roots. Hogwarts resists. You are interference. I'm protection, she snapped. The children are mine to defend. Everything comes with cost, murmured the weeping angel. You have opened doors not closed in centuries. Made alliances that weaken the old blood. Then the old blood should change. More silence. Then the sun mask leaned forward. We offer alliance, training, knowledge, and in return, you become ours. Hermione narrowed her eyes. Yours? In what way? In oath. In silence. In bond. We guide. You act. It was power. Real ancient power. Access to magics lost to time. To a network that even the ministry dared not cross. But it would cost her freedom. Hermione took a breath. I refuse. Several of the masks shifted, but not in anger. In interest. You reject power? I reject ownership, she corrected. I will defend this school. I will protect the students. But I will do it my way. The fox mask chuckled softly. Then be ready. Alone you will bleed. Maybe, she said, already stepping back toward the fog. But at least I'll bleed for something I chose. When she returned, her hands trembled. Not from fear, but from the weight of what she'd turned down. Malfoy was waiting in the sanctum, arms folded. Well, they offered everything. And you told them to shove it, didn't you? She gave a weak smile. Pretty much. His smirk faded. Then you've made enemies more dangerous than Death Eaters. I know. Over the next few days, things at Hogwarts began to shift. Subtle things. The wards around the castle fluttered during storms. The Forbidden Forest felt closer somehow. Owls refused to fly over it. And worst of all, students started forgetting. First it was small. A name. A date. A book they knew they'd read. Then a Hufflepuff fifth year wandered into the dungeons and asked, "Where am I?" with genuine panic. McGonagall doubled security. Dumbledore grew more reserved, absent in meetings. Even Snape began staying later in the corridors at night. Hermione gathered the thorn circle again. The sleeper isn't breaking in, it's leaking. Luna nodded. And the House of Masks has stepped back. They're watching. Waiting. Theo said. If they won't help, then what's left? Hermione looked at the 4 marked students, who had all recovered, stronger than before. She looked at the shard sealed away. She looked at her circle, not bound by oaths but by trust. We make our own path, she said. We build something they can't control. Malfoy looked skeptical. A student rebellion? Hermione smiled faintly. A legacy. As the meeting ended, Luna touched Hermione's shoulder. They're going to test you again. I know. Luna tilted her head. Next time, it won't be a choice. Hermione looked back at the fog-thick window, where snow melted on glass and shadows watched from beyond. Then I'll make one anyway. The sleeper was stirring again. And this time it wasn't alone. Hermione awoke in the dead of night, heart pounding, air heavy with the scent of old parchment and smoke. A dream, or perhaps not. She hadn't been in her dormitory. She had been underground, somewhere older than Hogwarts itself, following a whisper that didn't come from any living voice. The only thing she remembered clearly was a single phrase, etched into the very stone of her mind. What sleeps beneath is not asleep. By the time she reached the sanctum, Malfoy and Theo were already there, both looking like they'd seen the same shadow. You dreamed it too, she said before either of them could speak. Malfoy didn't deny it. I was in the Forbidden Forest. But it wasn't the forest. Not really. It was hollow like a memory of trees. Theo nodded. There was something humming. A rhythm. Like breathing. Luna entered last, holding one of her enchanted mirrors. The glass shimmered silver, distorting her reflection. We're being called, she said. But not by the shard. It's something older. Something that remembers the first pact. Hermione sat heavily on the edge of the stone platform. There was a pact? Luna knelt beside her and placed the mirror in the center of the circle. Hogwarts wasn't just built to protect students. It was built to guard something. The others stilled. The idea had danced around their theories before, but this was the first time it had taken shape. Malfoy muttered, "And we thought a cursed mirror was bad." Hermione stared at the mirror. "Whatever it is, it's growing stronger." A ripple moved through the sanctum. The torches dimmed. The floor beneath them trembled faintly, just once, and then stilled. It wasn't an earthquake. It was heartbeat. The next day, signs of the change were everywhere. Peeves, normally a gleeful nuisance, cowered silently in a corner near the library, muttering in strange rhymes. Ghosts grew restless. The Grey Lady vanished for an entire day. Even the portraits turned their heads toward hidden corners, eyes wide with something like dread. Dumbledore finally called an emergency staff meeting. Hermione wasn't invited, but Snape pulled her aside afterward. "Something is being summoned," he said, voice low and controlled, but his knuckles were white around a stack of reports. "Students are speaking in tongues, sleepwalking." Filch found a third-year carving runes into the walls of the astronomy tower. Hermione leaned forward. "What kind of runes?" Snape handed her a torn piece of parchment. She recognized two symbols immediately. Dream. Gate. Her stomach turned. Snape studied her reaction. "You know more than you're telling me. I'm trying to protect the students." "So am I," he snapped. "But you're no longer a child meddling with books in the library. Whatever this is, it's far past you." "I'm not alone," he scoffed. "Your secret club?" Hermione raised her chin. "They're the reason Hogwarts hasn't fallen already." Snape stared at her, then gave a tight nod. "Then you'd better hold the line longer. Because Dumbledore's running out of ways to stall the ministry. And the headmistress of Beauxbatons just requested a school-wide evacuation plan." Hermione left with the parchment clenched tightly in her fist. The world was turning, faster than she could hold it still. That night, in the Thorn Circle, she spread the parchment on the altar. Blaise and Pansy arrived shortly after, their faces drawn. "2 more first-years found in the Ollery," Blaise reported. "One muttering about a woman in white who watches them from the lake." "She has no face," Pansy added quietly. They both said it. Hermione drew a breath. "We have to go back." Theo frowned. "Where?" "Below. Past the sanctum. Past the shard." Malfoy paled. "Hermione, no one's mapped those ruins in centuries." "I don't care," she said. "Whatever's waking up down there, we can't wait for it to reach the surface. We need to find it first." Luna nodded slowly. "We'll need a guide." It took them 3 days to find one. His name was Morven, a squib groundskeeper's son who had lived his whole life around Hogwarts but had never attended. He knew the cracks, the back doors, the crumbled tunnels the founders had hidden even from the mapmakers. He agreed to help them in exchange for a single promise. "Don't lie to me about what's down there." On the 4th night, the Thorn Circle, Hermione, Malfoy, Theo, Luna, Blaise, Pansy, and Morven, descended beneath the foundations. They passed the sealed shard chamber, followed ancient staircases whose steps had turned to gravel, and entered parts of the castle untouched for over 1,000 years. Magic pulsed through the walls. Not enchantments. Not wards. Breath. Everything down here was alive. Morven led them to a chamber with 12 pillars, each carved with a different animal. A lion, a badger, a serpent, a raven, and others unknown. A dragon. A spider. A stag. A wolf. Symbols from beyond the 4 houses. Hermione's hand hovered over one. "This is older than Hogwarts." "Older than the founders," Luna whispered. Theo said, "Maybe even older than magic as we know it." At the far end of the room was a door. Not built, but grown from the stone. Vines and roots twisted into an archway, sealing a space beyond. At its center, pulsing faintly, was a sigil they recognized. The same sigil on the shard. The same symbol etched into the dreams. A gate. Hermione reached toward it, and her fingers burned with freezing pain. The magic recoiled, snapping back like a serpent. "The gate knows us," she breathed. "And it doesn't want us yet." Malfoy stared at the door, his face pale. "Then what is it waiting for?" Morven's voice came from behind them, slow and scared. "For the one who opened it last time." They all turned to him. "What do you mean?" Hermione asked. Morven pointed at the dragon pillar. "I've seen that mark before. In the old paintings. In the books no one's supposed to read. The founder who wore that crest wasn't one of the 4. He was banished." Luna's eyes widened. There was a fifth founder. Hermione's heartbeat thudded. Then the vines on the gate shifted. Ever so slightly. Something inside was moving. The gate shuddered again, and every wand in the chamber flew into a ready grip. Hermione stepped in front of the others instinctively, eyes locked on the pulsing sigil at its center. The stone vines seemed to breathe now, slow, deep inhalations like something waking from centuries of slumber. "Back away," she said softly. Now. They retreated several paces, but no one turned their back on the gate. "A fifth founder?" Malfoy echoed. "That's impossible. The histories were rewritten," Morven interrupted. "I've spent my life around this castle. There are rooms you'd never find on maps. Walls that whisper names you've never heard. But I remember that symbol. I saw it in a burned tapestry hidden behind the West Wing's collapsed wall. The dragon was his." Hermione's mind raced. The four known founders, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, Salazar Slytherin, they were the pillars of Hogwarts. But if there had been a fifth, what was his name? She asked. Morven hesitated. It was smudged, mostly gone, but the end looked like more. Or maybe Mir. Luna tilted her head. Could it have been Azramir? Theo blinked. That's not a name. That's a myth. No, Luna said calmly. It's a warning. I read about him once. A man who tried to shape magic itself. Not through spell work. Through blood. Hermione stepped toward the dragon pillar, her fingers trailing lightly over its carved scales. If the founders sealed him away, and the seal's breaking, then what we're dealing with isn't just a dark wizard. It's foundational. The room trembled, a deep rumble echoing from below. They weren't just standing above a sealed chamber anymore. They were standing on the lid of a coffin. Malfoy turned sharply. We need to get out of here before that thing decides we look like a welcome committee. But Hermione didn't move. Her eyes were locked on the sigil, where thin cracks had begun to form in the stone. The pulse within was growing louder, deeper, and it was mimicking a rhythm she now recognized. Her own heartbeat. She whispered, It's syncing with me. Hermione, Blaise asked carefully. You all right? She backed away slowly. I don't think it's a coincidence I was sorted into Slytherin. Or why the shard chose me. I think I'm tied to him. I think we all are. The chamber suddenly flared with blinding green light from the sigil. Their shadows stretched unnaturally across the walls, and every carved animal's eyes glowed faintly, as if awakened by the same pulse. Then the voice came. Blood remembers. It was deep, distorted, and echoed not in the air but inside their skulls. Each syllable carried weight like gravity. Theo stumbled. Pansy fell to one knee. Malfoy swore under his breath. Luna remained perfectly still, eyes wide, lips barely parted. Hermione felt as though someone had reached inside her chest and twisted. The voice continued. The pact was broken. The seal has failed. My name shall be remembered. The sigil exploded in light, and then went dark. Everything went still. The torches lining the passageways outside the chamber relit with a flicker. The vines stopped moving. The heartbeat stopped. And the silence was worse than the voice. Hermione turned. We need to seal this place. But the gate was already shifting. Not breaking, not opening, but changing. A new rune appeared, slowly etching itself in glowing light. It wasn't Latin. It wasn't any language they'd studied at Hogwarts. But they all understood it. 3 days. That was all it said. 3 days until what? Blaise whispered. Luna finally blinked slowly, as though waking from a trance. Until Azramir rises, she said. And Hogwarts becomes his tomb, or his throne. They fled the chamber, sealing it as best they could with every spell they knew. Even Snape's strongest warding charms, relayed from Hermione's urgent messages, barely clung to the ancient stone. Back in the sanctum, the thorn circle reconvened in grim silence. Hermione laid out the facts. He was one of the founders, maybe not by name, but by power. The others bound him, buried him beneath the school. The shard, the sleeper, the dream gates, they were all echoes of him. Malfoy nodded slowly. And the House of Masks? They knew. That's why they watched you. They're not protecting the world from Hogwarts. They're protecting Hogwarts from what's buried beneath it. Theo leaned on the table. So what now? 3 days until what? The seal breaks entirely? Hermione met each of their eyes. 3 days until we stop pretending we're students and start acting like the only line between him and the world. Luna looked up from her mirror. We can't do it alone. Hermione nodded. We won't. It's time the rest of Hogwarts knew the truth. By the next morning, parchment messages, charmed with the symbol of the thorn, appeared across the 4 common rooms, slipped under pillows into textbooks beneath goblets at breakfast. To those who have felt the dreams. To those who remember things that never were. To those who see beyond what Hogwarts says is safe. The war beneath the school has begun. We need you. HG. The reactions were immediate and mixed. Some students thought it a prank. Others trembled as they read it and nodded silently. And by nightfall, more than a dozen stood in the sanctum with them, eyes wide but determined. Among them, to Hermione's surprise, were Ginny Weasley, Colin Creevey, and even Ernie Macmillan. This isn't just about Slytherin anymore, Hermione told them. And then she pointed to the center of the sanctum, where the shard no longer pulsed with its familiar green glow. Instead, it had turned black. The sanctum had never been silent. There was always the soft hum of ancient magic, the shifting of shadows, the pulsing green light of the shard, until now. Now that glow had vanished. The shard lay dormant in the center of the room, its once lively surface now matte and lifeless, a black mirror reflecting only darkness. Hermione approached it with caution. The thorn circle and the new recruits gathered in a hesitant semicircle behind her. Is it dead? Asked Ernie Macmillan, voice tight. No, Luna said softly. It's listening. Hermione crouched beside it, trying to sense even a whisper of the old connection. But there was nothing. No heartbeat. No flicker. Just wait. Heavy, expectant wait. It's being overwritten, she said finally, rising to her feet. Asrimir's presence is pushing out everything else. The shard is changing sides. Ginny stepped forward. You really believe he's waking up? That this isn't just some twisted illusion? Hermione looked at her. I wish it were. But magic this old doesn't lie. And I'd bet my wand that he's already found a crack in the seal. Theo tapped a piece of parchment on the table. The countdown is real. I double-checked the rune translation. We've got until midnight, 3 days from now, before the gate fully opens. Then we fight, Malfoy said, surprising them all. We've come too far to run. Pansy scoffed. And fight what exactly? A ghost? A god. A founder who probably built this place with blood rituals and dragons. We fight an idea, Luna said suddenly. Asrimir wanted magic to belong only to those who could bend it. He believed wands made wizards weak. He wanted power to answer to blood, not will. Hermione felt cold. That's what the dreams showed me. The castle drowning in vines. Children whispering in a forgotten tongue. Hogwarts under one name, his. A silence stretched across the room. Blaise was the first to break it. Then we don't just need a strategy. We need a weapon. That word stirred something in Hermione's mind. She walked to the far side of the sanctum, to the old stone wall with the carvings they'd once believed decorative. She pressed her wand to a familiar marking, a leaf coiled around a serpent. The wall melted away. Behind it was a narrow chamber, dust thick in the air, scrolls and relics covered in time. And at the very end, a pedestal with a book resting on it. The Codex Arcanum. Hermione had only seen it once before. It was said to be written in a language that spoke itself into the mind of the reader, inked in diluted phoenix tears, bound in basilisk hide. A record of magic before the founding of schools. Before even wands. She opened it, and the book whispered. Her breath caught as knowledge poured into her, rituals, bindings, names of power long lost. It didn't just show spells. It showed intentions. It showed what came before. There's something in here, she said slowly, flipping through its glowing pages. A counter seal. A way to rebalance a corrupted pact. Malfoy leaned in. What does it need? Hermione frowned. 7 casters. 7 threads from different magical lineages. And a catalyst, one that connects blood, mind, and place. The shard, Theo said. Even if it's changed, it's still linked to all of us. Luna nodded. Then we need to take it back. But how? Asked Colin, nervous. It's evil now, isn't it? Hermione closed the book with care. Not evil. Just listening to a louder voice. She turned to the room. We're going to perform a ritual. We're going to bind the shard back to us. And then we're going to use it to lock Asramir down again. The air buzzed with nervous energy. The plan was reckless, ancient, dangerous, but it was all they had. That night, they began preparing. Candles were placed in precise configurations. Runes chalked onto stone. Each of the original Thorn Circle chose one of the new allies to stand with them. Ginny with Blaze, Colin with Theo, Ernie with Pansy, and Morven with Luna. Hermione and Malfoy would stand at the center, closest to the shard. The ritual would begin at moonrise. But as the first star blinked into view outside the sanctum, the shard twitched. A crack bloomed across its surface. And the voice returned. I see you now. I remember your names. You are echoes. I am Origin. Malfoy's face paled. He's not just listening. He's speaking through it now. The candles dimmed. The runes began to smear on their own. The chalk ran like ink in water. Luna grabbed Hermione's hand. He's trying to stop the ritual before it begins. Hermione squeezed back. Then we start now. As they raised their wands and began to chant, the black shard pulsed once more. And this time it bled. Thick, dark ichor seeped from its base, snaking toward the edge of the circle. The sanctum howled with unseen wind. The walls groaned, and Asramir's voice rose like thunder. You think you are the first to resist. You will not be the last to fail. Hermione raised her wand higher, eyes blazing. We are not the first, but we might be the last. The moment Hermione spoke the final syllable, the ritual circle lit with searing light. Golden threads shot out from each wand, linking the casters together in a web of ancient magic. The air became thick with pressure, like the world itself had taken a breath and was holding it. The shard, still bleeding dark ichor, trembled violently. Each pulse from it sent ripples of heat across the sanctum floor. The voices of the group rose in unison, their chant drawn from the Codex Arcanum, a tongue so old it bypassed language and spoke directly to magic itself. By root and rise, by seal and sigil, we call what was, to bind what shall not be. The ichor sizzled as it touched the edge of the ritual circle. Where it met the golden light, it hissed and recoiled like a wounded creature. The shard cracked again, deeper now, splitting almost to the core. For the briefest moment, Hermione saw something within the fracture. An eye. Not flesh, not human, but awareness. Watching. Furious. You think you can silence me? Asramir's voice boomed, no longer distant. He was speaking through the shard now. I was before your houses. Before your walls. Before your lies. The sanctum floor shuddered, and the vines in the cracks between stones sprouted with terrifying speed. They twisted and curled toward the casters like living snares. Hold the lines, Hermione shouted, sweat beating down her temple. Focus your magic inward. Ginny flared her wand, sending a burst of red sparks that incinerated the vines rushing toward Luna. Blaze spun a protective barrier just in time to deflect a lash of blackened thorn. Pansy and Ernie stood back to back, their streams of light joining midair. But the shard fought harder now. A wave of pressure slammed into them like a hurricane. Theo was thrown to one knee, blood trickling from his nose. Colin whimpered, but held firm. The circle wavered. Don't break formation. Malfoy barked, his voice hard with panic. If one of us drops, the ritual collapses. The codex floated above the shard now, pages turning in a frenzy, glowing so brightly it hurt to look at. Runes lifted from the book into the air and began forming a spiral, descending toward the shard like falling stars. Hermione's wand pulsed in her hand, her magic roaring like fire in her chest. She felt it drawing from more than herself, from her memories, her fears, her ambition, and something else. From him. Asramir's voice changed, lower, more intimate. You are mine, little serpent. The shard chose you for a reason. Hermione clenched her teeth. The shard didn't choose me. I claimed it. With a cry, she drove her wand forward. A bolt of silver-white light, brighter than anything she'd ever cast, shot from its tip and struck the shard dead center. The ichor exploded in all directions. And then, silence. The vines fell limp. The air stilled. The codex closed and gently descended to the pedestal. Hermione's knees buckled. Malfoy caught her. The shard, once black and bleeding, now hovered calmly in the center of the circle. Its surface was no longer a mirror of darkness, but a swirl of silver and green, pale, still, like mist on a calm lake. Theo limped forward. Did it work? Hermione opened her mouth, but before she could speak, the shard spoke. Not in Azrimir's voice. In hers. Balance restored. Host reclaimed. Countdown reset. Blaze blinked. Wait, what does that mean? It means we bought time, Luna whispered. But we didn't win. Hermione stood slowly, her strength returning with the shard's calming pulse. Azrimir's seal is intact for now, but the shard still remembers him. He'll try again. Then we strike first, said Malfoy. We can't just wait for him to return. We find where he was buried. We find his body, his source, and we destroy it. Agreed, Hermione said. We're done playing defense. But where? Asked Colin. The gate is sealed again, right? Morven stepped forward. There's more than one way down. The gate is only the most ceremonial. The original catacombs go deeper than any Hogwarts map ever dares to show. They were built before the school had walls, when it was just altars and fire pits. Pansy raised an eyebrow. Lovely. Hermione walked to the codex again. We'll find it. And this time we go prepared. That night, under the cover of invisibility spells and passageways only the Thorn Circle knew, the group spread through the castle, searching. Not for books. Not for history. For roots. Because the deeper they went, the more they realized Azrimir hadn't just been sealed. He had grown beneath them. And in the shadows of the forbidden forest, where trees twisted into impossible shapes and no creature dared linger, something stirred. A figure cloaked in ash and antler watched the stars. He smiled without a face and whispered, soon. It began with a map older than Hogwarts itself, burnt into leathered skin and hidden behind the last page of the Codex Arcanum. It revealed no straight lines, only spirals, blood markings, and cryptic phrases such as "where the stone weeps" and "the heart of the hollow." Hermione and Malfoy huddled over it in the sanctum, eyes following the winding routes that branched from beneath the castle into the forbidden forest. "It's not just a passage," she murmured. "It's a design, a ritual network meant to channel something into the earth." "Or out of it," Malfoy added grimly. Within hours, the Thorn Circle mobilized. Wards around the forest were silently breached, disillusionment charms cast, and paths carefully marked. The further they traveled, the less Hogwarts magic responded to their wands. Even the air grew heavy with something ancient, raw and whispering. Luna walked ahead of the group, her wand gently lit. She moved with eerie confidence, as if the trees themselves showed her the way. "Why is it so quiet?" Colin whispered. "No creatures," Blaze answered. "That's how you know we're getting close." And then, through the thickest bramble and beneath a canopy that blocked out even the moonlight, they found it. A stone dais, half swallowed by roots, marked with the same sigil from the shard, the eye within the spiral. The center was hollow, as if waiting for something to complete it. Hermione stepped forward. The shard floated silently at her side. "This is it," she whispered. "The altar where Azrimir's soul was chained. The heart of his prison." Ginny paced around the structure. "Looks more like a summoning site than a tomb." "Same thing if you're clever enough," Theo muttered. Malfoy studied the runes carved into the ground. "There's a ritual sequence here. Not protective, but responsive. It reacts when someone bearing the shard comes close." Hermione inhaled sharply. "Then I'll do it." "No," Pansy said instantly. "You're the one he's tied to most. If you go in first, he'll lock onto you. You won't get another chance to break free." Hermione hesitated. She hated the idea of sending someone else into the jaws of what could easily be a trap. "I'll go," said Luna calmly. "The forest likes me. And besides, I can hear the stone calling. It doesn't want to wake him. It wants to warn us." She placed her hand on the dais. The ground rumbled. The roots recoiled, sliding back like serpents into the soil. The dais sank into the earth, revealing a spiral staircase that dropped into darkness, lined with green burning torches that lit themselves as the path unfolded. No one spoke. They simply followed Luna, one by one, into the earth. The passage twisted in unnatural ways, making them feel like they were circling in place despite clearly descending. At one point, Colin swore he saw his reflection ahead of him instead of behind. The deeper they went, the less magic obeyed their wands. The air tasted metallic, like rust and burnt herbs. At the bottom lay a cavern, colossal and circular, with 7 stone thrones arranged in a ring. And in the center, a sarcophagus covered in runes so ancient they shimmered. But it wasn't sealed. The lid was ajar. "No," Hermione breathed. "Someone's already been here." Ginny moved toward one of the thrones, brushing off the dust. They weren't just founders. These were his disciples. Malfoy circled the tomb, wand drawn. "There's something else. Look here." Beneath the sarcophagus, the ground had been disturbed, as if something had dug its way out. Suddenly, the torches flared green. The air dropped 10 degrees in an instant, and the voice returned. "You opened the door faster than I expected." The stone behind them slammed shut. The light bent. The walls pulsed. And from the shadowed far end of the chamber, a figure emerged, wrapped in torn gray robes. No face, only a smooth, mask-like surface with hollow indentations for eyes. Horns, twisted like tree roots, grew from its skull. Azramir. Not a ghost. Not a memory. But flesh. Colin stumbled backward. "He's alive." "No," Hermione said, wand trembling. "He's becoming." The seal was only meant to hold his soul. "He's found a vessel." Azramir raised one arm. The shard at Hermione's side screamed in her mind, vibrating violently. "One of you will give me form. You will carry my name again. And the world will remember what magic truly was before it was leashed." Luna stepped forward. "You're not a god. Just a frightened relic in borrowed skin." The mask twisted toward her. "And you are a flower growing through stone. Beautiful. But doomed." Then everything happened at once. The cavern erupted in screaming winds. The shard shattered into 7 pieces, each streaking toward one of the thorn circle. Hermione's hand burned as a fragment embedded in her palm. Ginny cried out as another buried itself in her chest. Each fragment linked, and Azramir howled. He wasn't possessing them. They were anchoring him. "Break the link," Hermione shouted, voice nearly lost in the chaos. "Don't let him root himself." But it was too late. Azramir reached toward the sarcophagus, and the lid flew off, revealing not a body but a mirror. His true self. The reflection rose. Identical. Twisted. Whole. And he stepped out. The twin Azramir stepped from the mirror like ink leaking into water, elegant and terrifying in the same breath. He was formed of shadow and bone, but his presence struck deeper than fear. It scraped at the soul. The 7 fragments pulsed within the thorn circle members, each connection stretching like a thread from the god thing's chest. Hermione could feel him within her thoughts, not speaking but pressing, like fingers beneath the skin. He didn't want control. He wanted resonance. Malfoy staggered, his knees buckling. "He's syncing with our magic, with our minds." Ernie screamed, his wand bursting into flame in his hand. Colin doubled over, clutching his head. "Break the threads," Hermione yelled. "Focus on anything, memory, pain, joy, something real. Anchor yourselves." She closed her eyes, blocking out the cavern's roar, and thought of the library at Hogwarts. The scent of old parchment. Her first Slytherin robes. The smug smirk on Malfoy's face when she bested him in dueling club. The way her mother's voice had trembled the day she got her letter. The shard in her hand flared, then quieted. Her thread dulled to a thin, flickering line. Luna dropped to her knees beside Blaise, who was convulsing. "Breathe with me," she whispered. "You're not him. You're you. You're stars and sound and summer grass." Azramir's mask cracked slightly down one side. "I forged you," he bellowed. "I carved this world from fire and will." "No," Hermione said, standing now, the shard melting into mist. "You were sealed by those who feared your obsession. You call it freedom. It was hunger." Azramir's mirrored twin lunged. Hermione raised her wand just in time to cast Protego Maxima. The shield held, barely, but the impact flung her backward. Malfoy caught her, both of them crashing into one of the stone thrones. "I'm out of strength," he panted. "Even my wand's fighting me. Then we fight without it." They looked at each other. And charged. Ginny hurled herself toward the mirror, her hands aflame with raw magic, bypassing the need for incantations. The flames sang, echoing with phoenix song. Azramir's twin raised a hand, but Luna intercepted him, spinning a silver net of starlight through the air. Hermione dove for the mirror itself. "He's bound to it," she shouted. "We shatter it, we sever his anchor." But the mirror didn't break under spell or blow. It shimmered with runes that danced just out of reach, responding only to living magic. "Let me try," Blaise gasped, crawling forward. The shard embedded in his arm now glowed like a heartbeat. He pressed his hand to the mirror's edge. It rippled. For a second, they saw something inside. Not Azramir, but all of them. Moments twisted. Hermione in Slytherin robes weeping alone her first night. Luna holding her mother's wand to the moon. Theo standing beside a coffin. Pansy laughing in the astronomy tower. The mirror was built from them. He used our fears to build this prison, Hermione realized. It's not a door. It's a reflection. He used us to give himself form. Azramir shrieked, the cavern pulsing with dark light. "You were mine. My vessels. My chosen." "No," Hermione said, stepping forward. "We were never yours. We were each other's." She took Ginny's hand. Then Malfoy's. Luna joined next, then Pansy, Theo, Blaise, Colin, and Ernie. 7 in total. The circle, imperfect, flawed, but united. The shards in their bodies pulsed one final time, then exploded into ash. The mirror cracked. Azramir screamed, not with rage but fear. As the glass shattered inward, so too did his form begin to unravel. The twin was pulled back piece by piece, face melting to nothing, voice warped into static. "No, I am the root. The first spell. I." And then he was gone. The mirror lay in shards. Silence fell. No light. No wind. Just breath. Then, slowly, the torches flickered back to life with gentle flame. The stone doors creaked open. The cavern no longer pulsed with threat. Malfoy slumped down beside Hermione. "So, that's done. I think we severed him. Not destroyed. But there's no longer a mirror. No anchor. No host." Luna stood, brushing dust from her robes. "Then we watch. We guard. And if he ever stirs again, we'll be waiting." Hermione nodded. "Let's go home." They climbed the spiral in silence, tired but whole. By the time they emerged into moonlight, dawn was close. The forest greeted them not with silence, but birdsong. And somewhere in the ruins of a forgotten past, the mirror's final shard turned to dust. The sun had barely crested the horizon when the thorn circle returned to the castle grounds. Mud-streaked, bruised, and exhausted, they trudged silently past Hagrid's hut, where Fong raised his head and whimpered lowly but didn't bark. The air around Hogwarts had changed, lighter somehow, yet watchful, like the castle itself knew something ancient had passed. Hermione paused near the edge of the Black Lake and glanced back at the forbidden forest. A part of her expected to see Azramir's figure rising again, like mist. But the forest stood still. There were no whispers. No echoes. Just trees, gently swaying in the wind. "I don't think it's over," she murmured. Malfoy joined her, still limping slightly from the descent. "No, but it's quiet for now. And we need to decide what we tell the others." Hermione sighed. "We can't tell them everything. Not about the mirror. Not about the fragments. They wouldn't believe it even if we did," Pansy muttered, coming up behind them. Her eyes were rimmed red, not from tears, but exhaustion and the faintest shadow of magic withdrawal. "Let them have their ministry-sanctioned version. Azramir's name belongs in the silence." The group convened in the sanctum one last time that morning. Theo placed the burnt remains of the Codex Arcanum on the center table. The mirror's shards are gone. The cave has sealed itself. But someone will go looking again. "They always do," Blaise said bitterly. "History isn't a warning. It's a cycle." Colin, who'd barely spoken since the fight, suddenly looked up. "Then maybe we break it. The cycle. We stop acting like tools or followers or rebels. We build something instead." Hermione looked at him thoughtfully, then around at each face. "We already did," she said quietly. "We built this. The circle. A group bound not by bloodlines or prophecy, but by choice." Luna smiled, her gaze unfocused as she traced her fingers through the air, drawing patterns only she could see. "He tried to use our worst pieces to shape himself. But he didn't understand. Our darkness isn't our weakness. It's part of what makes our light so bright." There were no cheers. No grand speeches. Just nods. Understanding. The thorn circle disbanded by mid-morning, each member fading back into the roles they were expected to play. Slytherins in green robes. Ravenclaws with ink-stained fingers. Gryffindors with bruised knuckles and hard eyes. Hufflepuffs with quiet strength. but none of them would ever see the world the same way again. Hermione returned to the dungeons with a strange ache in her chest. Not pain, something closer to nostalgia, but for a time that hadn't quite passed yet. That evening, Snape found her lingering near the common room fire, staring at her open palm. The scar from the shard had faded, but it hadn't vanished. "You look like someone who's seen beyond the veil," he said softly. Hermione didn't flinch. "Maybe I have." Snape studied her with that same hawk-like intensity he always had, but something in his expression had softened. "You've grown faster than I expected. And further than most wanted," she replied. He smirked faintly. "That's how all the best serpents begin." As she left to head toward the great hall, the castle seemed to shimmer for a heartbeat. Like a reflection, fragile, as if something just beneath the surface still stirred. During dinner, Dumbledore made no mention of the Forbidden Forest or strange magical disturbances. He simply raised his goblet and toasted the perseverance of students, the strength of unity, and the value of curiosity. His gaze found Hermione across the hall and lingered there for a moment longer than necessary. A silent acknowledgement. She didn't smile. Instead, she looked down the Slytherin table, catching Malfoy's eye. He nodded once. Theo raised his glass. Ginny, seated with the Gryffindors, lifted her fork with the tiniest grin. Luna gave a little wave. And Hermione knew the circle hadn't ended. It had evolved. After dinner, she walked alone to the astronomy tower, the wind cool against her face. She stood at the edge and looked out across the lake, its surface gleaming like a mirror. She didn't speak. Didn't need to. But she did whisper one final thought into the wind, knowing somewhere in the void Azramir might still be listening. "You tried to break us." Her fingers closed into a fist. "And all you did was make us stronger." The wind howled, high and distant, like a memory fading. And below, in the Forbidden Forest, something ancient settled into slumber once more. The following weeks passed with deceptive normality. Quidditch matches resumed, exams loomed, and prefect patrols grew dull again. For most students, life at Hogwarts ticked along as it always had, as if no eldritch being had ever stirred beneath its roots. But for the Thorn Circle, the silence had a different weight. They met less often, though when they did, it was always in pairs or trios. Quiet conversations in shadowed corners, glances passed across classrooms, messages written in the margins of borrowed books. Hermione spent her spare hours digging through the restricted section again. Not chasing fragments or legends this time, but cleaning up the trail. She burned pages that mentioned Azramir's true name, charmed old tomes into silence, and sealed the surviving maps of the cavern in the hollow spine of a cursed volume about dragon venom. The goal now wasn't discovery. It was prevention. But one day, while thumbing through a neglected shelf behind a row of half-rotted manuscripts, she found a scroll she didn't remember hiding. It was crisp. Too crisp. The ink shimmered. At the top, a record of wounds not yet healed. She unrolled it carefully. Inside it listed names, hers among them. Malfoy, Ginny, Luna, Blaise, all members of the Thorn Circle. But there were others too. Students who had vanished from memory. People she didn't recognize. "Who put this here?" she whispered. The scroll's final line answered in blood-red script that hadn't been there moments ago. "Those who walk through mirrors leave footprints behind." Hermione's hand went cold. She replaced the scroll and sealed the shelf with a runic lock of her own invention. One even the Room of Requirement would struggle to undo. That night, she summoned the circle again, this time in the oldest greenhouse, long abandoned and grown wild. The walls had crumbled in parts, letting moonlight filter through twisted vines and cracked glass. They gathered silently, Malfoy first, then Luna, then Theo, Colin, and the others. "I found a scroll," Hermione said, wasting no time. "With our names." "More cursed fragments?" Blaise asked wearily. "No. Records. Of us and others. People I've never heard of. But the ink, it wrote on its own. It knows." "The mirror's gone," Ginny said, leaning against a moss-covered stone basin. "You said it yourself." "I thought it was," Hermione replied. "But now I think it wasn't just one mirror. I think it was one piece of something larger. And maybe Azramir wasn't the only one who used it." Malfoy swore under his breath. "You're saying there might be others who've seen through the veil." Or worse, Luna added softly, others who want to reopen it. The group fell silent. Pansy stirred. Then we shut every door. Seal every crack. Burn the path if we have to. Theo frowned. And what happens when someone builds a new path from scratch? Magic always wants to be found. Hermione nodded slowly. Then we prepare for that too. The circle doesn't disband. We stay quiet, but we watch. We learn, Malfoy said. We remember, Luna added. The agreement was silent, but absolute. Over the next few days, subtle changes swept through Hogwarts. The circle planted magical wards across hidden corridors, tuned to resonate with the specific echo Azrimir's magic had left behind. Theo created enchanted quills that recorded unnatural magical fluctuations in ink only they could read. Colin charmed his camera to take photos of places no one saw and dreams no one remembered. Luna worked quietly with the Thestrals, teaching them to recognize threats invisible to the eye. They weren't warriors anymore. They were keepers. But even in vigilance, life marched forward. Hermione was appointed head girl. Malfoy earned the highest marks in defense against the dark arts. Blaise won the dueling cup. Ginny became Gryffindor's new Quidditch captain. On the surface, they were just students again. Yet underneath the stone and spell of Hogwarts, something had changed permanently. Late one night, Hermione found herself once more at the astronomy tower. This time, she wasn't alone. Malfoy leaned against the battlement, looking up at the stars. "You still think he's gone?" he asked quietly. She didn't answer right away. "I think that Azrimir, the one in the cavern, is gone. But I also think he was never just one thing. He was an idea. A hunger. And you can't destroy an idea." He glanced at her sideways. "Then what do? You outlast it," she said. "You bury it beneath stronger ones." They stood in silence for a while, the wind pulling at their robes. Below, the lake reflected starlight, calm and undisturbed. But Hermione no longer trusted reflections. She trusted the circle. She trusted her scars. And she trusted the resolve they'd forged in fire. The kind that wouldn't break, even if the mirrors returned. Hermione awoke in the middle of the night, drenched in cold sweat. Her dreams had been plagued with shifting corridors, endless doors, and mirrors that reflected not her face but Azrimir's cracked mask. She stumbled from her bed in the Slytherin dormitory and splashed her face with water, trying to shake the lingering echo of the dream. But it wasn't just a dream. When she looked in the mirror above the basin, her reflection blinked half a second too late. By morning, she had scoured the castle's restricted archives again. The scroll she had locked away was still sealed, but the ward was weaker. Frayed, as if something had touched it. Malfoy arrived while she was deep in study, slamming a folded bit of parchment onto the table. 2 Ravenclaws missing. No trace. Rooms undisturbed. Flitwick says they never came down from the astronomy tower last night. Hermione felt her stomach twist. Did they see anything? Mention dreams. Not that anyone knows. But one of them, Auden Chambers, borrowed a book last week. He dropped a copy of Astral Harmonics and Veil Theory in front of her. Guess which section he was reading? Hermione scanned the table of contents. Chapter 5, The Fractured Labyrinth. Luna joined them minutes later, already breathless. I checked the dream archive, my own, not the school's. No one questioned that she had won. Something's changed. The dreams we had after the cavern, they're starting again. Except this time, they're not dreams. They're memories. But not ours. Malfoy leaned forward. Explain. I saw myself walking through a stone corridor I've never seen before. There were candles, green fire, and a voice guiding me. Only it wasn't speaking to me. It was speaking through me. Hermione felt her pulse thrum. It's the labyrinth. What labyrinth? Malfoy asked, but she was already digging into the text, flipping pages until she found the passage she remembered. The mirror was once only one of 7 gates within the fractured labyrinth. Each gate a reflection, each reflection a piece of the primordial self, scattered across the ley lines of the earth. The labyrinth is not place, but function. Not form, but invitation. Blaise and Ginny joined them soon after, followed by Theo and Pansy. Colin arrived last, white-faced and shaking. I think I've found where they went, he said, holding up a photograph that hadn't been there the night before. I didn't take this. The photo showed a stone hallway lined with mirrors and braziers of green fire. At the far end, two students stood motionless, eyes wide open but lifeless. "Is this Hogwarts?" Theo asked, voice tight. "No," Hermione whispered. "It's beneath it." They gathered that evening in the room of requirement, which shaped itself into a maze of overlapping corridors and staircases. Hermione lit a circle of blue flame and set the book in the center. "We've always assumed the cavern was the end," she said, voice steady. "But I think it was just one room in a much older structure. The fractured labyrinth exists outside linear space. Asramir used a shard of it to manifest, but the other pieces are still scattered. And now something or someone is activating them." "Is it him?" Pansy asked. "Maybe not Asramir himself," Luna murmured, "but a resonance. A ghost in the walls. And if it's reaching out again, then the labyrinth is waking up." Ginny cracked her knuckles. "Then we go in." "Not all of us," Malfoy said immediately. "We don't know how deep it goes or what it wants. We need scouts. Layers of defense." "I'll go," Hermione said without hesitation. "I've seen the dreams. I've read the lore. I might be able to recognize the structures." "I'll go with you," said Luna. "I've walked in places that weren't real before. It helps." Malfoy looked like he wanted to argue, but instead nodded. "Fine. Then I'm anchor. If you're not back in 2 hours, I'm pulling every alarm in this castle. Consequences be damned." The room shifted as Hermione placed her hand on the photograph. Magic swirled beneath her palm, hungry, waiting. "I need a door," she whispered. The walls cracked. A narrow archway appeared, one that hadn't been there before. It led downward through shifting mist. "Time to meet the labyrinth," she said, and stepped through. Luna followed. The door sealed behind them. The descent was slow at first. Stone became smooth glass. Flame flickered with no source. They moved through hallways where their reflections aged and decayed as they walked, and then reversed, becoming children, then infants, then dust. Voices whispered. "Who are you now? Which version do you want to be? Turn back and you'll forget. Go forward and you'll become." They ignored the voices. Hermione marked each turn with a charm stone. Luna sang quietly under her breath, a spell of focus and clarity. Eventually, they reached a chamber unlike the rest, circular, with 7 mirrors forming a ring. The 2 missing Ravenclaws stood in the center, completely still. Hermione rushed forward and tried to pull one away, but her hand passed through them like mist. "They're trapped in reflection," she realized. They walked too far in. Luna examined the mirrors. Each shimmered with images: Hogwarts in ruin, a future burned by war, a version of Hermione sitting atop a throne, crown of serpents on her head. In another, Luna herself floated above a sea of stars, her eyes pitch black. "They're not just gates," Luna whispered. "They're choices. Paths we could take." Hermione turned to the Ravenclaws. "Then how do we bring them out?" "The same way we left Asramir's hold," Luna said. "We remind them who they are. We make them remember." Hermione knelt before them and reached out. Not physically, but magically, weaving memories like threads into the air. "Your name is Auden Chambers. You love star maps and always sit by the window. You kissed your first crush under the Quidditch bleachers." The boy twitched. Luna mirrored her, speaking to the second student. "You like peppermint tea. You cry when others don't notice, but you always notice them." One by one, the mirrors dimmed, and the students began to breathe again. Hermione caught Luna's eye. "We have to close this place, before someone else stumbles through." Luna nodded. "But not tonight. The labyrinth remembers us now." Hermione helped the 2 Ravenclaws as the corridor behind them reopened, dimly lit by a soft golden thread, Malfoy's anchor spell, reaching out like a beacon. As they stepped through, back into the room of requirement, the archway vanished with a low hiss. Malfoy rushed forward. "You were gone almost 3 hours." "We found them," Hermione said. "And the labyrinth?" "Still there," she said grimly. "Still waiting. And now it knew their names." It started with a note left on Hermione's pillow. No one saw who had delivered it, and no alarms had been triggered. But the parchment was unmistakable, old, brittle, inked in the same shifting silver used in the Forbidden Scrolls. She opened it slowly, dreading what it might say. "You walked the labyrinth. You saw what waits. But you have not seen it all. The serpent remembers. The serpent waits." Hermione stared at it for several minutes before incinerating the note with a silent incendio. But even as the ash curled and vanished, the words burned in her mind. The serpent. She knew that name from her earlier readings, a concept mentioned only in the margins of ancient texts. Often interchangeable with the veil, sometimes treated as an entity, other times a force of nature. Always capitalized. Always lurking. It was said to be the part of the labyrinth that coiled around fate itself, feeding off choices made and unmade. And now it remembered her. She didn't tell the others immediately. Not because she wanted to hide it, but because she needed time to think. To understand. But the serpent had other plans. That week, Slytherin House grew restless. Students whispered of strange dreams. Not dark or violent, enticing. Visions of power, of clarity, of ascension. Several younger students began sneaking away at night, drawn to corners of the castle long sealed off. Hermione confronted one, a second-year named Rowan, after catching him trying to open a disused entrance beneath the grand staircase. "What are you doing here?" she asked sharply. He blinked at her, as if waking from a trance. "It's calling me," he whispered. "Don't you hear it? The whisper behind the walls?" That chilled her more than anything else. Because she had begun hearing it, faint and slithering, curling through her thoughts when she let her guard down. She reinforced her occlumency shields, tripled her study of counterpossessive enchantments, and even drafted a letter to McGonagall, but stopped herself from sending it. Not yet. If she involved the professors too soon, the circle's work could be undone. And if this was what she feared, it would be far beyond what even the headmistress could handle alone. The Thorn Circle met that evening in the Undercroft, one of the deepest, most shielded parts of the castle. "The labyrinth isn't finished," Hermione began. "We closed one door, but now something worse is leaking through." "The serpent." Theo frowned. "I thought that was just a metaphor." "It is, and it isn't," she replied. "It feeds on the knowledge of paths. On destiny. And it wants us." Luna spoke up, quiet and certain. "I had a dream. I was standing on a chessboard the size of the Forbidden Forest. But the pieces were all people I know. Us. And in the center was a coiled snake made of mirrors." "That's not a dream," Blaise said. "That's a warning." Hermione pulled a new map from her bag. "I've found another entrance. One that predates even the founders. Beneath the lake, older than the Chamber of Secrets. I think the serpent is trying to rebuild itself using those who've touched the labyrinth." "You mean us," Malfoy said, jaw tight. She nodded. "We've been marked." The circle agreed to explore it before the serpent could finish whatever it was doing. This time they moved in force, all 9 of them cloaked and warded. Colin brought enchanted lenses. Luna carried a pouch of memory roots. Ginny bore a blade charmed to cut through shadow magic. They entered the passage through a flooded tunnel accessible only during low tide. It led into a forgotten catacomb beneath the lakebed, full of mosaics long worn away, but traces of serpentine patterns remained. The air was cold and wet, and magic thrummed through the walls like a living heartbeat. At the center of the catacomb, they found a stone well carved with ancient runes. It wasn't filled with water, but with reflections. A surface that shimmered like a liquid mirror, but it showed not their faces, only choices they hadn't made. Hermione saw herself refusing the Sorting Hat's first suggestion of Slytherin. Malfoy saw himself shaking Harry's hand on the train. Ginny stepped back from the edge. "This place, it's watching." Luna knelt by the well and dipped her fingers in. "It's not complete yet, but it's growing. The serpent is forming from what we could have been." "Then we stop it before it finishes," Theo said. "How?" asked Colin. "We unmake our echoes," Hermione whispered. "Remove the versions of ourselves it's trying to consume. Sever the reflections." They formed a circle around the well. Each drew from their own inner strength, memories, truths, affirmations of identity. Hermione focused on her loyalty to reason, to growth, to the friends who shaped her better than ambition ever did. Malfoy anchored himself in the choice to stand beside her instead of above her. The light from their combined magic formed a dome. The well screamed, not in sound but in emotion. Rage. Hunger. Desperation. The serpent began to rise from the mirror, no longer just an idea, but something coalescing in form. A shadow made of choices not taken. But it was too late. The dome of magic collapsed inward, sealing the well with a final, blinding flash. The chamber shook. Water poured in from hidden cracks. They fled, barely making it out before the passage sealed behind them forever. Outside, under the moonlit sky beside the lake, the circle lay on the damp grass, breathless but alive. "It's done," Ginny asked. Hermione looked toward the castle. "No," she said. "But we've bought time. Maybe years. Maybe more." "And when it tries again?" Malfoy asked. She turned to him, eyes fierce. "Then we'll still be here." And as they sat in silence, the stars reflected in the lake. But this time, the reflections matched. The serpent was quiet again. But only for now. Though the serpent's well had been sealed and the catacombs beneath the lake collapsed behind them, Hermione knew the threat wasn't truly over. The magical pulse that had rippled outward from the catacomb didn't just dissipate, it had been felt. Across the castle, in the wards, in the very stones of Hogwarts itself. And it had left something behind. The next morning, when Hermione walked into the great hall, she stopped in her tracks. Floating above the Slytherin table was a new banner, deep green, but not the standard house crest. It bore a silver serpent coiled around a mirrored ring, its mouth open and swallowing its own tail. It wasn't a symbol she recognized from any official heraldry, and yet, she knew it. Every Slytherin stared at the banner in awe and confusion. Some seemed transfixed, while others whispered nervously. Even the professors were at a loss. "What is it?" Pansy asked, arriving at Hermione's side. "It's not enchanted. I already scanned it." "I don't know," Hermione lied, though part of her did. "The serpent. The mirror. The ring of potential. Azramir's ancient symbol, or a variant of it. But why now?" The banner had appeared without a single spell cast. "I think it's a message," Hermione muttered. "Or a warning." Professor Snape appeared at the end of the Slytherin table moments later, face unreadable. His eyes flicked to Hermione briefly, and she could tell. He knew more than he was saying. That afternoon, the Thorn Circle gathered in an abandoned classroom warded by 5 separate concealment charms. "It's trying to brand us," Blaise said. "Or rally us. That symbol is seductive. Some of the younger students are treating it like a badge." "We've been changed," Luna added. "The labyrinth, the serpent, the dreams, they've started rewriting not just us, but how the castle sees us. Even the house itself." Hermione clenched her fists. "Then we reclaim Slytherin. Not for pureblood supremacy. Not for manipulation and control. We reclaim it for ambition with conscience. We redefine the name." "You want to rewrite house identity?" Theo asked, incredulous. "I want to protect it from being hijacked by some ancient parasitic force." There was silence, then slow nods. Ginny crossed her arms. "So what do we do?" Hermione paced. "We take the symbol, the mirror serpent, and we rewrite its meaning. Make it ours before the labyrinth can twist it." Malfoy raised an eyebrow. "You want to rebrand Slytherin?" "I want to make sure that when people see that banner, they see us. Not Azramir. Not the serpent. Not the ghosts of the labyrinth. Us." Luna smiled faintly. "Then we'll need to leave our own imprint." Over the next week, the Circle began what they quietly referred to as the Standard Project. Using subtle charms and whispered influence, they started reshaping the perception of Slytherin House from within. They mentored younger students, held quiet study groups in the common room, and began publicly intervening when traditional bullying flared. Hermione took the lead, but she never acted alone. Malfoy backed her in confrontations. Blaise handled negotiations. Luna provided balance, and Ginny was the muscle when subtlety failed. Pansy and Theo orchestrated quiet social shifts, spinning narratives through gossip and clever redirection. And Colin, armed with his camera, began documenting it all. Pictures of Slytherins helping Hufflepuffs with herbology, working with Ravenclaws in the library, even quietly assisting Filch after Peeves unleashed a barrel of frogs in the corridors. Slowly, the perception began to change. But change always draws opposition. It came in the form of Cormac Muldoon, a 6th-year pureblood with old ideas and dangerous charm. He and his group, calling themselves the True Line, saw Hermione's efforts as treason against real Slytherin values. They cornered her one evening near the trophy room. "You're dismantling centuries of legacy," Muldoon hissed. "You think the founders would have approved of your revisionism?" I think Salazar Slytherin would have wanted students strong enough to stand for their own convictions, Hermione said coolly. Not cowards who hide behind bloodlines. His wand was out in a flash. You're not even a real Slytherin. You're just a mudblood wearing green. Hermione didn't flinch. But before she could respond, Malfoy stepped out of the shadows. Say that again, he said softly, his voice like a drawn blade. Muldoon turned, sneering. Oh, the traitor prince arrives. Come to grovel at her feet again. You say one more word against her, Malfoy whispered, and I'll do something your bloodline hasn't managed in generations, win a duel with honor. Muldoon laughed, raised his wand, and it flew from his hand before he even cast a spell. Theo stepped into the light beside them, wand raised. Expelliarmus, he said lazily. You're not the only one who practices in secret. Muldoon fled, humiliated. But the message was clear. Hermione turned to Malfoy. Thank you. You didn't need me, he replied, almost bitterly. But I needed to say it. You're more Slytherin than any of them. That night, the Slytherin banner above their table flickered for a moment. And when it returned, the serpent's eye was no longer hollow. It gleamed bright and green, watchful, aware. The house was changing, and the castle was watching. The banner remained. Its presence was no longer questioned, at least not aloud. But something had shifted in the air around Slytherin House. Where once the corridors were filled with cautious eyes and whispered skepticism, now there was tension, expectation, as if the castle itself was waiting for something to happen. And it was. One morning, Hermione woke to find a smooth black stone on her bedside table. No note, no magic pulsing from it. Just stone, obsidian-like, warm to the touch, and impossibly heavy for its size. She stared at it for hours before finally slipping it into her robe pocket. No one else received one. Not even the rest of the circle. That afternoon, she met Luna in the greenhouse. You've been marked, Luna said softly the moment she saw the stone. Hermione didn't bother to ask how she knew. It's not cursed, she replied. No enchantment. No trap. Luna bent over a pot of devil's snare, her voice low. Not all magic is meant to be understood. Some of it just is. The stone is waiting. For what? For you. The words hung between them. That night, Hermione couldn't sleep. The stone pulsed softly in her pocket, like a second heartbeat. She crept from her bed, out of the Slytherin dormitory, through the silent dungeon halls. Something was guiding her feet, not with force but familiarity. She wasn't surprised when she reached the stone wall just outside the old potion storage chamber, and the bricks began shifting before she touched them. A hidden passage revealed itself. The staircase beyond wound deep, deeper than even the Chamber of Secrets, past any mapped corridor of Hogwarts. The air turned cool, then warm again, as if reality thinned with every step. At the bottom, she stepped into a small circular chamber made entirely of polished black stone. Runes covered the floor in spiraling patterns. And in the center stood a pedestal, empty, waiting. She placed the stone on it without hesitation. A flash of green light burst upward, not blinding, but illuminating. Above her, the walls shimmered. The runes rearranged themselves. And suddenly, images surrounded her, flickering like memories seen through a pensieve. She saw Salazar Slytherin, not as a dark figure or founder of pureblood dogma, but as a man torn by grief and frustration. A builder, a dreamer of order in a world of chaos. A man who foresaw dangers that even the other founders had refused to believe. She saw him carving passages beneath the castle, not to hide monsters, but to protect students from them. He spoke not of blood purity, but of power with purpose. The image shifted, to a serpent made of starlight, coiled around a great wheel of fate, the same as the banner's symbol. It spoke in no language, yet Hermione understood. Each house remembers, but only one keeps the memory buried. The vision broke. The light vanished. The stone cracked in half, revealing a shard of mirror within, just like the one from the labyrinth. She took it. When she returned to the dormitory, dawn was breaking. She gathered the circle and laid the cracked stone and the mirror shard before them. I think I found what's left of Slytherin's real legacy, she said. Not the monster. Not the prejudice. The vision. A house of those who dared to face the unseen. Who embraced power, yes, but also understood its cost. They passed the shard around, one by one. None of them were pulled into it. but all of them felt the weight of what it meant. Malfoy nodded slowly. Then we have work to do. From that day forward, they became more than the Thorn Circle. They began referring to themselves as the Slytherin Standard. The symbol on the banner was quietly duplicated into badges, journals, and even subtle cufflinks. Tokens passed only to those who had proven themselves to stand for something beyond lineage. The movement spread slowly. Within weeks, other houses took notice. Ravenclaws debated the philosophical implications of rewriting house values. Hufflepuffs offered silent support. Gryffindors were split. Some admired the courage it took, others distrusted the entire act, viewing it as another Slytherin scheme. But it was Headmistress McGonagall who struck the loudest note. In a rare full-school assembly, she stepped up to the front of the Great Hall, face stern as ever. "There are changes in this castle," she said, her eyes sweeping across the room. "Some subtle, some strange, some stirring fear. But let me remind you all, Hogwarts is not static. It never has been. It reflects its students, your values, your choices, your legacies. If Slytherin House seeks to redefine itself, then it will be judged not by banners, but by actions." She paused. "And so far I am intrigued." The applause that followed wasn't thunderous. But it was real. That evening, Hermione found herself sitting beside the lake, the mirror shard glinting in her hand. Malfoy joined her in silence. "Do you ever wonder," she asked, "what he would think of this? Salazar, I mean." Draco looked out over the water. "If he truly meant for this house to protect power from corruption, then I think he'd be proud." She smiled faintly. "I don't know what's next. But I don't feel like I'm fighting Hogwarts anymore. I feel like it's listening." As they sat together, the castle lights flickered in the distance. And beneath the surface of the lake, something stirred, not dark or threatening this time, but calm. Resting. For now, the serpent slept, and Slytherin dreamed. Summer crept ever closer, and though the days grew longer and lighter, Hermione could sense a storm quietly gathering under the surface of Hogwarts. The transformation of Slytherin House had not gone unnoticed, and while many students and professors treated it with cautious curiosity, there were others, older forces, older magic, that stirred with unease. In the weeks following the revelation of Slytherin's true legacy, the Thorn Circle, now known quietly among themselves and a select few as the Standard, had shifted from reacting to leading. They had grown deliberate, strategic, and above all, united. But the castle itself wasn't done with them. It started one evening when Colin Creevey raced into the Slytherin common room, out of breath and eyes wide behind his camera. "You have to see this," he gasped, shoving a photograph into Hermione's hands. It was a shot of the fourth-floor corridor near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. At first glance, it was ordinary. But in the photo's upper corner, in the shadow cast by a torch bracket, something was visible, etched into the stone. A sigil. Hermione's breath caught. It was the same mirror serpent symbol. Except this one was different. The serpent was cracked, and the mirror's reflection was missing. "That wasn't there before," Colin said. "I swear it." Hermione stared at the image, her fingers tightening around the edge. "Then someone or something is responding to us." That night, she, Luna, and Draco crept to the corridor, invisibility cloak rustling behind them. The sigil was still there, faint but unmistakable, almost shimmering when caught by wand light. Draco ran his fingers along the carving. "This isn't a warning," he murmured. "It's a summons." "Or a test," Hermione added. Luna tilted her head. "Do you hear that?" At first, they heard only silence. But then, beneath the hush of torchlight and shifting stone, a whisper. Not a voice, but something like memory itself pressing against their minds. Not words, but emotion. A question. "Are you worthy to continue?" The sigil pulsed, then glowed green. A section of the wall shuddered and peeled away, revealing a narrow corridor that should not have existed. Behind it lay a staircase descending into ink-black stone. Hermione hesitated. "This isn't like the labyrinth." "No," Luna agreed. "This place doesn't want to trick us. It wants to see us succeed." Together, they stepped through. The corridor led to a chamber unlike anything they'd ever seen at Hogwarts. The walls were covered in mirrors, not reflective glass, but polished obsidian that shimmered with moving images, moments from the past. As they passed, Hermione saw herself during her first night in Slytherin, trembling in bed. Another mirror showed Malfoy at 12, alone in an empty corridor, kicking at a wall in frustration. Luna, floating upside down in a dreamlike vision of the Ravenclaw Tower's night sky. "These are truths," Hermione murmured. "Pieces of who we are." Draco frowned. "I don't like how exposed this feels." "Maybe that's the point," Luna whispered. "You can't lead Slytherin by hiding your worst self." At the center of the chamber, a circle of stone rose slightly from the floor. It looked like a small, empty well, surrounded by 12 sigils, each belonging to one of the original families tied to Slytherin's earliest days. Most were faded, but 3 glowed softly: Malfoy, Greengrass, and Granger? Hermione stepped closer. The sigil wasn't hers by blood, but it responded to her presence all the same, glowing brighter as she approached. Suddenly, green flame burst into life in the well's center, and from it emerged a figure. A projection. Not a ghost, nor a memory, but an echo. Salazar Slytherin. He looked younger than she'd imagined, sharp-eyed, tired, with hands like a builder and posture like a scholar. He looked human. His eyes locked on Hermione. "So it is you, then," he said quietly. "The house has chosen." Hermione swallowed. "Chosen for what?" "To remember. To rebuild. To finish what I began. And fix what I destroyed." The image flickered slightly. "You wear my name, but not my chains. You've already done what none before you dared. You've defied the rot. But there is more. Always more." Hermione stepped closer. "Then tell me how." Slytherin's echo studied her. "I cannot. The road ahead is not mine to chart. But I can give you this." The green flame twisted, then spat out a small metal pendant, black and silver shaped like the serpent and mirror sigil. But this time, the serpent was whole, and the mirror contained a shining emerald at its heart. She reached for it. The moment her fingers closed around it, a vision surged through her mind. Flashes of magical foundations, wards woven into the very bones of Hogwarts, long-buried chambers, enchanted bloodlines, and a door sealed since the founder's time. A door marked with her name. When she gasped back into the room, the projection was gone. They stood in silence for a long time. Then Malfoy said, "What did it show you?" Hermione's voice was distant. "A chamber, deeper than even the founder's vaults. A place locked away until the heir of memory, whoever that is, could open it." "And you think it's you?" Luna asked softly. Hermione didn't answer. But the pendant in her hand burned warmly, and she knew the truth. It was never about being the heir of Slytherin. It was about becoming the standard. A new symbol. A new path. And the old magic of Hogwarts had recognized her. As they returned to the surface, Hermione knew they had crossed a final threshold. What came next would be bigger than the house, bigger than the school, even bigger than bloodlines. It would be a rewriting of history, and she would lead it. Hermione stood in front of the ancient archway hidden beneath the very foundation of Hogwarts, her breath catching in her throat. The chamber wasn't listed on any marauder's map, nor mentioned in the school's records. Even the Room of Requirement had never hinted at its existence. But the vision given by the pendant had guided her steps with certainty, and now, at the end of a forgotten corridor beneath the Black Lake, she had found it. The door loomed before her. It was carved from stone, but veins of silver and emerald coursed through it like living vines. The sigil of the serpent encircling the mirror sat in the center, now etched with 4 circles, one for each founder. All were dark save one, which pulsed with a green light. Behind her, the circle gathered in tense silence. Malfoy, Luna, Blaise, Daphne, Theo, and even Pansy. None had spoken since they'd entered the passage. All of them could feel it. The magic here was ancient. Hermione stepped forward and touched the door. The pendant around her neck warmed instantly, and the serpent's sigil rotated. With a deep groan, the stone began to shift, and one by one, the 4 symbols began to glow. The lion of Gryffindor, the badger of Hufflepuff, the eagle of Ravenclaw, and the serpent of Slytherin. As the symbols lit, the door whispered open, not in sound but in sensation. A thought pressing into their minds. United not in blood but in legacy. You may enter. They stepped through into the founder's chamber. It was like walking into the heart of Hogwarts' soul. The walls radiated soft magic, threads of enchantment rippling through the air. For great pillars rose in each corner of the circular room, each formed from the material tied to a house. Oak for Gryffindor, marble for Ravenclaw, obsidian for Slytherin, and granite for Hufflepuff. At the center was a raised dais upon which sat an ornate table made of crystal, pulsing gently. Upon it lay a book. Hermione approached, breath held. The cover was deep green, its leather etched with the sigils of the four founders. In silver ink were the words, Codex Fundamentum, the heart of Hogwarts. She opened it. The pages didn't just contain spells or records, they told the truth. Of why the founders came together. Of what they feared. What they built to protect. What they could not agree upon. Slytherin had not left because of blood purity alone. That had been a symptom. The true fracture had come from a disagreement over control. While the others wanted Hogwarts to evolve with its students, Slytherin believed magic would grow wild and dangerous without guidance. He feared a future of war. And so he created a system within the castle, hidden, subtle, meant to detect and influence magical development. A safeguard, a secret code woven into the walls, the very curriculum, even the sorting hat. But the others did not agree. When they discovered the full extent of his modifications, they sealed this room, and his project, with it. The truth was staggering. "This is it," Hermione whispered. "The reason Hogwarts sometimes feels like it's shaping us is because it is. Slytherin's system is still functioning." Draco leaned over the book, reading the spell work. This could explain so much. Why certain students excel or fail, why others are pushed toward paths they never wanted. If Slytherin's influence remained dormant but active. Luna traced a rune in the corner. And it's starting to wake up again. Because we woke it. Hermione turned to the last page. A final entry, dated the year Slytherin left. "I leave behind not a monster, but a mirror. If one comes who understands power, not for domination but for balance, they must finish what I began. Let Hogwarts become not a school of tradition, but of transformation." Her hands trembled as she closed the book. This was the opportunity. Not just to reform Slytherin House, but the entire foundation of Hogwarts. "Whatever we do now," she said, facing her friends, "will echo for generations." Pansy, quiet until now, stepped forward. "So what's the plan, Granger?" Hermione looked at each of them. They weren't just Slytherins anymore. They were the proof that legacy could change, that the cycle could be broken. "We bring it to the others. Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, even Gryffindor. We tell them the truth. Not just about Slytherin, but about all of it." Theo raised an eyebrow. "You think they'll believe us?" "They'll have to," Hermione replied. "Because this magic isn't finished. If we don't act, it will. And it won't care who it breaks." For the next 2 days, the circle moved like shadows across the castle. Meetings were held in secret. The codex was shown to trusted leaders in each house. Reactions were mixed: shock, anger, awe. But slowly alliances formed. Curiosity began to outweigh suspicion. Even the professors noticed. McGonagall summoned Hermione to her office. "You've stirred something ancient, Miss Granger," she said, her tone unreadable. "I've spoken to portraits of past headmasters. Even Dumbledore left notes about the codex, but never found it." Hermione stood her ground. "We're not trying to destroy Hogwarts, Professor. We're trying to reclaim it." McGonagall studied her for a long time, then gave a rare smile. "Then finish what you've begun. But do so with caution. The castle may yet test you one final time." That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the banner of the serpent and mirror flickered once more above the Slytherin common room. Only this time, the mirror reflected not just the serpent, but the other 3 house animals behind it. Together, and far below, the magic in the codex stirred. The final chapter had begun. The last day of term dawned with an uneasy stillness. Hermione stood at the edge of the great hall, watching as owls fluttered above the enchanted ceiling, the sky beyond painted in soft golds and blues. But the usual buzz of end-of-year excitement was tempered with something heavier. The students felt it. The castle felt it. Everything was about to change. Over the past 2 weeks, the truth of the Founders' Codex had rippled through Hogwarts. Not everyone had believed at first, but the signs were undeniable. Ancient enchantments stirring, hidden wards unlocking, magic behaving in ways it hadn't in centuries. Professor Flitwick had compared it to the castle, remembering itself. And at the center of it all stood Hermione Granger, Slytherin's brightest star. She had been called many things: traitor, visionary, pretender, pioneer. But today she was only one thing: ready. The great hall slowly filled. Students sat not strictly by house anymore, an unspoken agreement forged from weeks of quiet revolution. Hermione sat with Luna, Draco, Pansy, Blaise, and Theo, while Daphne chatted animatedly with Hannah Abbott nearby. Even Ron and Harry, though still distant, had taken to nodding in greeting. Professor McGonagall rose at the staff table. Her sharp gaze swept the hall, but there was a lightness in her tone. Before we begin the traditional end-of-year feast, I wish to address the events of this extraordinary term. The hall hushed, all eyes fixed on her. This year, Hogwarts bore witness to a rediscovery, one that reached back to the very roots of our founding. Through the bravery and insight of students from every house, we have learned that the castle holds secrets deeper than any of us imagined. She turned her eyes toward Hermione. One student in particular has reminded us that legacy is not destiny. That tradition must sometimes be questioned, and that unity begins with courage. Hermione's heart thudded. To Hermione Granger, and those who stood with her, thank you. The applause began slowly, unsurely. But it swelled. Ravenclaws stood first. Then Hufflepuffs. Then Gryffindors, even Ron, red-faced but clapping. Finally, the Slytherins rose as one, not out of rivalry but solidarity. Hermione felt heat rise behind her eyes. She stood, nodding slightly, and the room quieted again. I didn't set out to change Hogwarts, she said, her voice clear. I just wanted to understand why it pushes us into boxes. Why we're divided from the moment we arrive. What we learned, is that those divisions were never meant to last. She glanced around. Slytherin taught me to question power. Ravenclaw taught me to seek truth. Hufflepuff reminded me to trust people. And Gryffindor gave me the nerve to stand up in the first place. The pendant around her neck pulsed gently. The codex, the magic in this castle, was designed to shape us. But now we have a chance to shape it. Not through blood or lineage, but through choice. So let's choose something better. Silence followed. And then a slow rumble, a sound deep in the walls, like the castle itself sighing. Magic surged, subtle but unmistakable. The 4 house banners hanging from the ceiling shimmered and rearranged. Not replaced, but reframed. Now each banner bore its animal beside a glowing sigil of the mirror and serpent, complete, whole, unified. Hogwarts itself had answered. After the feast, Hermione and her circle returned one last time to the Founder's chamber. The codex pulsed on the crystal table, now open to a blank page. Waiting. Hermione dipped a quill in ink and hesitated. Are you sure? Luna asked softly. Hermione nodded. It needs to begin somewhere. She wrote, Let it be known that Hogwarts is not the legacy of 4, but of many. That each student shapes its future. That power without understanding is nothing. Let this be the first page of the new codex. She signed her name, then passed the quill to Draco. One by one, the others added theirs: Luna, Pansy, Theo, Blaise, Daphne. A new chapter had begun. Later that night, Hermione stood alone on the astronomy tower, the wind tugging at her robes. Footsteps approached. It was Harry. I guess you did it, he said, half a smile on his face. Changed everything. Hermione laughed quietly. We all did. Even you. He looked out at the grounds. Snape says you'll probably be head girl next year. Even though you're a Slytherin. She arched an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? Harry grinned. Means I'd better keep up. A comfortable silence settled between them. For the first time in a long while, Hermione felt peace. Down below, the lake shimmered, the trees swayed, and the castle, ancient, living, eternal, breathed with new purpose. Slytherin hadn't fallen. It had evolved. And Hermione Granger had led it there. Not because she was chosen, but because she had chosen herself. This was not the end of her story. It was only the beginning of a Hogwarts that would never be the same.